Chapter 24. Ding, ding, ding. The sharp sword that was going for Shimenwia's chest broke into pieces. It didn't hit Shimenwia's chest, but his thin sword. This was a shocking judgment. He knew where Shadowless was going to stab and raised his sword to block. If he had waited until Shadowless had attacked, it would have been too late. His opponent was the fastest. After Shadowless' sword broke, the two stood there quietly without moving. The Inyang school was shocked again. The Inyang school's adjudicator, Shadowless, was the king of killing in this world. Even if it was an expert 2 levels higher than him, he could still kill him. But now he was defeated by Shimenwia. Perhaps this was the only time he had failed in his life. The phantom ghost wind is indeed unparalleled. One move to defeat the enemy, and you never miss. Shimenwia opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then he pulled out a thin sword from his left chest. It was a thin sword that looked almost invisible. Shadowless said, "People only see me using my left hand and think that I'm left-handed. Actually, my right hand is faster. It's just that I haven't had the chance to use it in my life. I only have the chance to use it when I'm up against City, Lord Shimen." Everyone was shocked again. No one had ever seen Shadowless use his right hand. They all thought that he was left-handed. No one would have thought that he just didn't need to use his right hand. But today, when I used my right hand, my title as the Phantom Ghost King was half destroyed. Shadowless sighed and then bowed to Shimenwia. "Thank you for showing mercy, City Lord Shimen. Otherwise, I would have been smashed into pieces." Bang, bang, bang. Then, more than 10 bursts of energy exploded in Shadowless's body. His soft body became a bloody mess. Blood spurted out from his 7 orifices like arrows. Shimenwia threw the blood sword back to Shadowless and said, "Junior brother Shadowless showed mercy too. Otherwise, I would have lost half my life. There are not many people that I, Shimenwia, respect in my life. The first is Dongfang Minmi. Your junior martial brother Wuing is also one of them. You're practically the only martial artist I've ever seen who focuses on martial skills. If you were to practice profound skills, you would also be one of the great grandmasters in the world." Shadowless took his sword and wiped it gently. "I have loved my sword my entire life. I am the sword, and the sword is me. If I were to learn mystical skills, it would be betraying myself. Since Sect Master Dongfang Minmi is no longer in this world, then there's no need for me to stay at Inyang School. From now on, there's no Inyang School anymore." With that, Shadowless disappeared into the night sky. The Inyang sect's side instantly fell silent. Looking at the direction where Shadowless disappeared, Shimenwia gently wiped the bloodstain on his chest and slowly said, "Who else is coming?" Suddenly, an old man slowly walked out. He appeared out of thin air in front of Shimenwia, as if he had walked out of an illusion. This old man held a dragon-headed walking stick in his hand. He was hunched over, his hair and beard were all white, and his face was wrinkled. He looked extremely old and seemed to be more than 100 years old. He was one of the grand elders of Inyang School, Ningbusi. He was 105 years old this year. "Shimenwia, I'm older than you by a generation. I also watched Sect Master Dongfang grow up." Ningbusi coughed a few times and said, "I've heard about how powerful Shimenwia of Yunshao City was when I was on the mountain. Now that I've seen him, he is indeed powerful." "Martial uncle, you flatter me." Shimenwia bowed respectfully. "Don't be humble. You keep saying that you're not as good as Dongfang Minmi, but from what I see, you're not much worse than him." Ningbusi said, "Since Sect Master Dongfang is no longer here, it would be perfect for you to be the Inyang School's headmaster. You could at least guarantee that the Inyang School will remain undefeated for the next 50 years. As soon as he said this, the expressions of Dongfang Bingling and the others immediately changed. "Unfortunately, I don't have the final say in the Inyang School, and you, Yunshao City, are still traitors." Ningbusi said, "You're too powerful." For the future of the Inyang school, I can only do my best. Shimenwuya, don't blame me. I wouldn't dare, Shimenwuya said. However, I'm still your senior, so I'll only use one Xian technique. If you don't die, then I won't care about what happens tonight, Ningbusi said. Yes, master, Shimenwuya said. Ningbusi had become a grandmaster at least a dozen years ago. He was Dongfang Minmi's martial uncle. He was truly one of the most powerful people in the world. Like a mountain, he guarded the Inyang school. In the past dozen years, when Dongfang Minmi wasn't here, even if only Ningbusi was here, no one dared to offend the Inyang school. Ningbusi slowly raised the dragon-headed cane in his hand, and a blue flame appeared. Boom, boom! There was a sudden clap of thunder in the sky, and thick lightning struck the surface of the sea. A dragon roared, and a shadow of a fire dragon drilled out of Ningbusi's dragon-headed cane. It grew bigger and bigger, and finally became a giant fire dragon that was dozens of meters long. It circled in the sky, roared, and spat out balls of fire. Huge waves that were dozens of meters high suddenly rose on the surface of the sea. It was like a giant fire dragon, full of mania and uneasiness. Shimenwuya sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at the giant fire dragon that was circling in the sky. Of course, he knew what it was. It was a level 9 Xian beast, the legendary flaming devil dragon. Elder Ningbusi had actually taken it as his martial soul. In the whole world, there was no one like Wu Ying who only practiced swordsmanship and martial arts. All warriors focused on practicing Xian techniques because the lethality of dazzling techniques was too shocking and they could be used for long-range attacks. And when Xian techniques were combined with martial souls, the effect of the attack was almost destructive. Immortal Dragon Formula. Elder Ningbusi roared, and his whole body suddenly burned. The fire dragon that was circling in the sky instantly turned into countless flames and drilled into Ningbusi's body. The originally thin and stooped Elder Ningbusi's body suddenly swelled, and finally became a human-shaped flame that was dozens of meters tall. Countless small flaming dragons danced around his body. Starry Universe, Sword Formula. Shimenwuya roared, and the sword in his hand flew into the air and suddenly brightened. The sword became brighter and brighter, crazily devouring all the Xian qi on the surface of the sea. Finally, the sword light shone like stars, clearly visible from hundreds of miles away. The thin sword that was less than 2.5 feet now became a giant light sword that was dozens of meters long. Split. The giant light sword in the air suddenly split into countless small light swords that flew toward Shimenwuya like shooting stars. Hundreds of thousands of light swords circled around Shimenwuya's body, and they were extremely dazzling. Every sword of light was filled with soul and consciousness. Sword soul? It's actually a sword soul. There's actually someone in the world who has cultivated a sword soul. The people of Inyang School couldn't believe it. A sword soul was a martial artist who didn't take any Xian beasts as his martial soul. Instead, he cultivated his own sword and made it his martial soul. This kind of martial soul was 10 times or even 100 times more difficult than taking a Xian beast as a martial soul. But once it was successful, its power would be extremely shocking. Because in the process of cultivating a sword soul, one had to devour countless Xian beast martial souls. So a sword soul could be called the king of martial souls. The king of martial souls, the emperor of martial souls, was a sword soul. In this world, there were no more than 3 people who had cultivated a sword soul. How good would it be if you were a disciple of Inyang School? Ningbusi muttered to himself. However, as the lord of Cloud Sky City, the stronger you are, the more danger my Inyang School will be in. We can't let Cloud Sky City become the orthodox school, and my Inyang School become a rebel. Elder Ningbusi's gaze suddenly became resolute. Prison rending dragon formula. Go! Elder Ningbusi roared and pointed the dragon head staff in his hand. Suddenly, thousands of fire dragons flew out from Elder Ningbusi's body and shot toward Shimenwuya. 10,000 swords returned to sect, go. Shimin Wuya roared and pointed the sharp sword in his hand. Instantly, the swords of light and shadow that surrounded his body shot out. Bang, 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 countless fire dragons and light swords collided. It was as if thunder and lightning had struck, bursting forth with countless rays of light. It was as if 10,000 lightning bolts had struck the sky. The entire night sky above the sea was as bright as day. Fire dragons flew out from Ning Busi's body endlessly, causing the number of fire dragons flying around him to decrease. The light swords flew out from Shimin Wuya's body endlessly, causing the number of light swords flying around him to decrease. The fire dragons and light swords flying around him could not only be used to attack, but they could also be used as an energy shield to block the enemy's Xian technique attacks. Therefore, Ningbusi and Shimin Wuya's defense and offense were one. If they wanted to increase their offensive power, their defensive power would inevitably weaken. Bang, 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 bang. The violent explosion and the powerful heat boiled the seawater underground and tore a few large ships not far away into pieces. Rumble. With a final loud sound, a piercing light burst forth like the sun, completely tearing apart the night sky for hundreds of miles, causing the entire night sky to be as bright as day. Tens of thousands of light swords and thousands of fire dragons perished together in the air, turning into ashes. There was only a 1-meter-long fire dragon circling around Ningbusi's body. There was only a 2.5-foot-long light sword circling around Shimin Wuya's body. Both of their eyes revealed their determination at the same time. Go! They shouted in unison. The last of the sharp swords suddenly shot out. The last fire dragon shot out. Whistling through the air, the two light shadows passed by each other. Puff! The fire dragon slammed into Shimin Wuya's chest. Puff! The light sword pierced into Ningbusi's chest. Crack, crack, crack. There was the sound of his sternum breaking. Ningbusi spat out a mouthful of blood. Shimin Wuya's body suddenly retreated more than 10 meters, and a blood sword shot out from the air. Did Cloud Sky City's 100 years of decline just to produce a talent like you? Ningbusi covered his chest, coughing and spitting out blood. He slowly said, You alone have taken all the essence of Cloud Sky City for 100 years. But you are still a gentleman. If you had used Xian techniques, even if there were 10 shadowless, they would have died. Ningbusi said, His swordsmanship is suitable for stealth and assassination, but it is not suitable for martial arts. Okay, I am a man of my words. You took one of my Xian techniques and didn't die. Instead, you defeated me by half a move. I will not care about what happens here. I will go back to Inyang School and cultivate in seclusion. After saying this, Elder Ningbusi disappeared into the darkness again. Shimin Wuya wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said indifferently, Who's next? Everyone present was silent. Everyone said that Shimin Wuya was a great master, but Inyang School always looked down on him. They always felt that people were frogs in a well. Today, they finally saw Shimin Wuya's power. How was he just a great master? He was at the peak of the world. Jiang Songyang could be considered someone who had 1 foot in the master realm, and Ningbusi was definitely a strong person among the masters. But they had all lost to Shimin Wuya. City Lord Shimin, please advise me. An ordinary and gentle voice came from the darkness. Shimin Wuya's expression changed. Zhu Qingzhu, are you going to make a move? You are the leader of Xian Tian sect. Are you going to intervene in today's matter? Chapter 25. City Lord Shimin, you're the overlord of the world. Why would you be afraid of me? Zhu Qingzhu said calmly. He was still hiding in the darkness. That's right. I'm a little afraid of you, Shimin Wuya said. Dongfang Minmi is the strongest in the world. I'm not afraid of you, but I'm a little afraid of you. I'm honored. Zhu Qingzhu smiled. It's not just me. Senior brother Dongfang Minmi said the same thing, Shimenwia said. Shimenwia said, he said that in this world, Zhu Qingzhu is the most unfathomable person. He is completely unfathomable. He said that the world's rankings are the most deceptive. If you believe in these rankings, you won't even know how you died. You flatter me, sect leader Dongfang, Zhu Qingzhu said calmly. However, sect leader Zhu, aren't you from the Yinyang school? Are you going to interfere with the Yinyang school's business? Shimenwia asked. After senior brother Dongfang passed away, only a widow and an orphan were left. Bingling might marry my son in the future. If something happens to her, I can't just stand by and do nothing. Zhu Qingzhu said, besides, Yang Dingtian cursed me to destroy the entire Black Heaven sect. I can't just ignore him. How about this? You take my palm, and I'll leave after that, Zhu Qingzhu said. I won't use any mystic skills or techniques. Just a simple palm. What do you think? All right, I'll do as you say, Shimenwia said. However, Zhu Qingzhu said again, you've already fought 3 people in a row. It's not fair to fight with me. Take my palm with a big shit between us. With a big shit between them, Shimenwia's energy would be weakened a lot. After that, Zhu Qingzhu swung his sleeves in the darkness. Whoosh! Suddenly, a huge wooden shit that was dozens of meters long and dozens of meters thick silently flew into the air and drifted between Shimenwia and Zhu Qingzhu. Everyone was shocked speechless. Brother Shimen, please do your best, Zhu Qingzhu said. Of course, Shimenwia said. Then he shook his hands in his sleeves, and his robe swelled up. He knew that the most dangerous moment of his life had come. The most dangerous battle of his life had come. Although the first 3 battles were shocking, they weren't the most dangerous. Although Jiang Songyang was one of the strongest people in the world, almost at the guru level, and seemed to be as famous as Shimenwia, their cultivation was far from each other. Shadowless was invincible in terms of swordsmanship and speed. But in his heart, he didn't want to kill Shimenwia. Moreover, the difference between their cultivations wasn't that big. Ning Busi, the Grand Supreme Elder of the Yinyang School, was one of the top experts in the world. He had become a Grandmaster more than 10 years ago and possessed the legendary martial soul, the blazing devil dragon. However, in terms of cultivation, Shimenwia was confident that he was not inferior to Ning Busi, who was more than 100 years old. In terms of martial spirits, the sword spirit that he had painstakingly cultivated was not afraid of any martial spirits in the world. But this Zhu Qingzhu, whose shadow could not even be seen, was like a deep abyss in the sea. It was impossible to see him clearly. Thus, at this moment, it was already the most fatal and most dangerous moment. After getting past Zhu Qingzhu, the danger tonight would be over. After Zhu Qingzhu, the other party would no longer have any peerless evolved Jing masters. Therefore, Shimenwia was going to use all of his strength in this seemingly ordinary palm strike. He opened all of his pores. Every part of his body was crazily absorbing the Xian Qi in the world. Xian Qi filled every inch of his meridians and every corner of his sea of Qi. Condense, condense, condense. Endless Xian Qi condensed from every inch of his body into his sea of Qi. His sea of Qi swelled bigger and bigger. This was extremely dangerous. Shimenwia would never do this because it could cause his sea of Qi to explode. But this was the most dangerous moment. He was facing the most powerful, dangerous, and unpredictable enemy in the world. He had to risk his life and condense his Xian Qi to 120%. Brother Shimen, if you're ready, you can make the first move, Zhu Qingzhu said calmly. Xian Qi condensed crazily until it reached its limit. Shimenwia's skin was already trembling. His blood vessels split open and blood flowed out. Right now, the final battle. Shimenwia fiercely struck out with his palm, and an incomparably powerful energy shot out. Suddenly, the entire world fell silent. The light of the flames was instantly swallowed, and the entire sea was plunged into darkness. In the darkness, Zhu Qingzhu struck out with his palm. The two forces of energy collided in the air. Puff! The 100-meter-long ship, floating in the middle, was instantly pulverized and turned into ashes silently. At the same time, the other 3 ships within 100 meters were also pulverized silently. Then, Shimin Wuya's body shook violently as if he was hit by an invisible wall of air. His body caved in. However, he did not take a step back, nor did he spit out a mouthful of blood. In the darkness, Zhu Qingzhu sighed and said slowly, Shimin Wuya, the most powerful person in the world. I'm really curious. If sect leader Dongfang was still here, who would be stronger and who would be weaker? Farewell. After Zhu Qingzhu finished speaking, he went completely silent. It was as if he had never appeared. However, Shimin Wuya still realized that after Zhu Qingzhu left, the place he was in was not completely dark. Instead, it regained some light. When Zhu Qingzhu was here, it was as if he had swallowed all the light in the surroundings. Everywhere he went, there was only darkness. Shimin Wuya said slowly, Now there should be no one stopping me, right? No one replied. Then I'll take my leave. I'll take Yang Dingtian with me, Shimin Wuya said. Then Shimin Wuya was about to leave. Wait, Dongfang Bingling suddenly said. Shimin Wuya said, Who else wants to stop me? Me, Dongfang Bingling said. You, Shimin Wuya shook his head. When I was your age, your father and I were not as good as you. Your talent is rare in the world, but now you are still not my match. How do you know if you don't try? Dongfang Bingling said coldly, The flame ring is mine. Yang Dingtian must stay. No, you're too young. I can't hurt you, Shimin Wuya said. You can't hurt me either, Dongfang Bingling said coldly. Then she raised her sword and shouted, Yin Yang formation, come out. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Suddenly, more than a dozen figures flew out of the sea like shooting stars. They formed a circle in the air and spun quickly. This was a Tai Chi formation that was dozens of meters wide. Half of it was red flames, and the other half was blue ice. However, 2 points in the middle were missing. Senior brother Shui, go, Dongfang Bingling said. Immediately, Dongfang Bingling and Zhu Hongshui flew to the 2 sides of the Tai Chi formation. Dongfang Bingling's body was ice blue, and Zhu Hongshui's body was blood red. Now, the 2 points in the middle of the Yin Yang formation were there. Dongfang Bingling, Zhu Hongshui, and more than a dozen elders of the Yin Yang school formed a complete Yin Yang formation. The entire Tai Chi formation spun quickly, surrounding Zhu Hongshui and Dongfang Bingling. The 2 of them floated motionlessly in the air. Shimin Wuya was stunned. He said slowly, I didn't expect that the most dangerous one would be you, Dongfang Bingling. It seems that you won't let me leave alive today, Shimin Wuya said slowly. Hand over Yang Dingtian and you won't die, Dongfang Bingling said. The ring of flames is mine. I must have it. Martial Uncle Shimin, your palm strike with Martial Uncle Zhu just now has exhausted all of your xianqi. It has also exhausted the capacity of your meridians and energy sea. What you should do now is to sit down and regulate your breathing. Perhaps you can recover to your peak in half a year or a year, Dongfang Bingling said. Otherwise, your life will be in danger. As long as you hand over Yang Dingtian, I will let you leave immediately. Shimin Wuya smiled. If I still need you to spare my life, then I'd rather die. City Lord Shimin, you don't have any xianqi left. How can you resist the 2 swords of my Yin Yang formation? Just 1 sword strike can turn you into ashes, Dongfang Bingling said. Not necessarily, Shimin Wuya said coldly. Come at me. Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish, Dongfang Bingling said coldly. Why are you talking so much nonsense with him? Just kill him, Zhu Hongshui said indifferently. The first sword of the Yin Yang formation, soul destruction. Following Dongfang Bingling's command, the entire yin-yang formation suddenly emitted a dazzling light. The xian-qi of more than 10 yin-yang school elders in the formation condensed towards the 2 points in the middle. They condensed towards Dongfang Bingling and Zhu Hongshue's swords. The swords in the hands of the man and woman became brighter and brighter. In the end, they were like stars in the sky. Dual sword combination. Then, the 2 swords merged into a huge sword that was hundreds of meters long. Dongfang Bingling raised it high and slashed it down toward Shimenwia. Martial Uncle Shimen, you forced me to do this. Don't blame me for being merciless. Following Dongfang Bingling's sorrowful cry, the huge sword slammed down. In an instant, the entire sea was turned upside down. Bloodthirsty technique. Shimenwia roared and spat out a cloud of blood. Boom! The blood mist met the sword blade and immediately burned. The thin sword in Shimenwia's hand suddenly turned into a huge flaming sword that was hundreds of meters long. He slashed it towards Dongfang Bingling's huge sword. Bang! There was a thunderous sound. It was like the light of a nuclear bomb explosion. The dark sea suddenly turned white. Boom! The 2 forces of energy exploded. A huge wave that was hundreds of meters high rose on the sea. It was like a huge wall that rolled towards the east. All the ships brought by the yin-yang school were smashed into pieces. Shimenwia's body flew back dozens of meters. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone in Dongfang Bingling's yin-yang formation was spitting out blood as if they had been struck by lightning. Only Dongfang Bingling had a faint trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Zhu Hongshue's face was a little pale, but there was no trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. City Lord Shimen, you are indeed unfathomable. You even know the legendary bloodthirsty technique. Dongfang Bingling said coldly, however, I know that this bloodthirsty technique transforms one's entire body's essence blood into xian-qi. Using it once will cause one to lose half of one's life. In the past 100 years, no one has dared to use the bloodthirsty technique twice. I would like to see how City Lord Shimen is going to deal with my second dual sword combination. Chapter 26. You can give it a try, Shimenwia said slowly. Shimenwia said slowly, I also want to see how many of your yin-yang sex elders will survive after the second sword strike. No matter the price, I'll accept it. Dongfang Bingling said coldly, I've never regretted what I've done. I've never looked back. Yin-yang formation. Second sword, 10,000 bloodthirsty. Under Dongfang Bingling's command, the celestial qi of more than 10 people in the yin-yang formation once again gathered towards Zhu Hongxue and Dongfang Bingling. Once again, the 2 swords combined to form a blood-red giant sword that was hundreds of meters long. This giant sword was longer, thicker, and more powerful than the first time. From tonight onwards, there will be no more Shimenwia and no more Cloud Sky City. Dongfang Bingling raised the giant sword and shouted. She was about to slash it down. Wait! Suddenly, a weak voice sounded from 1,000 meters away. Then the cabin door of Cloud Sky City's ship opened and a figure staggered out. It was Yang Dingtian. After he took the pill, he had completely fainted. But in the depths of his mind, he desperately told himself to wake up. He had to wake up. Uncle Master Shimen had reached the most dangerous moment. After exhausting all of his willpower, he actually woke up. Yang Dingtian, go back! Shimenwia shouted when he saw him come out. No, Uncle Master Shimen, Yang Dingtian said. Master sacrificed himself for my freedom and to help me. I swear, I will never let anyone close to me die for me again. Never. Dongfang Bingling. Yang Dingtian shouted at Dongfang Bingling, who was in the air. Yang Dingtian, you're only pleading now? It's too late. The arrow is already on the bow. It has to be released. Dongfang Bingling said coldly, if you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? It's useless to regret. If it weren't for your wishful thinking, you would already be a disciple of Yin Yang school. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath of damp air and said coldly, I, Yang Dingtian, have never known what regret is. I'm here to negotiate with you. Yang Dingtian raised his right ring finger and said, You want the flame ring, don't you? It was mine to begin with. Dong Fong Bingling said, I am the most suitable person to be the head of the Yin Yang school. Who said that a woman can't be the head of the Yin Yang school? But Master gave him to me. Don't say that I picked him up. You know that Master gave him to me, personally. Yang Dingtian said, That's because my father was muddle-headed and muddle-headed. That's why he gave the flame ring to a mediocre item like you, Dong Fong Bingling said. Yang Dingtian, if you still treat me as your martial uncle, then get in. Shimin Wuya said loudly, Trust me, I'll definitely protect you tonight. Martial Uncle Shimin, don't talk nonsense. You'll definitely die with the second strike. Dong Fong Bingling said, It's as easy as pie for me to kill you now. Why don't you give it a try? Shimin Wuya sneered and said, Let's see how many people will die with me. Let's see if the sea will be completely dyed red. You're really courting death. Dong Fong Bingling said coldly and was about to slash down with her sword. Dong Fong Bingling, do you dare to fight with me? Yang Dingtian suddenly shouted, blocking Dong Fong Bingling's movement. Then he said to Shimin Wuya, Martial uncle, trust me this time. Trust me this time. Don't sacrifice yourself for me. Trust me this time. Leave the rest to me. Then Yang Dingtian said, Dong Fong Bingling, don't you want to take back the flame ring? Don't you want to prove that your master was muddle-headed and didn't give you the flame ring? 5 years later, let's fight. If I win, I want to take back everything that belongs to me, including my dignity. If I lose, I'll kneel in front of you and admit my mistake. Then I'll be cut into pieces. Will I kneel and give you the flame ring? What do you think? Yang Dingtian shouted. 5 years later, do you dare to fight? 5 years? You? Dong Fong Bingling said disdainfully, Yang Dingtian, do you know what level you are now? Do you know what level I am? Do you know how big the gap between you and me is? I don't know, but it should be very big, Yang Dingtian said. The difference is like heaven and earth. I'm like the stars in the sky, and you're like an ant on the ground. Even if thousands of years pass, you'll never be able to reach my level. Dong Fong Bingling said proudly, My talent is rarely seen in hundreds of years, but it took me more than 10 years to reach my current level. Do you know that when my father was at my age, he was far inferior to me? In less than 15 years, I'll surpass my father's level and become the most powerful headmaster of the Yin Yang school in 100 years. In another 30 or 40 years, I'll even be able to challenge the martial saint realm that no one has succeeded in hundreds of years. In that case, then what are you worried about 5 years later? Yang Dingtian said, 5 years later, you and I will fight. That way, taking back the flame ring will be more justified. Even if the mountains collapse, even if the sun rises in the west and sets in the east, even if the river flows backward, even if the sea dries up, you won't be my opponent in 5 years, Dong Fong Bingling said coldly, but I'm sorry, I still refuse. Why? Yang Dingtian asked. Why should I accept the challenge of an ant? If I had to accept the challenge of any Tom, Dick, or Harry, then I wouldn't be able to do anything in my life. Not everyone has the right to challenge me, Dong Fong Bingling said disdainfully and arrogantly. So I'll end everything tonight. I'll end Shimin Wuya, and Cloud Heaven City, and end you, Yang Dingtian. Dong Fong Bingling's tone was filled with determination, and the murderous aura of the giant sword in her hand grew stronger. Ha ha! Shimin Wuya laughed maniacally. I didn't expect that Dong Fong Minmi would have such an ambitious daughter. Come, Dong Fong Bingling, let's see how you'll end everything. Shimin Wuya laughed. Die. Dong Fong Bingling's expression was indifferent. She said coldly and suddenly slashed down with her sword. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure appeared under her giant sword. It was an incomparably delicate and beautiful figure. It was Dongfang Bingling's mother, Yang Dingtian's master's wife. She was still so beautiful, as if she had walked out of a dream, as if she had walked out of a painting. Her eyes were like water, tender and beautiful like a flower. She was absolutely beautiful. Her red dress accentuated her devilish figure, giving off a magical charm. Dongfang Bingling, you have to agree with Yang Dingtian. The master's wife took out a dagger and placed it against her tender neck. You have to agree with him, or else you can kill me as well. Dongfang Bingling hurriedly stopped the giant sword. The tears that she had been holding back for a long time finally flowed out. Mother, are you forcing me to my death? Could it be that, in your eyes, I'm not as good as Yang Dingtian, an outsider? He's not an outsider. He's your future husband and your father's disciple, the master's wife said. Agree to his 5-year promise. Otherwise, I'll die in front of you. I'm useless as a mother. I'm not as strong as you. I can't stop you from killing people, but I can still kill myself, the master's wife said slowly. Her gentle gaze was filled with infinite willpower. Yang Dingtian stood up and was about to shout, but his master's wife stopped him. Yang Dingtian, don't say anything. It's your master's wife who has let you down. It's your master's wife's fault for not having the ability to make you two enemies. Follow Uncle Shimin to Cloud Sky City. After 5 years, you can go to Inyang School. I believe in you. I believe in your master's vision. After 5 years, you'll definitely be able to take back what belongs to you, the master's wife said. What? Dongfang Bingling, do you really want to watch me die in front of you? The master's wife asked. Shimin Wuya looked at Madame Dongfang with a complicated gaze. He sighed and said, Junior sister, you don't have to do this. I can really protect Yang Dingtian. For the sake of you and senior brother Dongfang, I won't kill Dongfang Bingling. But you'll die, Madame Dongfang said. I can't watch my daughter commit an unforgivable mistake. I can't let the 2 children become enemies. Then Madame Dongfang pressed the dagger lightly. Instantly blood flowed out. Then her beautiful eyes stared at Dongfang Bingling. Okay, I promise you, mother, Dongfang Bingling said. Right now, I'm really doubting whether I'm really your biological daughter. Dongfang Bingling bit her lips until they bled. Her beautiful eyes stared at Yang Dingtian, shooting out endless hatred. Her voice was even colder than the ice cave under the 1,000-mile glacier. Yang Dingtian, remember the 5-year promise. 5 years later, I'll tear you into pieces. 5 years later, I'll make Cloud Sky City disappear from this world. Yang Dingtian looked at Dongfang Bingling and said word by word, 5 years later, I'll use my own strength to take back everything that belongs to me, including my dignity and today's humiliation. The master's wife said to Shimin, Let's go, senior brother Shimin. Bring Yang Dingtian to Cloud Sky City and nurture him well. I'm officially entrusting him to you. Shimin bowed and said, I won't let you down. Junior sister, I'll take my leave. Then Shimin Wuya's body floated up and landed on Cloud Sky City's boat. He carried Yang Dingtian and walked directly into the cabin. Yang Dingtian shouted at the master's wife, 5 years later, I'll go to Inyang School to see you. If you're willing, I'll raise you and take care of you for the rest of your life. The master's wife smiled gently. The entire sea was as beautiful as a blooming flower. Okay, I'll wait, the master's wife said slowly. Finally, Yang Dingtian used all his strength to shout at Dongfang Bingling. Dongfang Bingling, 5 years later, see you at Inyang School. 5 years later, I'll take back everything that belongs to me. The ship continued to sail in the direction of Cloud Sky City. In one of the cabins, there were only Yang Dingtian, Shimin Wuya, and Shimin Yanyan. Shimin Wuya sat on the couch. He was still as handsome as ever. It was as if there wasn't a trace of weakness or injury on him. His handsome face was even burning with a strange light. Shimin Yanyan stood by Yang Dingtian's side. although she looked a little haggard. Her delicate face was still as beautiful as ever. Both of their faces were filled with concern and uneasiness. "There's really not much time left," Shimin said slowly. "Yan Yan, Ding Tian, kneel down." Shimin Yan didn't understand, but she still knelt down. Yang Dingtian's expression changed slightly, and he also knelt down. "Yang Dingtian, I betroth Shimin Yan to you. Will you love her forever, protect her forever, and take care of her forever?" Shimin looked at Yang Dingtian and said slowly. Chapter 27. "Woo, woo!" Shimin Yan suddenly exclaimed. "Father!" Yang Dingtian also said anxiously, "Uncle, didn't we agree before?" "You won't force Yan to marry me." Shimin ignored the two of them. He still stared at Yang Dingtian and said slowly, "Yang Dingtian, I betroth Shimin Yan to you as your wife. Will you love her for the rest of your life, protect her for the rest of your life, and take care of her for the rest of your life?" He stared at Yang Dingtian. There were countless meanings in his eyes, but there was only one meaning. Yang Dingtian felt sad and said, "You will be fine. You don't have to do this." "Answer me, Yang Dingtian," Shimin said word by word. "Yes, uncle," Yang Dingtian said. "I will take care of Yan for the rest of my life. I will protect her for the rest of my life." Shimin looked at his daughter and said word by word, "Shimin Yan, I betroth you to Yang Dingtian. Are you willing to love him for the rest of your life? Treat him as your sky and earth. Give birth to children for him and do laundry and cook for him?" "Father," Shimin Yan cried, "why are you doing this? Why are you doing this?" "Shimin Yan, do you also want to disobey your father like Dongfang Bingling?" Shimin said sternly. I don't dare," Shimin Yan said. Shimin said, "Then tell me, are you willing to marry Yang Dingtian? Are you willing to love him for the rest of your life? Treat him as your sky and earth? Give birth to children for him and do laundry and cook for him?" Shimin Yan suddenly cried and fell to the ground. She sobbed and said, I'm willing. I'm willing to do anything, as long as you get better. Don't scare me. Shimin said with a solemn expression. "Good, then you too will get married today. Do the ceremony here." "Martial uncle," Yang Dingtian hurriedly said. "Let's talk about it when we return to Cloud Sky City, right here," Shimin said without hesitation. "Are you going to disobey me?" "I don't dare." "We wouldn't dare." Yang Dingtian and Shimin Yan lowered their heads. "Well, all of you stand up now," Shimin said. Yang Dingtian and Shimin Yan stood up. "Face the east and bow to the heavens and earth," Shimin said. The two of them knelt to the east and kowtowed. "Dingtian, where are your parents?" Shimin asked. "He's no longer in this world," Yang Dingtian said. "Then I will take your place," Shimin said. "Kneel down in front of me and pay your respects to your parents." Yang Dingtian and Shimin Yan both knelt in the direction of Shimin and kowtowed. Husband and wife kowtowed to each other. Yang Dingtian and Shimin Yan both knelt down in front of each other and kowtowed. Then they stood up. Shimin Yan's beautiful eyes were filled with tears, but at the same time a trace of shyness flashed across them. "Come here." Shimin waved his hand. Yang Dingtian and Shimin Yan walked forward. Shimin held each of their hands and looked at Yan with a tender and loving expression. "Good child, although your cultivation is much lower than Dongfang Bingling's and your fame is not as great as hers, you have always been the apple of my eye. But you've always been the apple of Father's eye. You've always been Father's treasure. No matter how strong or weak your cultivation is, you've always been Father's pride. I have always been reluctant to scold you since you were young. I can't bear to see you suffer. When I think of you getting married when you grow up, I feel both excited and sad. I didn't think that this day would come so quickly. I haven't cherished my daughter enough, and she is about to get married. I really can't bear to see her go." Shimin sighed. He stared at his daughter as if he wanted to look at her to his heart's content. Then, Shimin put on a gentle expression that he had never used before and said, "My daughter, from today onwards, you will have a different man to love and dote on you. Don't worry. The husband that I have chosen for you is the best. He will also take care of you and won't bear to let you suffer even a little bit. He won't bear to let you suffer even a little bit of harm. Yang Dingtian, am I right?" Shimin looked at Yang Dingtian. Yes, yes, I will." Yang Dingtian held back his tears and nodded vigorously. Shimin grabbed Yang Dingtian's hand and said, "Child, I won't be able to protect you in the future. You will have to rely on yourself in the future. Remember what you said. I am handing my precious daughter over to you. I am handing Cloud Sky City over to you. I am also handing over my dreams to you." Shimin gaze was like a ball of fire. The fire was getting smaller and smaller and dimmer. PFFF. Then, Shimin suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood. It shot out over 10 meters and splashed onto the ground, creating a ball of black gas. Then the pots of flowers in the cabin instantly withered and died. "Marshal uncle, why did this happen? When the battle ended, weren't you still fine?" Yang Dingtian asked. "How can I cure you? Tell me." "It's useless." Shimin smiled at Yang Dingtian. "Zhu Qingzhu's palm almost destroyed all of my life force. His xian, qi, contains some kind of energy that can swallow everything. My meridians, my blood, my xian qi, my sea of energy, my entire body. I already overestimated how dangerous he was, but I still didn't expect it. Yin Yang School's grand elders' shocking xian skill didn't do anything to me. Dongfang Bingling's Yin Yang Great Formation didn't take my life. Zhu Qingzhu's gentle palm easily destroyed my life force. Moreover, he didn't even use his full strength." Shimin breath became weaker and weaker. "Child, remember this. If you don't have absolute confidence, don't fight with Zhu Qingzhu. His xian qi is completely destructive. Even if only a trace of energy enters your body, it will quickly devour your entire body. Your xian qi and blood will become dark energy. 1 will become 2, 2 will become 4, 4 will become 8. Soon, your entire body will be filled with this dark energy. It will devour all of your life force. I can definitely be saved. I can definitely be saved. Tell me, tell me." Yang Dingtian said, "I can't be saved. This dark energy has already reached my sea of energy and heart. Most of my blood has already turned black," Shimin said. Shimin said, "Do you know what will happen when this dark energy reaches your qi sea and heart?" Yang Dingtian shook his head. "I will become a bloodthirsty monster. I will completely lose my mind and only know how to kill. I will kill everyone on this ship," Shimin said. Instantly, Yang Dingtian and Shimin were stunned. "No, father, you definitely won't." Shimin cried. "This xian qi energy is called Soul Devourer. I've only read about it in books. I didn't expect this most evil technique to reappear in the world." Shimin laughed. "I've tried everything to suppress the Soul Devourer energy, but I failed. Look at my eyes. The black pupils are getting bigger and bigger. When the black pupils completely cover my eyes, I will become a bloodthirsty monster. You don't want me to become that kind of monster, right?" Shimin laughed. "Remember, don't tell anyone about Soul Devourer. Otherwise, you will be killed." "Time's up." Shimin looked at Yang Dingtian and said, "Child, I believe you will do well." "Protect Yen, protect Cloud Sky City. Yang Dingtian, Marshal Uncle can't protect you anymore. You will have to rely on yourself in the future." After he finished speaking, Shimin palm suddenly slapped his own heart. It was as fast as lightning and couldn't be stopped. "Father, don't! Marshal Uncle, don't!" Yang Dingtian and Shimin cried out at the same time. Shimin spat out the last mouthful of black blood. Then he lowered his head and closed his eyes silently. "Father, don't leave me." Shimin Yan Yan was like a cuckoo crying blood. She screamed and fainted. Yang Dingtian couldn't hold it in anymore. Tears poured out and instantly covered his entire face. Godfather. Outside, Shimin Yan rushed in and knelt in front of Shimin Wuya, wailing loudly. Instantly, the people of Cloud Sky City rushed in and looked at Shimin Wuya in disbelief. Then it was as if they were struck by lightning. In their hearts, Shimin Wuya was as strong as a god. He was invincible and immortal. But now, everyone slowly knelt down as if the world had collapsed. Perhaps to them, the world had collapsed because Shimin Wuya was the sky of Cloud Sky City. Shimin Yan Yan slowly woke up. Looking at the crying crowd, she shouted, "What are you crying for? My father isn't dead. He was just severely injured, so he went into seclusion to heal. This seclusion will take 3 years. After 3 years, my father will wake up." Shimin Yan Yan said, "So please remember, these 3 years will be the most dangerous and difficult years for Cloud Sky City. We must help each other and strive for self-improvement. What's the point of crying now? My father has protected you for many years. It's time for us to rely on ourselves. Go back to your posts and do what you need to do." Shimin Yan Yan said, "Remember, in the future, announce to the outside world that my father is in seclusion. If anyone speaks of what happened today, their cultivation will be destroyed and they will be expelled." Immediately, everyone stopped crying, and a trace of hope appeared on their faces. "Why aren't you leaving?" Shimin Yan Yan said, "What my father needs the most is peace and quiet. Remember to send a level 5 recovery pill every day. Crush it and light it beside my father. This will help his recovery." Once she said this, everyone instantly believed that Shimin Wuya was really in seclusion to heal. "Yes, miss." Then everyone bowed and left, each holding their own post. Shimin Yan stayed. After everyone left, he slowly said, "Yan Yan, you can fool others, but you can't fool me. My foster father is no longer here." Then he glared at Yang Dingtian with hatred and said coldly, "You are a jinx. It's all because of your foster father that he died. You are a jinx." Chapter 28. Shimin Yan, didn't you hear what I just said? Yan Yan Shimin said coldly, "My father is not dead. He is just meditating to heal. You better remember this in the future. Also, from today onwards, Yang Dingtian is my husband, the future Cloud Sky City Lord, so you better watch your words." Yan Yan Shimin said coldly. "What? Yan Yan Shimin Yan, what did you say?" Shimin Yan said in disbelief. "What? Didn't you hear me clearly?" Yan Yan Shimin Yan said word by word. "From today onwards, Yang Dingtian is my husband and the future Cloud Sky City Lord. He is your master, so you better watch your words." Shimin Yan pointed at Yang Dingtian and said sternly, "Yan Yan Yan, you want to marry him? Marry a piece of trash like him? Why? This piece of trash who wants to suck up to others wants to marry Dongfang Bingling and become the head of Yinyang School. In the end, he was humiliated and chased down. Now he has his eyes on our Cloud Sky City. You want this piece of trash to become our Cloud Sky City Lord? Dream on." Yan Yan Shimin Yan's beautiful face turned cold and said, "This is my father's decision. We just went through the wedding ceremony and are already husband and wife. What is done cannot be undone. Are you going to disobey my father's orders?" Shimin Yan's handsome face twitched, and he said sternly, "Why? Why? I treated you so well and treated you like a princess. I listened to your every whim. For your Shimin clan, I spared no effort and spared no effort. I did so much, but my foster father and you didn't do anything? Now, you are actually letting a piece of trash outsider ride on my head and become my new master? Huh." Shimin Yan laughed miserably and said, "This is the biggest mistake in the world. Foster son, foster son? What a nice way to put it. I was really naive. I really thought that I was the son of your Shimin clan. It turns out that I am merely a servant, City Lord Shimin treated me so poorly, haha. I don't accept this, I don't accept this. Shimin Yan's tone changed from grief and indignation to ice. Shimin Yan coldly said, Shimin Yan, are you rebelling? Rebel? Shimin Yan sneered. No, I am only doing this for the fate of Cloud Sky City. Now that the City Lord is dead, as the adopted son of Cloud Sky City City Lord, I will not allow the lives of thousands of people in Cloud Sky City to be placed in the hands of a useless outsider. Shimin Yan's expression changed as she heard a dangerous aura. She asked, What do you want to do? I'm going to look for the brothers outside to reason with them and see if they can accept a foreign trash riding on their heads. Shimin Yan said, I don't believe that this is the City Lord's order. Maybe someone is faking the Imperial Edict and then throwing this trash into the sea. Anyway, he's a jinx. Leaving him on the ship will bring disaster to the entire Cloud Sky City. Shimin Yan, you dare? Shimin Yan sternly said. Why wouldn't I dare? Shimin Yan coldly said, Do you think you can stop me? Do you think you are a match for me? In the past, I deliberately let you in every time we fought. Otherwise, I could deal with you with one hand. After saying that, Shimin Yan was about to go out and shout. Shimin Yan panicked and immediately pulled out her sword. She coldly said, Shimin Yan, if you take another step forward, don't blame my sword for being merciless. Is that so? Shimin Yan raised his head and coldly said, I won't even use a weapon. If I can't beat you down in 10 moves, I am a useless person. Shimin Yan was furious and was about to rush forward. Yang Dingtian stepped forward and stood between the two. He looked at Shimin Yan and said, Do you really want to use force in front of Martial Uncle? I was forced, Shimin Yan said. I am also doing this for Cloud Sky City. I can't watch Cloud Sky City be destroyed by the two of you. Yan is not a match for you. There is no need to fight. Yang Dingtian said, You are not convinced and want to make a big deal out of this. You want to destroy me, right? Shimin Yan coldly snorted, neither admitting nor denying it. Doing this can destroy me, but it won't do you any good. Yang Dingtian said, Why don't we change the method that will be more beneficial to you? In 2 years, we will have a duel. If I lose, I will voluntarily resign from the position of Cloud Sky City successor and then elect you as the new Cloud Sky City Lord. Shimin Yan's eyes suddenly lit up, but he coldly laughed. I am ranked in the top 10 of Cloud Sky City's experts. I have cultivated for 20 years to achieve this result. You want to defeat me in 2 years? Dream on. Besides, you don't have the qualifications to become Cloud Sky City's Lord. What qualifications do you have to elect me? I don't have the qualifications, but Yan does, Yang Dingtian said. Shimin Yan's beautiful eyes became anxious. She wanted to say something, but she closed her mouth and didn't say anything. 2 years? With just you? Shimin Yan coldly laughed. I don't even know what my foster father sees in a piece of trash like you. You want to defeat me in such a short time? Dream on. Isn't that good? That means father-in-law has indeed misjudged me. I don't have the qualifications to become Yan's husband, and I don't have the qualifications to become Cloud Sky City's Lord, Yang Dingtian said. Why should I believe you? Shimin Yan coldly said. Yang Dingtian said, I can swear that in 2 years I will duel with Shimin Yan. If I lose, I don't have the qualifications to become Shimin Yan's husband, and I don't have the qualifications to become the future Cloud Sky City's Lord. I will voluntarily resign from the position of Cloud Sky City successor and leave Cloud Sky City, never to take a step into Cloud Sky City. If I go against it, may the heavens and earth destroy me, and I will never be reincarnated. Shimin Yan coldly said, Swear on your parents. Instantly, Yang Dingtian's eyes filled with anger. The muscles on his face twitched as he said, If I go against my oath, may my parents not have peace in the other world. Is that enough? Yang Dingtian asked. Yan and you Swear on my godfather's reputation, Shimin Yan said. Shimin Yan didn't say anything, only coldly staring at Shimin Yan. Shimin Yan's eyes narrowed, then he raised his head and said, I am also doing this for Cloud Sky City. Shimin Yan stared at Shimin Yan and said word by word, In 2 years, Yang Dingtian and Shimin Yan will duel. If Yang Dingtian loses, he will automatically lose the qualifications to become the successor of Cloud Sky City's lord. I will recommend Shimin Yan to be the successor of Cloud Sky City's lord. If I go against it, let my father, Shimin Wuya, hack me to death. Obviously, this oath was against Shimin Yan's rules, but under Shimin Yan's burning gaze, Shimin Yan's lips trembled, and he didn't say anything else. Shimin Yan, can you leave now? Shimin Yan coldly said. Yan, I am also doing this for Cloud Sky City, Shimin Yan said. He then stared at Yang Dingtian and sneered. Trash! I will let you linger on for a while longer. In 2 years, you will become a real trash. Humph. Shimin Yan coldly snorted, then turned and left. The cabin was silent. Shimin Yan finally couldn't hold it in any longer. Tears surged out, and she looked at her father with distressed eyes. She sobbed hard, but she didn't dare to cry out loud. She had been protected by her father since she was young, and she was like a princess. However, everything had changed now. Her sky had collapsed, and her sworn brother, who had always been obedient to her, had revealed a sinister face. Her already wounded heart was ruthlessly ravaged once again, and her young and tender shoulders were almost unable to hold on any longer. Who could she rely on now? She wasn't an ambitious woman like Dongfang Bingling. For the past few years, she had only wanted to live a carefree life under her father's protection. Yang Dingtian looked at Shimin Yan, who was crying helplessly. Yang Dingtian felt a burst of heartache. The voluptuous and sexy body in front of him now looked so weak and hurt. He really wanted to go up and comfort her, and whisper into her ear that he would protect her from now on. Yan, do you hate me? However, this was what came out of Yang Dingtian's mouth. Shimin Yan raised her beautiful face and looked at Yang Dingtian with teary eyes. Hatred and resentment flashed in her eyes, but it quickly turned into sadness. Anyone else would hate him. If it weren't for the fact that he had to protect Yang Dingtian, Shimin Wuya wouldn't have met with such an ending. He would still be one of the top experts in the world, leading Cloud Sky City to dominate the world for decades. Even Black Sky Sex Zhu Qingzhu wouldn't dare to provoke him. However, all of this changed because of Yang Dingtian. Hate, how can I not hate you? Shimin Yan said. Back then, you didn't sell the flame ornament to me. You were rude to me, and you even caused me to be scolded by my father. I hate you to death. Now that you've caused my father to be like this, how can I not hate you? Yang Dingtian looked at Shimin Yan. He wanted to say sorry, but in the end he didn't. This wasn't something that could be solved by just saying sorry. Shimin Yan stared at Yang Dingtian with her beautiful eyes. But don't worry, I'm not Dongfang Bingling. My father married me to you, so I'll wholeheartedly become your wife and help you wholeheartedly. I still hate you in my heart, but I'll still listen to my father and learn to be your wife. Shimin Yan continued, so please don't worry. Even if you ask for physical intimacy now, I won't refuse. I'll fulfill my responsibilities as a wife. And as your wife, I won't scold you like before. I won't be disrespectful to you, and I won't order you around, Shimin Yan said. But if you want more, then I'm sorry, I can't do it. More? What was that? That was Shimin Yan's heart. Yang Dingtian nodded and didn't say anything. Instead, he knelt down in front of Shimin Wuya. He pulled out a dagger and slashed his palm, smearing the blood on his face. He knelt down and said word by word, I, Yang Dingtian, swear to the 2 suns and 2 moons in the sky. I swear to the primal chaos continent. I will definitely kill Zhu Qingzhu and his entire family. I will definitely help Cloud Heaven City take back the rightful Yin Yang School. I will definitely protect Shimin Yan Yan for the rest of her life and not let any harm come to her. If I violate this oath, the 2 suns will kill me, the 2 moons will kill me, and the primal chaos continent will bury me. This was the highest oath in the primal chaos continent, the blood oath. Chapter 29. Tears streamed down my cheeks. Cloud Sky City's boat headed west. But this time it didn't reach the icy land where the glacier was. Instead, it followed the coastline and went around this continent, continuing to head towards the northwest continent where Cloud Sky City was located. Along the way, they encountered many ships, but they didn't encounter any trouble. All the ships avoided Cloud Heaven City's flag. It was obvious that no one knew about Shimenwia's matter, and Yang Dingtian's worry about the Xian Sky Sect's ambush on the sea didn't happen. Perhaps it was because of Yang Dingtian's 2-year promise, but Shimin Yan didn't look for trouble along the way. However, he was already openly trying to win people's hearts. Shimin Yan Yan didn't do anything every day. She just stayed by her father's side. She didn't eat, drink, or say a word. She completely wrapped herself in ice. Every time Yang Dingtian brought food, she would leave it there until it became cold. She didn't even touch it. She didn't eat or drink for several days, and she almost didn't sleep. Shimin Yan Yan quickly became haggard. Her 2 beautiful big eyes became red and swollen. Her beautiful face, which had some baby fat, became thin and her chin became sharp. She was a completely different kind of beauty. Shimin Yan Yan was burning her own life. Yang Dingtian knew that he couldn't persuade Shimin Yan Yan with any words. Furthermore, Shimin Yan Yan didn't want to talk to him. However, he couldn't continue like this. Shimin Yan Yan would die. Thus, Yang Dingtian didn't try to persuade her. He just sat beside Shimin Yan Yan and accompanied her. He didn't eat, drink, or sleep. He hadn't recovered from his serious injuries, so he was playing with his life. Only 2 days later, his face darkened. Seeing Yang Dingtian on the verge of collapse, Shimin Yan Yan said, "You don't have to be like this. You still have an important mission." Yang Dingtian asked, "What mission?" "Fight with Dongfang Bingling and take back everything that belongs to you. Help Cloud Sky City regain the rightful position of Yinyang School," Shimin Yan Yan said. "That's right, but there's an even more important mission," Yang Dingtian said. "That's to protect you from harm." Yang Dingtian continued, "This is the first mission given to me by Martial Uncle Shimin. If I can't complete this mission, then the following missions would be meaningless. I'm very weak now, and I can't protect you at all. So, dying together with you is pretty good." Shimin Yan Yan's originally gloomy eyes flashed with a bright light, but she still didn't speak. Yang Dingtian thought for a while and said, "When I came to this world, I had nothing. I couldn't find a reason to fight. I only lived for the sake of living. Later, I met Master. We were like father and son. So his expectations for me became my goal and mission. Later, I went to Yinyang School. You know what happened? That's why my hatred and unwillingness towards Dongfang Bingling became my reason and mission to continue living. Later, because of me, Martial Uncle Shimin. So his request became my mission and my reason for living. Later, when I saw your tears and your sadness..." Yang Dingtian looked at Shimin Yan Yan's beautiful face and said, "In the past, you were very unruly and rude. You ordered people around. Although you almost beat me half to death, I still liked the Shimin Yan Yan at that time. That was the real Shimin Yan Yan." Yan Yan shook her head and said, "Now, what right do I have to continue being unruly? The person who can protect and tolerate my unruly behavior is no longer around." So, Yang Dingtian looked at Shimin Yan Yan seriously and said, "Making you unruly again, making you arrogant and bossy again is also my mission. The reason for my struggle, because this is what I owe you. Master is no longer around, and Martial Uncle Shimin is also." Yang Dingtian continued, "I don't want to let hatred completely fill my heart. So, your happiness became my last and most important reason. Protecting a person is more meaningful than vengeance, right? It is also more meaningful than an illusory mission. Yang Dingtian commented. Yan Yan raised her head and stared at Yang Dingtian with her big eyes for a long time. The ice around her body seemed to crack. You are very good at making girls like you, but unfortunately my heart is all ready. Shimin Yan Yan raised her beautiful face and said, But at least I don't hate you as much as before. I don't hate you as much as before. Then Shimin Yan Yan began to eat. But please don't worry. I will fulfill my duty as a wife. But I really can't give you more, I'm sorry. After more than 2 months of sailing, Yang Dingtian spent most of his time soaking in the medicinal soup to recuperate. He also desperately read all kinds of books. Before he officially learned the martial arts of this world, he had to have a sufficient understanding of this world's martial arts. The last time they chatted, Yang Dingtian and Shimin Yan Yan seemed to have exhausted all their friendship. Shimin Yan Yan didn't say a word to Yang Dingtian. She stayed in the cabin every day, staying by her father's side. Other than taking a bath, she didn't take a step out of the cabin. Yang Dingtian didn't want to see her like this. He looked for all kinds of reasons to talk to her, but at most she responded with a humph. Thus, Yang Dingtian took a book and sat beside Yan Yan every day, carefully reading it. When he came across something he didn't understand, he would ask. No matter how childish he was, he would ask. Finally, one day, Yan Yan couldn't help but say, Why are you so stupid? You don't even know something so simple. Once he opened his mouth, he couldn't stop. Yang Dingtian was very thick-skinned in this aspect. He continued to ask very seriously all kinds of questions that he didn't understand. Thus, Yan Yan became half his teacher. After Yang Dingtian finished reading more than 10 books, the voyage finally ended. They once again set foot on land. She went to the northwest continent. The people of Cloud Sky City all changed to horses and carriages. They still had to travel 3,000 miles to reach Cloud Sky City. Along the way, Yang Dingtian was worried that there would be enemies on land. After all, Cloud Sky City had made countless enemies in the western continent over the years. But they worried too much. Not only did they not encounter any attacks, but everywhere they passed, all their enemies avoided them. It turned out that no one knew that something had happened to Shimin Wuya. But many people had already heard of Shimin Wuya's shocking battle on the sea. He displayed his invincible might and defeated several master stage experts. So, before they even set foot on the western continent, Shimin Wuya's name was already very famous. Although the forces in the western continent didn't dare to offend the Black Sky Sect and Inyang School to curry favor with Cloud Sky City, they also didn't dare to offend Cloud Sky City. Instead, they were worried that Cloud Sky City would use this opportunity to expand in the western continent again. After traveling for a few thousand miles, they were only 300 miles away from Cloud Sky City. The closer they got to Cloud Sky City, the less fragile Shimin Yan Yan's eyes looked. But occasionally there was more uneasiness. Moreover, the closer they got to Cloud Sky City, the more vigilant Shimin Yan, Yang Dingtian, and Shimin Yan Yan became. In the last few days, Shimin Yan was even constantly monitoring Shimin Yan Yan and Yang Dingtian, not allowing them to do anything. On the last night, they were less than 200 miles away from Cloud Sky City. They would reach Cloud Sky City tomorrow night. One by one, black birds flew out from the garrison and headed towards Cloud Heaven City. Some belonged to Shimin Yan Yan, and some belonged to Shimin Yan. Shimin Yan Yan paced back and forth in the tent uneasily. Finally, she stood still and looked at Yang Dingtian. We will reach Cloud Sky City tomorrow. Our true danger is coming. On this journey, your only enemy is Shimin Yan. But in Cloud Sky City, you will have many enemies, enemies much stronger than Shimin Yan. Even with father's strength, when he inherited the position of Cloud Sky City Lord, a lot of blood was shed, many people died, and many people were expelled, Shimin Yan Yan said. So, you have to be mentally prepared. Yang Dingtian said, It's better than the situation in Inyang School. Not necessarily. At least at that time, Dongfang Bingling didn't really want to kill you, but the people in Cloud Sky City might. Shimin Yanyan said, "But as your wife, I will do everything I can to help you. This is my promise to father." Then Shimin Yanyan walked to the entrance of the tent and looked at the sky outside. "The key is that person. Is he willing to help me? Is he willing to stand on your side? As long as he is willing to be loyal to you, we will have won half the battle." The next morning, the team continued to move forward. They were only 100 miles away from Cloud Sky City. Suddenly, there was a deafening sound of horse hooves. The road ahead was filled with dust. Immediately, Shimin Yanyan ordered the entire team to stop moving forward and enter a defensive state. After a while, hundreds of armored horses galloped over. Each of the riders carried a large sword on their back, and their red cloaks fluttered in the wind. Although there were only 100 of them, there was an army of thousands of riders galloping over. The leader of the riders was wrapped in darkness. He was as majestic as a mountain, mighty and domineering. Before they even got close to the team, the 100 riders rolled down from their saddles and knelt on both sides of the road. Their movements were neat and orderly, as if they were one person. The leader of the riders got down from his horse and stabbed his large sword into the ground. He knelt down on one knee and said, "Black Blood Cavalry Commander Shimin Lai welcomes Godfather." This person's voice was loud and deafening. "Boss!" Shimin Yan shouted loudly and rushed out on his horse. He got down from his horse in front of Shimin Lai and gave him a warm hug. "I missed you so much for the past half a year. Good brother, it must have been hard on you this time. You also earned a lot of prestige," Shimin Lai replied with the same enthusiasm. Shimin and Yan pushed open the door and peeked out her beautiful face. "Big brother, Shimin Lai greets Mississippi." Shimin Lai immediately bowed. He was also Shimin Wuya's godson, but he still called Shimin Yanyan Miss and not her name. "Big brother, come up for a moment. I have something to say to you." Shimin Yanyan said. "Yes," Shimin Lai said. Then he stood up and walked toward Shimin Yanyan's carriage. Shimin Yan's complexion slightly changed. He wanted to say something, but didn't say anything. Shimin Lai was really majestic. After getting on the carriage, the originally spacious carriage seemed a bit small. After getting on the carriage, Shimin Lai put his large sword aside and took off his helmet, revealing his heroic and resolute face. His long golden hair fluttered in the wind. His golden beard was as dense as steel thorns. He had deep, big eyes, a strong nose, and a face that looked like it had been chopped by an axe. He looked like a majestic lion. After getting on the carriage, Shimin Lai saw Yang Dingtian at the side. He was slightly startled and frowned. He shifted his gaze and didn't look at Yang Dingtian again. "Big brother," Shimin Yanyan said to Shimin Lai. "This is Yang Dingtian, my husband." Chapter 30. Shimin Lai, who was like a lion king, suddenly raised his head and glared at Yang Dingtian. His gaze was like a burning flame. After looking at Yang Dingtian from head to toe, he frowned. "Yang Dingtian, this is father's most valued adopted son, Cloud Sky City's Black Blood Cavalry's commander, Big Brother Yang Dingtian." Shimin Yanyan introduced Shimin Lai to Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian bowed and said, "Yang Dingtian greets Commander Shimin Lai." Shimin Yanyan looked at Yang Dingtian unhappily. Why did he call him Commander Shimin Lai instead of Big Brother? Shimin Lai didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at Shimin Yanyan with a questioning gaze. Why did she suddenly have a husband? "Big Brother, it was father who betrothed me to him. We have already bowed to the heavens and earth and are officially husband and wife," Shimin Yanyan said. Shimin Lai's expression changed and he asked, "Why is that?" "Because father is already gone," Shimin Yanyan said. Her small mouth was pale and bloodless. Suddenly, Shimin Lai's body shook and his eyes widened. He roared in a low voice, "Impossible! Didn't you say that father showed great power at sea and defeated several grandmasters in a row? Shimin Yan lifted the curtain behind her and revealed Shimenwia, who was sitting inside. Although his expression didn't change and he was still alive, he was no longer breathing. Kacha! Shimin Lai clenched his fist, and a crisp sound could be heard. Ayo! Just as he was about to roar, he suddenly clenched his teeth. Then his entire body began to twitch violently. He directly knelt on the ground. His lion-like body trembled violently, and a low roar came from his throat like an injured beast. Looking at Shimin Lai, who was convulsing in grief, Yan desperately clenched her teeth and didn't let herself cry. Her tears had already dried up, and now she didn't want to cry anymore. After a few minutes, Shimin Lai raised his head. His eye sockets had already split open, and what flowed out of the corners of his eyes were not tears, but 2 streams of blood. Who is it? Shimin Lai opened his mouth and slowly asked. Suddenly, blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. His snow-white teeth were already dyed red with blood. Because he had gritted his teeth too hard, his gums were already torn. Zhu Qingzhu Inyang School, Shimin Yan said. The muscles on Shimin Lai's face suddenly twitched. His eyes emitted endless hatred as he coldly said, I know. Can I trust you? Big brother, said Shimin Yan. Shimin Lai said resolutely, My life, my glory, my everything was bestowed upon me by my adoptive father. For Cloud Sky City, I can give up everything, including my life. Yan Shimin said, at the last moment, Father betrothed me to Yang Dingtian and handed Cloud Sky City to Yang Dingtian. So, Yang Dingtian is the next Cloud Sky City Lord? Are you willing to stand on his side? What? Shimin Lai was shocked as he looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. He could tell at a glance that Yang Dingtian was very weak, very weak. He was so weak that it was unimaginable. But even though he was very shocked and confused, he still didn't say a word of disdain. Are you willing to lead 3,000 Black Blood Cavalry and pledge your loyalty to Yang Dingtian? Yan Lai stared at Shimin Lai and slowly asked. 3,000 Black Blood Cavalry was Cloud Sky City's largest armed force. Shimenwia had handed this force to Shimin Lai, which showed that he was the person he trusted the most. Shimin Lai stared at Yang Dingtian as the muscles on his face twitched. After a long while, he gritted his teeth and said, I don't understand, but I will obey. Yan Shimin loosened her clenched fists and let out a sigh of relief. Thank you, big brother. The important thing isn't me, it's the Elders Guild, Shimin Lai said. This matter cannot be passed by the Elders Guild. When adoptive father was here, he could make the decision. But now that he's gone, everything in Cloud Sky City is decided by the Elders Guild. I only have 1 vote in the Elders Guild. Madam can have 1 vote, and the remaining 7 votes will definitely be against it. So, Yang Dingtian and I not only need your support, but also your unreserved support. Yan Shimin Lai said, If it's necessary, don't hesitate to use certain methods. You have the largest military force in Cloud Sky City. Is Cloud Sky City going to bleed again? Shimin Lai was shocked and looked at Yang Dingtian. No, he's too weak. He's really too weak. He can't carry Cloud Sky City. Being weak now doesn't mean he'll be weak in the future, Shimin Yan Lai said. How long do we have to wait? 10 years? 20 years? Shimin Lai said, no one can wait. Cloud Sky City can't wait. In less than 10 years, our enemies will tear Cloud Sky City into pieces and wash it with blood. 2 years. Yang Dingtian suddenly said, I've just passed the initiation period. I'm not even a novice warrior yet. At this time in 2 years, if I can defeat Shimin Yan and the others and become the #1 young expert in Cloud Sky City, I'll be qualified to become the new Cloud Sky City Lord. Otherwise, I'll either die or leave Cloud Sky City and never step into it again. You're crazy, Shimin Lai said slowly. This isn't courage or even madness. It's ignorance. That's right. The ignorant are fearless, Yang Dingtian said slowly. However, if I'm still not a match for Shimin Yan and the others in 2 years, how can I fight against Dongfang Bingling in 5 years? Yan Yan Lai said from the side. Yang Dingtian was chosen by Dongfang Minmi. Then he was chosen by my father. They trusted him without reservation. Shimin Lai was in a dilemma. He clenched his teeth. After a long time, he punched the ground and said, "All right, I'll give you 2 years. In these 2 years, I'll do everything I can to support you, even if I have to pay the price with blood." Then Shimin Lai stood up and walked outside. He said, "Foster father's fame has spread far and wide. The Elders Guild led thousands of Cloud Sky City disciples to welcome him. They're only a few dozen miles away from here. You have to be prepared. I'll go prepared too, just in case." After getting off the carriage, Shimin Lai rode on his horse and shouted, "Everyone get on your horses. Full speed ahead towards Black Blood Castle." Yes. All the Black Blood Knights quickly got on their horses and lined up neatly. Shimin Yan quickly went forward and said, "Boss, please wait. I have something to say to you." Shimin Lai turned around and stared at Shimin Yan for a while. He said plainly, "I'm in a hurry. Next time." Shimin Yan felt the change in his attitude and quickly said, "Just for a while, big brother." Shimin Lai said, "Then come with me. Follow me to the dark castle." This. Shimin Yan hesitated. He needed to see the Elders Guild as soon as possible to express his intentions. However, he also needed Shimin Lai's support. Before Yang Dingtian appeared, the future Cloud Sky City Lord would be born from these few foster sons. Shimin Lai was originally the one with the highest hopes because he was the strongest. He was also the most valued and trusted by Shimin Wuya. However, he was the first to withdraw from the competition and became the commander of the Black Blood Cavalry. This position held the greatest power in Cloud Sky City and was the most trusted confidant of the Cloud Sky City Lord. He was second only to the Cloud Sky City Lord. However, taking this position meant that he would forever give up the competition for the position of Cloud Sky City Lord. Therefore, Shimin Lai became the person that many foster sons wanted to befriend the most. This was because no matter who wanted to become the Cloud Sky City Lord, they had to obtain the support of the Black Blood Cavalry Commander. "All right, I haven't seen Big Brother for half a year. I miss you so much. I will follow Big Brother to the Black Blood Castle. I have many things to say to Big Brother." Shimin Yan quickly decided that it was more important to obtain the support of the Black Blood Cavalry Commander. He rode his horse and followed Shimin Lai as they galloped towards the Black Blood Castle. The Black Blood Castle was the Black Blood Cavalry's encampment. It was built on a dangerous mountain pass to protect Cloud Sky City. After Shimin Yan and Shimin Lai left, Shimin Yan sent a confidant to the place where the 1,000 disciples of Cloud Sky City were to welcome them. In Shimin Wuya's name, only the Elders Guild would stay behind to welcome the city lord. The rest would return to Cloud Sky City more than 2 hours later. A beautiful woman led 6 men and waited at the bridgehead of a large stone bridge. Her beautiful eyes were filled with joy and anticipation. The 1,000 Cloud Sky City disciples behind them had already returned. Shimin Yan and Yang Dingtian's team slowly drove to the other end of the bridge. Getting closer and closer, an elder stepped forward and bowed. The Elders Guild of Cloud Sky City respectfully welcomes the city lord. Congratulations on your triumphant return and all the world. Instantly, everyone bowed, including the beautiful woman. The team stopped and the door of the largest carriage opened. Yan Yan and Shimin Wuya slowly alighted from the carriage. Shimin Yan's snow-white lips trembled as she said, "Father was severely injured and is recuperating in seclusion. He will come out in 3 years. Father has ordered that my husband, Yang Dingtian, will be the successor of the Cloud Sky City Lord." After speaking, Yan Yan gently lifted the curtain and let her mother see the silent Shimin Wuya inside. Instantly, the beautiful woman cried out and fainted on the ground. "Mother!" Shimin Yan Yan quickly ran out. The rest of the elders trembled as they were shocked. Cloud Sky City was built on top of a mountain that was close to 1,000 meters high. The mountain range stretched for dozens of miles, and Cloud Sky City also stretched for dozens of miles. Inyang School was built on top of the mountain and took up half of the immeasurable mountain. Cloud Sky City was built on top of the mountain range and was long and winding. Inyang School didn't have city walls. Cloud Sky City had tall and huge black city walls. In the center of Cloud Sky City's castle, in the huge hall, 8 elders sat on high seats and surrounded the hall. Yang Dingtian and Shimin Yan Yan stood in the center and were questioned by the Elders Guild about the entire incident. After more than 2 hours of narration, every detail and every line of dialogue was recorded clearly. In the end, Yan Yan said, "My grandfather, Yang Lai, betrothed my mother to my father, Shimin Wuya, and appointed him as the new Cloud Sky City Lord. My father betrothed me to Yang Dingtian and appointed him as the new Cloud Sky City Lord." Shimin Yan Yan's beautiful eyes slowly scanned all the elders present and slowly asked, "Every generation of Cloud Sky City Lords has the right to appoint a successor, right? Therefore, Yang Dingtian becoming the new Cloud Sky City Lord is legal and reasonable, right? If there are no objections, announce it to the world." Chapter 31. After Shimin Yan Yan spoke, there was silence. No one responded. Everyone's gaze fell on the great elder's face. The great elder, Yang Yan, was the older brother of the previous Cloud Sky City Lord, Yang Lai. He was 95 years old this year. At this moment, his eyes were closed and his head was lowered as if he was asleep. He had no intention of speaking. Suddenly, a middle-aged elder stood up and said, "I have a few words to say and a few questions to ask." Shimin Yan Yan said, "Uncle Tang Bojiao, please." This person had the same status as Shimin Wuya. They were both son-in-laws of Cloud Sky City. His wife was the daughter of another brother of Yang Lai, so Shimin Yan Yan called him uncle. This person was ranked 5th in the Elder Council. Tang Bojiao looked at Yang Dingtian and said, "May I ask, what is your cultivation level?" "I just passed the enlightenment period," Yang Dingtian said. "What?" Tang Bojiao was shocked. He revealed an expression of disbelief and said, "Just passed the enlightenment period? A person who just passed the enlightenment period wants to become the new Cloud Sky City Lord? Everyone, under the leadership of City Lord Shimin, our Cloud Sky City has conquered countless sects and forces with iron and blood, and they have all knelt before Cloud Sky City. Because of City Lord Shimin's invincibility, Cloud Sky City's territory has expanded from less than 100 miles to 1,000 miles in just 20 years. In these 20 years, Cloud Sky City has killed countless people and made thousands of enemies. When City Lord Shimin was here, no one dared to provoke Cloud Sky City. However, now that City Lord Shimin is no longer here, Cloud Sky City has entered its most dangerous period. In this 1,000 miles of land, how many forces have deep grudges with Cloud Sky City? How many forces appear to be subservient but have hatred in their hearts? As long as we are weak, this group of people will pounce on us and exterminate Cloud Sky City. At this time, you still want to let a person who just passed the enlightenment period become the new Cloud Sky City Lord? Tang Bojiao said coldly, "Do you think Cloud Sky City is not dying fast enough? Therefore, I firmly oppose Yang Dingtian becoming the successor of the Cloud Sky City Lord." Tang Bojiao said firmly, "Seconded." Seconded. Out of the 8 elders present, only 3 of them did not agree. As for Yan Yan's mother, there was no greater sorrow than the death of her heart. Although she was sitting here, it was as if she was only a shell, and her soul had already left with her husband. Shimin Lai sat there, not saying a word. The great elder's head was still lowered, and his eyes were closed as if he was asleep. And Yen Yen had no right to raise her hand to vote. The other person who didn't agree was Shimin Ju. He was Cloud Heaven City's general manager and Shimin Wuya's second adopted son. He was also the adopted son with the most authority and was favored by Shimin Wuya. When Yen Yen saw that Shimin Ju didn't raise his hand, a trace of gratification flashed through her eyes. At the very least, the adopted son that his father loved and valued was still loyal. Shimin Yen Yen coldly stared at Tang Boxiao and said, "Are you going to go against my father's order?" Tang Boxiao slowly said, "May I ask, what evidence do you have to prove that the city lord has appointed Yang Dingtian as the successor of the Cloud Heaven City Lord? May I ask if there was a third person who heard or saw this scene?" At this moment, Shimin Yen slowly walked in and bowed to the elders. "I was just outside the door at that time. I didn't hear or see anything." Tang Boxiao nodded and said, "Thank you for your testimony. You can leave now." Shimin Yen sneered at Yang Dingtian and walked out. Shimin Yen Yen's small face suddenly turned pale. She sneered and said, "Is it not enough that my father betrothed me to Yang Dingtian? Can't my husband be the successor of the Cloud Heaven City Lord?" Tang Boxiao said, "Who knows, Yen Yen, if you had an affair with him before, and that's why you helped him obtain the position of the Cloud Heaven City Lord." Shimin Yen Yen's delicate body trembled. She couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, but she desperately swallowed it back. Tang Boxiao said, "Without the consent of the parents, a private betrothal is invalid. Therefore, your marriage with Yang Dingtian cannot be counted. As the daughter of the city lord, you should have a better place to belong. You should contribute more to Cloud Heaven City." Yen Yen's expression changed and said, "What do you mean?" Tang Boxiao said, "Not long ago, the Northwest Qin family sent a messenger. They want to form an alliance with Cloud Heaven City and let Miss Yen Yen become the young madam of the Northwest Qin family. Before this, Cloud Heaven City might not have cared about it, but now we need a strong ally to ensure the safety of Cloud Heaven City. After all, other than the city lord, Cloud Heaven City has no other master stage powerhouses." It seemed that the Northwest Qin family already knew the truth about Shimin Wuya. Shimin Yen Yen finally couldn't hold back the mouthful of blood and spilled from the corner of her mouth. She never would have thought that this group of people not only wanted to deprive Yang Dingtian of the position of the city lord, but also wanted to give her as a gift to the Northwest Qin family. "Uncle," Yen Yen's mother suddenly said, "my husband, your Yang family, can't wait to rebel?" Great Elder Yang Yen opened his turbid eyes and said slowly, "Madam Shimin, don't forget that you are also a member of the Yang family." Madam Shimin shook her head and said, "No, I am a member of the Shimin family, not the Yang family." "Humph, women are so heartless." Another old man suddenly stood up angrily and said, "Even if you, Yang Peipei, are a member of the Shimin family, Cloud Heaven City has always belonged to the Yang family. It's just that in this generation, Shimin Wuya is temporarily in charge. Now that Shimin Wuya is no longer around, Cloud Heaven City naturally belongs to the Yang family." Madam Shimin Yang Peipei's beautiful eyes turned cold, and she said slowly, "Unfortunately, other than a few old men, there is no one else in the Yang family." "Isn't that because your man wanted to exterminate the Yang family?" that old man said angrily. Madam Shimin said seriously, "Second uncle, don't forget. Your Yang family was indignant that my husband obtained the position of Cloud Heaven City Lord. So you seduced the enemy and killed my father. You even wanted to kill our family and take away the position of Cloud Heaven City Lord. Even so, my husband only killed the main culprit and spared most of their lives. He only chased them away. Also, second uncle, you married your daughter to the Northwest Qin family as a concubine in an attempt to attract strong reinforcements. Now, you want to give my daughter to the Northwest Qin family as a commodity? That will have to wait until I am dead." Madam Shimin said coldly, My husband married Yan Yan to Yang Dingtian, so Yang Dingtian is the new Cloud Heaven City Lord. Then Yang Pei suddenly pulled out her long sword and said coldly, "If anyone objects, ask the long sword in my hand first." Madame Shimin indeed had such a fiery temper. "Humph, then I'll teach you a lesson." The second elder snorted coldly. Then he jumped up and rushed towards Yang Pei. "Wait," Yang Dingtian said. The second elder said coldly and disdainfully, "Is there a place for you to speak here?" Yang Dingtian replied, "I know. With my current cultivation, being the successor of Cloud Sky City is a complete joke. Not only will the elders not agree, but the disciples of Cloud Sky City will also not agree." Hearing Yang Dingtian's words, Yan Yan couldn't help but glare at him and said, "Yang Dingtian, what nonsense are you talking about?" Yang Dingtian continued, "I remember that when City Lord Yang Lai appointed his son-in-law Shimenwuya as the new Cloud Heaven City Lord, it caused the entire Elder Guild to be dissatisfied, especially the Yang clan members. As a result, more than a year after the death of City Lord Yang Lai, Cloud Sky City did not have a new City Lord. In order to quell public anger, Uncle Master Shimenwuya proposed to hold a martial arts contest for the position of the City Lord, using martial arts to determine who will become the new City Lord of Cloud Sky City. As long as you are a disciple of the 19th generation of Cloud Sky City, you can participate in the martial arts contest for the City Lord's throne." That's right, although Shimenwuya was appointed as the successor by Yang Lai. In the end, he still defeated everyone in Cloud Sky City through the martial arts contest and truly ascended to the City Lord's throne. Yang Dingtian continued, "Therefore, I propose that the new City Lord of Cloud Sky City also be decided through the martial arts contest. Whoever obtains the final victory in the martial arts contest will be the new City Lord of Cloud Sky City. What do you think?" After Yang Dingtian finished speaking, the entire place was silent. A few minutes later, Great Elder Yang Yen said, "Then, when do you think the martial arts contest will be held?" "That's right," Tang Buizhao sneered. "It can't be held in 5 or 10 years. During this period of time, Cloud Sky City will have no City Lord." 2 years later, Yang Dingtian said, "I once promised Shimen Yan that I would fight with him in 2 years. If I lose, I will give up my position as the successor of Cloud Sky City and be expelled from Cloud Sky City. Then I might as well hold it together with the martial arts contest." 2 years is too long, Great Elder Yang Yen said. "The City Lord's position cannot be left vacant for such a long time. The martial arts contest will be held by next winter at the latest." "No," Yang Pei said, 1.5 years is too short. "Absolutely not." At this moment, the longer the martial arts contest was pushed back, the more advantageous it would be for Yang Dingtian. Yang Yen said indifferently, "You object? Then let's raise your hands to vote. Those who agree to hold the martial arts contest for the City Lord's position on the 29th of December next winter, raise your hands." Immediately, a few elders raised their hands. It was still 6-2. In short, in the Elder Council's vote, Yang Dingtian's side was definitely at a disadvantage. "The vote is passed," Yang Yen said indifferently. "Yang Pei, Shimen Lai, do you agree to the Elder Council's vote? If you don't agree, then you will be expelled from the Elder Council." Yang Pei and Shimen Lai looked at each other. After a moment of silence, they nodded and said, "We agree. The martial arts contest will be held on the 29th of December next year." "Good, then it's decided." "Meeting adjourned," Yang Yen said. He then stood up and walked out with his walking stick. After walking out a few steps, Great Elder Yang Yen said to Yang Dingtian, "Thank you for your suggestion to solve Cloud Sky City's problem. However, you cannot participate in the martial arts contest because you're not a disciple of Cloud Sky City." "What?" Yang Dingtian exclaimed. Shimen Yan and Shimen Lai's expressions also changed. Great Elder Yang Yen smiled and said, because you are not a disciple of Cloud Sky City. Yang Dingtian felt a chill in his heart. This Yang Yan was a man of few words. He thought that he was at least a person of virtue and prestige, but he didn't expect him to be so shameless. Suppressing his anger, Yang Dingtian sneered and said, "I am Shimin Yanyan's husband, the son-in-law of City, Lord Shimin. How can I not be a disciple of Cloud Sky City? How can I not participate in the martial arts contest next year as the successor of Cloud Sky City?" Great Elder Yang Yan didn't say anything, but Tang Buizhao sneered and said, "Because you are too weak. You are not qualified to be a disciple of Cloud Sky City." Chapter 32. How old are you? Grand Elder Yang Yan asked. "Still half a month away from 20, Yang Dingtian replied. "Haha, you still have the face to say that." Tang Buizhao sneered. "You're already 20 years old, but you're not even a novice warrior. What qualifications do you have to be a disciple of Cloud Sky City? You've already been expelled." Yang Yan said, "Cloud Sky City holds an elimination tournament every day. Every disciple who has just reached 20 years of age has to participate. The last 10 will all be eliminated and expelled from Cloud Sky City. Do you know what level the last 10 was in last year's elimination tournament?" "Please enlighten me," Yang Dingtian said. "He was a 6-star Xian martial artist, 16 stars higher than you," Yang Yan said with a hint of mockery. "Even he was expelled from Cloud Sky City, let alone you?" With that, Yang Yan continued to walk outside and said, "Cloud Sky City doesn't take in idle people. Leave immediately before it gets dark." Yang Pei finally could not hold back and shouted, "Yang Yan, you old fool, you're going too far." She pulled out her sword and pointed it at Yang Yan's back. "Yang Pei, are you rebelling?" Yang Yan said coldly, "Then I don't mind cleaning the house." Yang Yan slowly raised the staff in his hand. Tang Buizhao and the second elder pulled out their swords as well. Shimin Lai pulled out his great sword. Yan Yan also pulled out her sword. "Grand Elder Yang Yan, don't go too far. We've already compromised a lot. We must let Yang Dingtian become a candidate for the city lord and participate in the tournament tomorrow," Shimin Lai said resolutely. "Or else." Yang Yan said indifferently, "Or else blood will splatter the hall," Shimin Lai said coldly. "Good." Yang Yan said coldly, "Then let's talk with our swords." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Yang Yan's remaining 3 people also pulled out their weapons. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. Yang Yan's side had 5 experts. Yang Dingtian's side only had 2 experts, Shimin Lai and Yang Pei. They were at an absolute disadvantage. There was still one person who remained neutral and did not say anything. He was Shimin Ju. His face was ordinary, but his skin was fairer and more delicate than a woman's. His entire face was ordinary, but his eyes were long and narrow. His gaze was like water, even more moving than a woman's eyes. He was 33 years old this year and was in charge of Cloud Sky City's internal affairs. Along with Shimin Lai, he was Shimin Wuya's right-hand man and was one of the most powerful people in Cloud Sky City. "Second brother, what are you waiting for? Are you going to let the Yang family bully foster father's family like this?" Shimin Lai roared toward Shimin Ju. Shimin Ju hesitated for a moment before drawing his sword as well. Immediately, Shimin Lai's expression relaxed. He knew how formidable Shimin Ju was. Even though the other side had 5 people and they only had 3 experts on their side and were in a disadvantageous position, they might still be able to put up a fight. However, what happened next stunned Shimin Lai, Shimin Yanyan, and the others, because after Shimin Ju drew his sword, he directly stood on Great Elder Yang Yan's side, confronting Yang Dingtian's side as enemies. Even Great Elder Yang Yan's side revealed an astonished expression. They didn't expect Shimin Ju to stand on their side. Previously, Shimin Ju obeyed Shimin Wuya's orders and made things difficult for Yang Yan and the others. They were completely hostile towards each other. They didn't expect that once Shimin Wuya got into trouble, Shimin Ju would immediately switch sides. Shimin Lai couldn't believe it and raged. Second brother, your conscience has been eaten by a dog. Don't forget who picked you up, who raised you, who taught you martial arts, who thought highly of you and made you the chief steward of Cloud Sky City, second only to one person. Is this how you repay foster father's kindness? Shimin Ju said indifferently, Boss, I am doing this for the future of Cloud Sky City. Shimin Ju, you ungrateful bastard. You will definitely be struck by lightning and die without a burial ground, Shimin Lai roared. Delai, why are you talking to this bastard? Yang Pei said angrily, just fight with your life on the line. Yes, godmother, Shimin Lai said angrily. Very good. Great Elder Yang, Yen sneered. His eyes revealed an extremely dangerous light. Because of Shimin Ju's participation, his side had an absolute advantage. Instantly, his heart was filled with killing intent. If he could take this opportunity to kill Shimin Lai, Yang Pei, Yang Dingtian, and the others, then everything would be settled once and for all. The Yang clan would once again regain control of Cloud Sky City. Remember, you are the ones who rebelled. Don't blame me, Yang Yen said coldly. Then, an incomparably powerful Xian Qi slowly condensed on the staff. Instantly, the jet-black staff became as red as blood. Do it, don't show mercy, Yang Yen ordered. A great battle was about to break out. Yang Pei, Shimin Wuya, and Yan Yan were instantly in danger of being killed. Wait. Yang Dingtian jumped in between the two parties and stared at Yang Yan. Great Elder, why are you so anxious? Am I not yet 20 years old? Isn't there still half a month left? If I defeat the 10th from the bottom in the annual elimination tournament, will I have the qualifications to become a disciple of Cloud Sky City? Will I have the qualifications to be a candidate for the city lord position and participate in the grand tournament next winter to fight for the position of city lord? Of course, Yang Yan sneered. The elimination tournament will be held in half a month. As long as you can break through to become a 6-star mystic martial artist within these 15 days, you can become a disciple of Cloud Sky City. All right, it's a deal, Yang Dingtian said. Within 15 days, I will rise 16 levels and become a 6-star mystic martial artist or above. Otherwise, I will be expelled from Cloud Sky City. Yang Dingtian, you're crazy, Shimin Yan said in shock. Yang Dingtian was indeed crazy. It was absolutely impossible to break through from an enlightener to a 6-star mystic martial artist in 15 days. In the past 1,000 years, no one had been able to do it. Even a top genius would need half a year. All right, it's a deal, Yang Yan said coldly. In 15 days, the elimination tournament will be held. If you can't break through to become a 6-star mystic martial artist and defeat the 10th from the bottom, you will be immediately expelled from Cloud Sky City. Furthermore, you will no longer have the qualifications to marry Shimin Yan. If you agree, I will issue a military order. Otherwise, I will start a massacre and clean up the mess for Cloud Sky City. Old thief Yang Yan, you're shameless, Yan Yan said angrily. Yang Dingtian took out a pen and paper and wrote a military order. Yang Dingtian, don't write it. Today, we will fight to the death with them, Shimin Yan said angrily. If you are my husband, don't write it. Yang Dingtian wrote the military order and signed his name. He bit his finger and pressed his fingerprint on it. Is this enough? Great Elder Yang Yan, Yang Dingtian said coldly as he handed over the military order. Great Elder Yang Yan put the military order into his sleeve and said indifferently, That's enough. You can prepare for the elimination tournament in half a month. Then, Great Elder Yang Yan led the crowd away. Yang Dingtian, you're crazy. Shimin Yan stepped forward and said, That old thief Yang Yan wants to use this opportunity to kill you and then marry me to that bastard Qin clan's young master. He already has the intention to kill. I can't just watch them kill you, Yang Dingtian said. I have chosen this path. No matter how difficult it is, I have to walk it. After returning to her room, Yan Yan spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was as white as a sheet of paper. Yang Dingtian poured a cup of water and blew on it to cool it down. He handed it to Yan Yan and then patted her back. This was the first time Yang Dingtian touched her. She frowned slightly but didn't resist. She drank a mouthful of water and then poured another cup of water. She rinsed her mouth and spat out the blood in her mouth. Yang Dingtian, you're crazy. Yan Yan looked at Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, Yes, I'm crazy. But this is Martial Uncle Shimon's will. My father's will? What do you mean? Yan Yan asked. I'm so weak now. How can I truly become Cloud Heaven City's lord? Yang Dingtian said. Back then, Yang Lai appointed Martial Uncle Shimon as the city lord. After Yang Lai passed away, the Yang clansmen rebelled. Therefore, Martial Uncle Shimon proposed a great martial arts competition, wanting to sit on the city lord's seat in a legitimate manner. When it came to me, although Uncle Shimon didn't say it clearly, he obviously knew that the Elder Guild would desperately oppose me. He also hoped that I could use my own strength to rightfully take the position of Cloud Sky City Lord. He gave me the qualifications to compete for the position, the identity of the successor. But to truly sit on that position, I have to rely on myself. Yang Dingtian paused and continued. So, not only did I have to go crazy, Martial Uncle Shimon also wanted me to go crazy. However, we didn't expect Yang Yan to be so shameless. He wanted me to break through 16 levels in half a month and become a Meteor Xian martial artist. Yan Yan's beautiful eyes also revealed a crazy light. She said, Okay, since you're crazy, then I'll be crazy with you. You should rest early. Tomorrow morning, I'll take you to see someone. Who? Yang Dingtian asked. Your future teacher. She will teach you martial arts in the future. She's a very, very strong person. Someone who's not inferior to my father. Yan Yan said, Maybe she has a way to make you break through to a 6-star Xian martial artist in 15 days. Yang Dingtian said, Since she's so strong, why did she say that Cloud Sky City has no more master-level experts? She's not a member of Cloud Sky City, but an enemy of Cloud Sky City. Yan Yan said, A life and death enemy. You'll know when you see her tomorrow. Yan Yan turned and walked outside. Rest early. If you need anything, you can call Lure outside. After Yan Yan left, Yang Dingtian ate a simple meal, took a bath, and then lay down to rest. Yang Dingtian didn't sleep on Yan Yan's bed. Instead, he found a mat and laid it on the floor. He directly laid down on the hard floor and slept without any blanket, even though Yan Yan's blanket was soft and fragrant. The lights went out, but Yang Dingtian couldn't sleep. He raised his head and looked at the ceiling. This was a completely unfamiliar place. Logically speaking, this place should be Yang Dingtian's home. However, he still felt waves of loneliness and unfamiliarity. 15 days, 1.5 years, 5 years. Yang Dingtian looked at the ceiling and muttered to himself, Master, I'm crazy. How can I do this? Advance to level 16 in 15 days and break through from an enlightener to a 6-star Xian martial artist. 1.5 years later, defeat all the young disciples of Cloud Sky City and obtain the position of Cloud Sky City Lord. 5 years later, defeat the world's #1 genius, the world's #1 youth expert, Dongfang Bingling. These missions, each crazier than the last, each more impossible than the last. Master, what should I do? Yang Dingtian muttered to himself as he reached out and touched the location of the flame ring. Sigh. Suddenly, an old sigh sounded in his ears. Yang Dingtian was startled and asked, Who is it? Child. The voice sounded again. It was very familiar. It was Dongfang Minmi's voice, but it wasn't in Yang Dingtian's ears, but in his mind. Chapter 33. Master. Yang Dingtian didn't dare to believe it. He opened his eyes wide, afraid that this was his hallucination. "It's me, child. It's really been hard on you." Dongfang Minmi's voice slowly sounded. "Master, you're still alive?" Yang Dingtian was overjoyed. His eyes immediately became hot. "Of course I'm already dead," Dongfang Minmi said. "It's just that I left a strand of divine sense in your brain. The energy of the flame ring supports the existence of my divine sense. Originally, according to my original plan, when you were strong enough to summon the flame ring, you could also activate my divine sense in your brain. However, because Shimin Wuya unintentionally summoned the flame ring, my divine sense was activated ahead of time." Dongfang Minmi let out a long sigh and said, "I didn't think that things would turn out like this. I really didn't think that my daughter would turn out like this. Why? Why didn't your divine sense appear in my brain from the beginning? Perhaps this way, so many things wouldn't have happened." Yang Dingtian said, "This divine sense of mine can only exist for 3 years. I wanted to guide you during the most critical 3 years." Dongfang Minmi said, "Moreover, even if my divine sense existed, what should have happened would still happen, because I can only communicate with you. Others can't see me or hear me. My daughter was so obedient when she was young. How could she turn out like this? How could this be? How could this be?" Dongfang Minmi sighed. His voice was filled with loneliness and sadness. "Child, I'm sorry. It's been hard on you. Originally, I wanted to give you everything. I didn't think that I would almost cause you to lose your life. If it wasn't for Wuya, you really would have died at the hands of my ambitious daughter." Dongfang Minmi said. Yang Dingtian said in his heart, "But martial Uncle Shimin died at the hands of Zhu Qingzhu because of me. I know everything that happened after my divine sense was activated. However, at that time, I was condensing my divine sense. Only now can I communicate with you." Dongfang Minmi said slowly, "Zhu Qingzhu, the soul-devouring qi, has reappeared after 1,000 years. I was right. The Yinyang school might really be destroyed by my daughter. Perhaps it's not just Yinyang school, but the entire world. Zhu Qingzhu, you have such evil intentions." Dongfang Minmi said, "Everything depends on you, child. Saving the Yinyang school depends on you. Saving Cloud Sky City depends on you. Perhaps the entire world depends on you. Breaking through to become a 6-star Xian martial artist in 15 days is only the first challenge you will face. Although it seems impossible, you must do it. Otherwise, you will never be able to overcome the difficulties that follow." Dongfang Minmi said, "I will do everything I can to help you overcome them." Yang Dingtian asked, "Master, can we do it?" Dongfang Minmi shook his head and said, I don't know. We can only do our best." Dongfang Minmi did not finish his sentence. He was already a top talent, but it took him more than half a year to go from being an enlightener to a 6-star Xian martial artist. Yang Dingtian, on the other hand, only had 15 days. "Child, regardless of whether you can do it or not, do your best. Use 100% or 200% of your efforts to do it. Then there will be no regrets." Dongfang Minmi said, "Have a good sleep. We will begin tomorrow. The time I can accompany you is very short, so I have to go and rest. If you need me, just summon me in your heart." "Yes, master." Yang Dingtian slowly closed his eyes. Because of his master's presence, the heaviness on his body seemed to have been reduced by half. He could finally breathe comfortably. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian asked, "Master, can we save martial Uncle Shimin? Although he has no heartbeat and no breath, his body is not rotten at all. He is exactly the same as when he was alive. I remember that you used the last of your Xian Qi to protect your last trace of life and closed your breath for 10 years." Dongfang Minmi was silent for a long time before he said, "It is even more difficult to break through to the Xian martial artist in these 10 days. It is 10 times, 100 times more difficult. That is soul-devouring Xian Qi." Yang Dingtian slowly closed his eyes and quietly clenched his fists. He thought to himself, "It is very, very difficult, but I will not give up, even if I have to go to the ends of the earth, even if I have to give up everything." This was the most beautiful sleep Yang Dingtian had ever had. Because of his master, Dongfang Minmi's reappearance, he could finally have a good sleep. When he woke up, Yang Dingtian and Yin Yan had already come over. Because Yang Dingtian was sleeping on the ground, she was standing on top of Yang Dingtian's head. Seeing Yang Dingtian sleeping on the ground, Yin Yan frowned and said, "Why are you sleeping on the ground? Are you deliberately drawing a line between us? Or are you expressing your dissatisfaction? You definitely don't want me to sleep on your bed." Yang Dingtian quickly got up and went to wash up. When he came back, Yang Dingtian had already brought over breakfast for 2 people. However, only Yang Dingtian ate. Yen Yen said that she had already eaten at her mother's place. "Is your mother better?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Not good," Yen Yen said, but Yang Dingtian buried his head and ate breakfast. Very quickly, he was like a whirlwind that swept away the clouds. He finished the portion for 2 people cleanly. "Let's go," Yen Yen said. "I'll bring you to see that powerful person." Dongfang Minmi had reappeared, so Yang Dingtian didn't believe that there was another person in this world who was more suitable to make him stronger. He wanted to refuse, but he couldn't find a reason. "Are you sure she can make me break through to the Xian martial artist realm in 15 days? Yang Dingtian asked. "I'm not sure, but if she can't, then I firmly believe that no one can," Yin Yan said and walked out. Yang Dingtian followed Yin Yan and came to a dark castle in the corner of Cloud Heaven City. This castle was very small and was only about 10 meters tall. Yin Yan brought Yang Dingtian into the castle. There was nothing inside. It was pitch black and they couldn't even see their own fingers. They lit a torch and pressed a switch. A hole appeared in the ground, and below it were stairs that led downwards. The 2 of them entered the cave and walked down the steps. They kept going down, down, and down. They didn't know how long they had walked or how many stairs they had walked. They should have reached the middle of the mountain. Who would be locked up in this place? Finally, the 2 of them stopped. In front of them was a thick stone door. Yen Yen took out a key and inserted it into the hole. Rumble. With a loud sound, the 2 stone doors that were more than a meter thick slowly opened. A gust of hot air suddenly came out, almost burning the hair on their bodies. Behind the door was an incomparably huge cave. A piece of stone stretched out from the wall of the cave, forming a platform that was more than 10 meters long and 3 meters wide. Below the platform was a bottomless abyss. At the bottom of the abyss was fiery red magma, with sparks shooting up from time to time. The entire platform was the only place where they could stand. If they fell down, they would definitely be smashed to pieces. Dozens of meters in front of the platform, a 2-meter square iron cage was suspended in mid-air, neither up nor down. Inside the iron cage, there seemed to be a person locked inside by 4 thick iron chains. Her whole body was wrapped in fiery red long hair. Her face and body couldn't be seen at all. Around the iron cage, there was a circle of light, which seemed to be some kind of very powerful formation. Who was this person? How powerful was she? Why was she trapped in this hell-like place? "Alluring, I've come to see you," Yin Yin said. The person inside the iron cage raised her head. Her fiery red long hair scattered. Then she stood up from the iron cage, revealing her face and body. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was dumbstruck. Then he felt as if his whole body was about to be burned in an instant. This was a woman. This was an extremely seductive woman. Yang Dingtian had seen the world's top beauties. Moreover, he had seen 4 of them. But Yang Dingtian had never seen such a seductive woman. Seductive to the point of being frightening. Yang Dingtian finally knew what the legendary vixen looked like. Her facial features were not extremely beautiful, but extremely seductive. Her long and narrow eyes emitted a soul-sucking ray of light from her dark green pupils. Her whole face was very long and sharp. Her nose was very high, also long and sharp. Her blood-red lips were full and alluring. This was not a typical face of a beauty. Instead, it looked like a fox's face. But when combined together, it formed an incomparable impact. It was absolutely devastatingly beautiful. There was no imperfection on her body. Every inch of her body could easily ignite the fire in any man's heart. Yan Yan, are you finally willing to come to see your master? Alluring voice was hoarse and full of teasing. Then her beautiful eyes fell on Yang Dingtian's face. She smiled charmingly and said, "You also brought a delicious little man." Alluring stuck out her red tongue, licked her red lips, and said, "Little man, what's your name?" "Ignore her. Don't talk to her. Don't look at her eyes," Yin Yin Shimin said. "Otherwise your mind will be bewitched. She is not a human. She is a several hundred years old mysterious tail fire demon fox. She has already turned into a human form," Yin Yin said. "More than 10 years ago, Father invited Dongfeng Minmi and several other strong masters to capture her and seal her here." Suddenly, Yang Dingtian sucked in a mouthful of cold air. More than 10 years ago, Shimin Wuya and Dongfeng Minmi were already masters. The two of them joined forces and still had to invite other masters to capture this vixen. It could be seen how powerful she was. Now her demon core has been taken out and hidden in a secret place. She is also completely sealed. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to bring you to see her," Yin Yin said. "When I was young, I didn't know anything. I came here with Mother to play a few times. We talked a lot. She seemed to like me very much. I don't know why." "Alluring, I have something to ask you for help," Yin Yin said. "Say it, little darling." Alluring Rao looked at Yin Yin and said, "You have lost a lot of weight. It really makes my heart ache. The man beside me is my husband. He has just passed the enlightenment period. I want him to break through to 6-star Xian martial artist in the shortest time possible. Can you?" Yin Yin said. Chapter 34. Yao Rao looked up and down at Yang Dingtian's body and nodded. "If it's someone else, it definitely won't work. But with me, it's definitely possible. If it's someone else, it definitely won't work. But with him, it's definitely possible. Your little man's talent is very, very amazing. Even I can't see it clearly." Yao Rao's eyes shone brightly. "Yan Yan, your eyes are very good. You really know how to pick a man. But with such good talent, why is it that he's only just past the enlightenment period? Don't worry about that." Yin Yin said, "How long will it take for him to become a 6-star Xian martial artist?" Yao Rao calculated as she read, then said, "Half a year." "No, that's too long." Yin Yin said. Yao Rao's eyes turned and said, "If there's a slightly evil method, maybe it can be shorter. About 4 months." "No, that's too long." Yin Yin said. Yao Rao frowned and said, "Even if it's Dongfeng Minmi, even if it's Zhu Qingzhu, they can't become 6-star Xian martial artists in 3 months. Baby, isn't your request too high?" Yin Yin said, "If it's not high, why would I come to you? No matter what method it is, how long will it take?" Yao Rao thought for a long time and said, 3 months. "No matter how short it is, I can't do anything. Also, the method is very strange and the consequences are very serious." Yin Yin said, "Only 15 days. It can't be longer. After half a month, we will be expelled from Cloud Sky City." 15 days. How is that possible? Yao Rao said, "Also, your father is almost invincible in the entire Western continent. Who dares to do anything to you?" "My father is no longer here," Yin Yin said indifferently. "Impossible," Yao Rao said. "Who in the world can kill him? Not even Dongfeng Minmi." Yang Dingtian said, "Zhu Qingzhu, soul devourer Xian Qi." "Soul devourer?" Yao Rao's delicate body trembled. Even at her level, her beautiful eyes narrowed, revealing a trace of fear. Soul devourer has appeared in the world again? Was the world's martial arts going to fall again? But why is it Zhu Qingzhu and not me? Yao Rao coldly said, filled with unwillingness. Yao Rao, in 15 days, no matter what, make Yang Dingtian become a 6-star Xian martial artist. Yan Yan coldly said. Her tone towards Yao Rao was always very impolite. Little darling, I really can't do it. I really can't make him advance to level 16 within 15 days. I really can't do it. Enchanting Rao said, You know I love you very much. I always want to accept you as my disciple. So as long as I can do it, I will definitely help you. But I really can't. Yan Yan's beautiful face suddenly showed despair and said with a sigh, If even you can't do it, then no one in the world can do it. Don't tell me that Father's mission can't be completed? Seeing Yan Yan's pale face, Yao Rao's beautiful eyes were filled with heartache. She bit her red lips and said, Yan Yan, there is a method, but it is very evil. I don't know if this method can make him advance to level 16 within 15 days. Maybe it can, maybe it is impossible. It depends on the grade of his blood lineage. Yan Yan was pleasantly surprised and said, Quickly say it. Yao Rao said, But this method will make you sacrifice a lot. Are you willing? I am willing. What method? Yan Yan hastily asked. Yin Yang Devourer Xian Qi. Almost no one in the world knows about this secret method. Yao Rao said, First, prepare many treasures and materials and form a special formation above the magma. Then you too will use a very mysterious evil method to transfer the Xian Qi in your body into the little man's body. You can do this up to 9 times, and finally the Xian Qi in your body will be completely exhausted. But the specific amount of Xian Qi entering the little man's Qi Sea will depend on the grade of his Xian Qi. But as far as I know, each time you can swallow less than 1% of Xian Qi. Moreover, this is an evil method that can only be used between husband and wife. Just as Yao Rao finished speaking, Yan Yan suddenly cried out in alarm, and her beautiful face instantly turned red. Yang Dingtian's neck even turned red. What? You don't want to? Yao Rao said. Yan Yan fiercely clenched her teeth and said, Who said I don't want to? Say, how do we start? First you have to refine your body. Yao Rao said, You too have to have nothing on your body, and let the strong fire attribute, Xian, Qi temper your body and spirit. Then I will read out yin-yang harmony art, and let you too enter the illusion, and open your profound entrances. Then I will lay down a formation, and you too will operate yin-yang devour Xian great technique, and transfer the Xian Qi in your body into the little man's body. Suddenly, Yan Yan's entire body became scalding hot, and her breathing became hurried. Her chest unceasingly heaved, and she fell into an intense struggle, and Yang Dingtian's body seemed to be burned by the magma in the abyss, and even breathing was painful. Because this yin-yang devour Xian great technique was very evil, and it could only be used between husband and wife. Suddenly, Dongfang Minmi's voice echoed in Yang Dingtian's mind. Child, this yin-yang devour Xian great technique is indeed very powerful. If you want, it can indeed let you rise 16 levels to 6-star Xian martial artist in the shortest time possible. Then Dongfang Minmi said again, This fire fox was indeed captured by me, Yan Yan and others. Because of some special reasons, she really won't harm Ximen Yan Yan. You can indeed trust her in yin-yang devour Xian great technique. It can be said that this is almost the only way to quickly increase your cultivation, the only way. However, everything is up to you. Master won't interfere. After speaking, Dongfang Minmi disappeared again and entered a deep sleep. At this time, Yan Yan, who was struggling incomparably, closed her beautiful eyes and gradually calmed herself down. Opening her beautiful eyes again, Yan Yan looked at Yang Dingtian and said indifferently, I said as a wife, I'm willing to do everything I should do. Then, Yan Yan reached out to undo her clothes. Yang Dingtian felt as if his entire body was being burned by magma. Fortunately, he had already cleansed his marrow and meridians to the 3rd level. Otherwise, he would have already died from spontaneous combustion. His heart was beating so fast that it hurt, and his breathing was as rapid as a bellows. Yan Yan gritted her jade teeth and held back her tears. She looked at Yang Dingtian and said indifferently, "What are you waiting for?" That's right. Shimin Yan Yan was holding back her tears, desperately suppressing all his impulses. Yang Dingtian said slowly, "I don't want to." "What did you say?" Yan Yan loosened her arms in front of her chest and said, "Say it again." "I don't want to." Yang Dingtian said word by word, "I don't want you to do this." Shimin Yan Yan's face turned cold. "Why? This is not the time for you to be unreasonable. I don't want you to sacrifice for me. I don't want you to give yourself to me because of your father. I don't want your profound qi. I want to rely on myself to become strong." Yang Dingtian said slowly, "Master sacrificed for me. City Lord Shimin sacrificed for me. From now on, I don't want anyone to sacrifice for me." After speaking, Yang Dingtian suddenly turned around and left. Yang Dingtian, stop right there. Shimin Yan Yan coldly shouted. Yang Dingtian didn't stop walking. Yang Dingtian, if you take one more step, you will no longer be my man. I will look down on you. A man acting so sorrowfully because of his pitiful pride. I, Shimin Yan Yan, look down on you. Shimin Yan Yan said seriously, "You are not doing this for yourself. You are doing this for me, for Cloud Heaven City. Why are you talking about love? As long as you walk out of this stone door, you will no longer be my man." Shimin Yan Yan said word by word. Yang Dingtian turned his head and said slowly, "Yan Yan, your selflessness is actually the same as Dongfeng Bingling's selfishness and callousness. It is cruel and heartless. My mission, I will complete it." Yang Dingtian spoke unhurriedly. "I do owe you a lot, but I want to use my own method to complete everything." Then, Yang Dingtian directly walked out. "Yang Dingtian, you bastard!" Behind him, Shimin Yan Yan angrily cursed, and then said coldly, "Remember, you are no longer my man. I will not care about your matters anymore. I will just wait for death." Yang Dingtian first ran to the highest point of Cloud Heaven City and looked down at the ground. He wanted to shout out all the pent-up emotions in his heart, but he didn't. He only looked at the ground from the highest point for half an hour. Then he closed his eyes and allowed his complicated emotions to gradually calm down. Then he walked towards Cloud Heaven City's hidden art pavilion. No matter what happened, he didn't have time to waste. The hidden art pavilion was a 9-story stone tower. It was wide at the bottom and narrow at the top. The higher the level of the secret manuals. The hidden art pavilion was built on a lonely mountain peak. This mountain peak was outside of Cloud Heaven City. After exiting the west gate of Cloud Heaven City, one had to cross a long suspension bridge to reach it. Along the way, many people pointed at Yang Dingtian and revealed disdainful smiles. Yang Dingtian could completely ignore them. After exiting the city gate, he walked onto the swaying suspension bridge. Under the bridge was a wide and turbulent river that was at least 1,000 meters high. Not far ahead was the hidden art pavilion, the most important place in Cloud Heaven City. Hidden inside were all the secret manuals and scrolls of Cloud Heaven City. It was the core of a martial arts sect. Suddenly, a graceful red figure flashed past. Yang Dingtian was blocked by Shimin Yan. With a light leap, Yan Yan stood on the rope at the edge of the suspension bridge. A strong wind blew, and her red clothes stuck tightly to Yan Yan's body. Yang Dingtian, come back with me and use the devouring Xian technique to absorb my Xian qi. As long as you say no, I will jump down from here. Without using any Xian qi, I will fall to my death in front of you. Note, bosses, please add me to your collection. Please recommend me. Thank you. Chapter 35. Just a moment ago, Yan Yan kept on saying that she would no longer pay attention to Yang Dingtian and would no longer see him. But in less than an hour, she once again appeared in front of Yang Dingtian. If it was in the past, I would definitely no longer pay attention to you. I wouldn't want to see you, and I wouldn't want to say a word to you. Yan Yan looked at the surging river below and said, "But those days where I could be willful are just like the flowing water below. Once gone, it will never come back. Yang Dingtian, the two of us don't have the right to be pretentious. Is Yarao's yin yang devour mysterious great technique the only way to quickly become stronger?" "I know," Yang Dingtian said. "That's right." He was even more clear than Yan Yan. "I have already planned it out. First, I will use the mysterious devour mysterious great technique to give you my mysterious qi. After you completely refine my mysterious qi, I will find a second wife for you and use the same method to give her mysterious qi to you." Yan Yan said almost expressionlessly, "She is much stronger than me, and you can rest assured, she is very moving and much more gentle and virtuous than me." Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was so shocked that he couldn't make any sound. He didn't expect that Yan Yan not only wanted to offer herself, but also wanted to pull another woman. "Yes, this is very unfair to her," Yan Yan said. "She was adopted by father called Shimin Ningning and can be regarded as his other daughter. We are closer than biological sisters, and we even joked that we will marry the same man in the future." Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, "Not to mention that doing this will make me lose my self-esteem. Just based on our current situation, I absolutely can't have an intimate relationship with you." Yan Yan blushed and said, "You want to say that before you get my heart, you absolutely won't really want me, right?" Yang Dingtian lowered his head in tacit agreement. "Don't tell me you don't know that, in fact, if you want to get a woman's heart, you have to get her body first." When Yan Yan said this, her beautiful eyes unnaturally turned away, and her beautiful face was completely red. "So, stop being so pretentious and come back with me." Yan Yan stretched out her small hand, her beautiful eyes blossoming with gentleness as she said, "Don't worry, I'll learn to love you without worry. Believe me, it won't be long before I put you in my heart." Yang Dingtian's chest began to heave up and down again. He said slowly, "Yan Yan, don't force me. I can't do it." Yan Yan's beautiful face immediately became angry. She was about to flare up, but she forcefully restrained herself and said, "Then I can tell you, even if I don't give my profound energy to you, it will still be wasted. In at most 2 years, the profound energy in my body will completely disperse, and I will become powerless." "Why is this happening?" Yang Dingtian asked in shock. "Don't worry about it," Yan Yan said. "In short, you have to know that giving you my profound energy is already the best outcome. Now you just need to tell me, do you agree or not?" After being silent for a long time, Yang Dingtian said word by word, "Sorry, I can't do it." "Yang Dingtian, you're not a man." Yan Yan finally couldn't help but flip out. Her jade finger pointed at Yang Dingtian and said coldly, "You hypocritical man. I've said all the good and bad things, and I'll ask you one last time. Do you agree or not? If you say no again, I'll jump down and die. I'll do what I say." Yan Yan's beautiful face was filled with determination. Her beautiful eyes stared at Yang Dingtian. Her temper was very strong, and she really meant what she said. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath. He didn't agree or refuse and directly said, "If you jump, I'll jump too. Let's just be a pair of mandarin ducks with the same fate." Suddenly, Yan Yan was so angry that her entire body was trembling. Her beautiful face was red with anger. Her eyes were wide open, as if they were about to spit out fire. "Yang Dingtian, do you know? I can't wait to kill you with my sword. I've never seen a man as hateful as you. I won't like you even after 100 years. Yan Yan jumped from the rope back to the suspension bridge and then directly walked forward. After walking for more than 10 meters, Yan Yan turned around and angrily said, "What are you still standing there for? Why aren't you following me to the hidden merit pavilion to practice? I want to see what kind of person you are. If you can't, then obediently come and sleep with me. Don't say any more nonsense." The two angrily walked across the suspension bridge, which was a few hundred meters long, and arrived at the hidden Merit Pavilion. What a huge and magnificent hidden Merit Pavilion! Although this stone tower only had 9 floors, it was a full 200 meters long. The bottom floor occupied an area of nearly 10,000 square meters. If the hidden Merit Pavilion is so important, why isn't there even a guard? Yang Dingtian asked. Yan Yan didn't want to bother with him, but after a while she unhappily said, "Who said there's no one guarding?" Elder Muyi is in charge of guarding the hidden Merit Pavilion. He's the elder in the Elder Council that you haven't seen before. In Cloud Heaven City, his cultivation is second only to my father. However, he's guarding the hidden Merit Pavilion's array, so he can't leave this mountain peak. Before the sacrifice, Yan Yan rarely spoke to Yang Dingtian. Her attitude was indifferent, but she was always polite. After the sacrifice, Yan Yan's attitude towards Yang Dingtian was filled with anger. This was perhaps a very moving change. Yang Dingtian also understood why an elder was absent at such an important time like the Elder Council's vote. "Which floor are we going to?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Of course, the first floor. You're not even a novice warrior. Which floor do you want to go to?" Yan Yan still unhappily said. Then she directly walked through the door of the hidden Merit Pavilion's first floor. Yang Dingtian followed her in and walked through a blue light screen door. A wave of energy gently blocked him, and then Yang Dingtian smoothly entered. The door of the first floor could be passed through as long as one had passed the Enlightenment period. The space of the first floor was very large. It had an area of over 10,000 square meters. 10 rooms surrounded the entire hall in a circular shape. These rooms had the words First Rank Cultivation Technique Room, Second Rank Cultivation Technique Room, Third Rank Cultivation Technique Room, Ninth Rank Cultivation Technique Room. Only the door of the last room had nothing written on it. The empty space in the center of the hall was about 100 square meters. There was almost nothing in it except for a ball of sparkling water floating in the center. That ball of water was about 1 foot square. It didn't fall even though it was 1.5 meters high in the air. It was constantly moving in an irregular shape. In the water, balls of blue flames were quietly burning. This ball of water and fire is used to test your Xian Meridian's talent. Yan Yan said, "Your Xian Meridian's talent will determine your Xian Meridian's talent. The higher your Xian Meridian's talent, the higher the Xian Meridian's talent." Yang Dingtian knew that he had 9 Sun Divine Meridians, but his master, Dongfang Minmi, told him to never tell anyone about it. "How many Xian Meridian's talent are there?" Yang Dingtian asked. "I don't know," Yan Yan said, "but in the past 1,000 years, the highest Xian Meridian's talent was only 9th Meridians. There were a total of 9 people, and these 9 people all advanced to the Martial Saint realm. However, the last 9th Meridian's talent was more than 300 years ago. Therefore, there hasn't been a Martial Saint expert for more than 400 years. Then Yan Yan frowned and said, "Put your hand in. I want to see how much Uncle Dongfang and Father value you. What kind of genius are you?" When she said this, Yan Yan's mouth was filled with unwillingness and unwillingness. "By the way, what is my master's Xian Meridians? What is Martial Uncle Shimon's Xian Meridians?" Yang Dingtian asked. "My father is 8th Meridians, and Sect Master Dongfang is 8th Meridians. However, my father has 8th Meridians, and his cultivation is not inferior to Sect Master Dongfang. Therefore, he is the strongest person in the world." Yan Yan curled her lips and said, "By the way, your ex-fiancée, Dongfang Bingling, is 8th Meridians, but her 8th Meridians are higher than Sect Master Dongfang. She is regarded as the person closest to 9th Meridians in the world. What about you?" Yang Dingtian asked again. Yan Yan's beautiful eyes flickered. She clenched her fist and gritted her teeth. 8th Meridians are close to 8th Meridians, only a little worse than your ruthless ex-wife. Yang Dingtian was slightly shocked. He really didn't expect that Yan Yan's Xian meridians were close to 8th meridians. She was almost at the top of the world. Then why was there such a huge gap between his cultivation and Dongfang Bingling's? She couldn't even beat Shimin Yan. Why was this? You want to ask why my Xian meridians are so talented, but why are they so weak? I can't even beat Dongfang Bingling's little finger, right? Yan Yan Shimin said loudly. Let me tell you, my current cultivation is the same as when I was 9 years old. When I was 15 years old, something happened to me. Therefore, no matter how hard I tried to cultivate, my cultivation kept regressing. No matter how hard I tried, it was useless. In 2 years, I won't have any martial strength left. Do you finally know why I was willing to give you the Xian Qi in my body? It's because it's a waste in my body. You hypocrite! If I wasn't injured that year, why would I ask you to marry me? Why would I ask you to have sex with me? Why would I need you to become the Lord of Cloud Sky City? The original me was the most outstanding genius of Cloud Sky City in the past 300 years. This should be Yan Yan's most painful past, a past that she didn't want to touch. Saying it now was the same as fiercely tearing open the scar in the depths of her memory. She tried to hold back her tears, but she was crying in her heart. She saw a trace of blood seeping out from the corner of Yan Yan's mouth. She gritted her teeth too hard. She clenched her fists so tightly that her nails pierced her tender palms. Blood flowed through the gaps between her fingers. Yang Dingtian, aren't you the only one with a painful and tragic past? Aren't you the only one who was betrayed? Yan Yan stared at Yang Dingtian. So, can you put away your pretentious feelings? For the sake of Cloud Sky City, for the sake of my father's mission, have sex with me and accept my Xian Qi? Yang Dingtian slowly walked forward and grabbed her fists. He carefully pried open her stiff palms and said softly, I'm sorry, Yan Yan. I know too little about you, but please give me a chance. Give me a chance to prove myself. We don't have time, my husband, Yan Yan said word by word. We only have half a month. Give me time, give me time. Otherwise, I won't be able to raise my head for the rest of my life. Yang Dingtian said firmly and gently. Then he used his finger to gently wipe away the blood at the corner of Yan Yan's mouth and said, I believe that you have had your moments of pride before. You also know the pain of having your pride shattered. Yang Dingtian's last words moved Yan Yan. She used to be as proud as Dongfang Bingling. But now her martial arts cultivation had completely faded into the crowd. She had been completely forgotten by the world. Only her beauty was left. Okay, I'll give you time. I'll give you 10 days. Yan Yan stared at Yang Dingtian. If you break through to the Xian martial artist in 10 days, then it proves that you can rely on your own strength to continue. If you can't, then it proves that you can't. Then use my method to accept my and Sister Ningning's profound energy through the yin-yang devour profound art. How about it? It's a deal, Yang Dingtian said slowly. Now, let's see how talented my profound veins are. I'm valued by my master and your father. Then, Yang Dingtian said, What should I do? Just put your hands into the water. Yan Yan's beautiful eyes looked at the flame in the water and said, This flame is the purest, profound energy. When your hands are close to it, the profound veins in your body will be attracted to it. The higher the grade of your bloodline, the greater the attraction and the bigger the blue flame. When the volume of the flame occupies 1/10 of the water, it means that your bloodline is first grade. If the volume of the flame exceeds 4/5, then it's 8th grade. If it exceeds 9/10, then it's 9th grade. Yan Yan said, Dongfang Bingling's flame occupies 80% of the volume. She's only 1 step away from 9th grade. Yang Dingtian immediately held his breath. Although he knew that he had 9 yang profound veins, he was still a little nervous. He didn't know that 9 yang profound veins were top grade. Could it be 9th grade? Yan Yan seemed to be even more nervous than Yang Dingtian, because all her hopes were placed on Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian's hands slowly reached into the water. The flame seemed to feel a force of attraction. It slowly stretched and approached Yang Dingtian's palm. The flame grew longer and longer. Yan Yan stared at the flame and couldn't breathe. Chapter 36. Yan Yan felt as if her heart was about to jump out of her chest. When the flame came into contact with Yang Dingtian's palm, it wasn't hot at all. There was a very mysterious feeling, as if the flame had a life of its own. Suddenly, the flame fiercely shot up. Heavens! Yan Yan suddenly let out a cry of surprise, not daring to believe what she was seeing. When the flame came into contact with Yang Dingtian's palm, it suddenly became incomparably violent and sharp. It suddenly became longer and thicker, turning into a blue flame sword. It fiercely pierced out of the water, straight towards Yang Dingtian's forehead. The flame sword was nearly a meter long, while the water was only a square foot. A flame sword that was more than a meter long. Yang Dingtian cried out in surprise, and Yan Yan hurriedly rushed over to save him. But when the flame sword just touched Yang Dingtian's forehead, it retracted back like lightning, once again becoming docile, and the flame in the water became smaller and smaller. Yan Yan, what grade of profound veins is my profound veins? Yang Dingtian looked at the flame in surprise. Yan Yan stared blankly at everything, and after a long while she shook her head and said, I don't know what grade this is. The flame directly rushed out of the water. I've never seen or heard of this before. But I finally know why my father and Uncle Dongfang value you so much, and would place all their hopes on you. Yan Yan looked at Yang Dingtian with a slightly complicated gaze and said, In the future, no matter where, in front of anyone, you can't take the profound veins test. At this time, the sound of footsteps suddenly came from outside, and a person walked in through the energy door. Yang Dingtian quickly pulled his hands out of the water, and the flame quickly returned to its original state, quietly burning in the water. Don't block it, I've already seen it. A girl wearing a purple-red dress walked in. She looked at Yang Dingtian from head to toe and said, You are the husband of our Princess Shimin. The girl shook her head and said to Yan Yan, Cousin, your vision isn't very good. It's fine if this man doesn't look that good, but his talent is so mediocre. Third rank, he's only third rank. You actually chose a person with third-grade profound veins to be your husband. You actually want him to become a 6-star profound martial artist in 15 days and defeat all the experts in Cloud Sky City in a year and a half. You want him to become the new lord of Cloud Sky City? This is truly absurd. The purple-red girl smiled and said, The 2 boys beside me are my new students. Like your husband. They have just passed the enlightenment period and are here to choose secret manuals, but they're only in their teens. Your husband is already 20. Shimin Yan Yan, before you turned 15, weren't you extremely arrogant? You said that only martial saints were worthy of being your husband. Why do you want this kind of trash now? You really don't reject anyone. The girl continued to speak harshly. This girl was also very beautiful. She was very tall and had 2 long legs. She had a delicate oval face. Unfortunately, her lips were a little thin. Even though she used lip gloss to cover it, it was fine when she didn't speak. Once she spoke, it couldn't be covered up. It was because of this thin lip that she couldn't become a first-class beauty. Yan Yan's beautiful eyes were cold as she said, Tang Xian, you change your face very quickly. I remember that half a year ago, you were still trying to please me. Even after the gift you gave me was thrown away, you still had a smile on your face. So what? The girl called Tang Xian said, Now that your father is no longer here, you're no longer the princess of Cloud Sky City. For years ago, your profound veins left you. Now, all you have left is that vixen face of yours. Yan Yan was so angry that she trembled. She couldn't speak for a moment. In a year and a half, you'll have to shamefully remarry to the Qin clan's young master. Who knows? You might not even be able to be his wife. You can only be a lowly concubine. Tang Xian smiled and said, "All right, I forgot to tell you. Brother Shiminju, who is infatuated with you, has already proposed to my father." Yan Yan was slightly stunned. Shiminju's infatuation with her had indeed reached the point of madness. It was to the point that he hadn't married even when he was in his 30s. "My brother Shiminju, compared to your husband, the difference is like heaven and earth." Tang Xian looked at Yan Yan and said, "Cousin, I really sympathize with you. You were so arrogant before. After your father died, you had nothing. Now that you've fallen to this state, it's really retribution." Hearing the other party mentioning her father in such a harsh tone, Yan Yan's beautiful eyes were filled with anger. Her small hand grabbed the weapon at her waist and was about to pull it out to kill this woman in front of her. However, she forcefully held it in. Although Yan Yan was unruly before, she was also naive and romantic. She didn't know how to quarrel and couldn't be compared to this harsh Tang Xian in front of her. Therefore, she was so angry that her whole body trembled. Yang Dingtian held Yan Yan's ice-cold wrist and walked in front of her and Tang Xian. He looked at the other party from head to toe. Tang Xian proudly raised her head and allowed Yang Dingtian to look at her. She was a great beauty and she had the right to be proud. "Wow, you're really not bad. You're also very tall, especially your legs. They're unusually long." Yang Dingtian praised. "Shiminju is young and handsome. Indeed, you're a good match." Hearing Yang Dingtian's praise, Tang Xian looked pleased and said, "Cousin, Brother Shiminju's infatuation with you in the past was all fake. The one he truly loved was me. Now that your father is no longer here," he immediately threw himself into my arms. "Even if you're so jealous that you want to vomit blood, it's useless." Yang Dingtian ignored her. His gaze landed on Tang Xian's chest and said, "The front is also perky and the back is also perky. Your figure is not bad." Suddenly, Yan Yan's face became very ugly. She fiercely glared at Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian continued to sneer. "However, it's a pity that it's all fake. It's all padded. I'm very worried for you. Will Shimin-ju return the goods when he consummates with you? Will he throw you out of the window?" Before Yang Dingtian could finish, he cried out in pain because Yan Yan had ruthlessly pinched his waist. He endured the pain and narrowed his eyes. Look at Yan Yan again. There's not a single spot on her body that isn't perfect. Even when you're angry, you're still 10,000 times more charming than when you're acting coquettishly. "Ah!" Yang Dingtian cried out in pain again. Yan Yan had already used both her hands to pinch him. Don't think that just because something happened to City Lord Shimin, you can turn around and become a princess. Stop dreaming. Cloud Heaven City only has one princess, and that's Yan Yan. Don't be so impatient to take revenge on your previous flattery. It's important to know oneself. If you do this, the first person who wants to kill you is not anyone else but your brother Shiminju." Tang Xian's face was already distorted from anger because Yang Dingtian's words had stabbed her where it hurt. She had already tried her best to cover up these flaws, but they were still seen through by Yang Dingtian and magnified infinitely. "I'm going to kill you." Instantly, Tang Xian, who was so angry that her entire body was trembling, pulled out her long sword and stabbed towards Yang Dingtian. "Enough!" Suddenly, a shout came from outside. It was Shiminju's voice. Instantly, Tang Xian seemed to be frozen in place. Shiminju didn't enter. Instead, he stood outside and said, "Tang Xian, do what you're supposed to do." "Yes." Tang Xian's face was filled with fear. She was afraid that Shiminju would hear Yang Dingtian talking about her flaws. Shiminju's cold snort was enough to make her tremble. It could be seen that she really loved him to the extreme. After hearing Shiminju's words, she immediately brought her 2 students into a 5th grade martial arts room. She even carefully closed the door. Shimin-ju still didn't enter. He only said coldly, "Only a clown would show off. Did you come to Cloud Heaven City just to be a clown like this?" He didn't even call out Yang Dingtian's name. It could be seen that he was extremely disdainful. Yang Dingtian smiled and said, "A man has to protect his woman at all times. I'm too weak now and can't defeat your woman. Therefore, I can only use my mouth to fight. I've made a fool of myself. I hope that half a month later, you can also use your best to defeat your opponent," Shimin-ju said coldly. Then, he left without any signs of life. Yan Yan tilted her head and stared at Yang Dingtian with a strange gaze. "You seem to know a woman's body very well. You can tell clearly even through the clothes?" Yang Dingtian rubbed his waist and said, "I haven't eaten pork, but I've seen a pig run." Yan Yan continued, "Also, what did you mean by your words just now? Did you say that I'm a vase with only a face?" "Yan Yan, you're being unreasonable. You're already so beautiful. What else do you want?" Yang Dingtian said. Yang Dingtian sighed softly and said, "But I swear that I will never use my mouth to fight with others again. I will never use my mouth to protect you." Yan Yan rolled her eyes at Yang Dingtian and said, "It's good that you know. Furthermore, Tang Xan is also a pitiful woman." Now, it was time to choose a secret manual to learn. Depending on the grade of the mystic veins, the secret manual would be of the same grade. In front of them, there were a total of 10 secret manuals rooms. They were from the 1st grade to the 9th grade, and there was even a room without a grade. "Yan Yan, which room should I enter? Which grade of secret manual should I learn?" Yang Dingtian asked. Yan Yan Shimin said, "Let's go. Follow me in." Yan Yan Shimin led Yang Dingtian and pushed open the door to a secret manual room. But it was an 8th grade secret manual room, not a 9th grade one. Yang Dingtian was slightly startled, but followed her in. In the 8th grade martial arts room, there were only 3 bookshelves in an area of a few hundred square meters. On the first bookshelf, there were a total of 5 scrolls. On the second bookshelf, there were a total of 3 scrolls. On the third bookshelf, there was only 1 scroll. In total, there were only 9 secret manuals. "Why are there so few secret manuals?" Yang Dingtian asked. "The higher the grade, the fewer secret manuals," Yan Yan Shimin said. "In the 1st grade martial arts room, there are a few thousand secret manuals. In the 7th grade martial arts room, there are only 80 secret manuals. In the 8th grade martial arts room, there are only 9 scrolls. Although I don't know how your talent is, it should be very high. So, the martial arts technique that you want to learn, you can choose from these 8 scrolls. Remember, once you choose a secret manual, you can't change it for the rest of your life. A martial artist can only learn 1 martial arts technique in their lifetime, from the 1st grade to the 9th grade. Chapter 37. Only 1 type of martial skill. Yang Dingtian asked in bewilderment. That's right. Martial skills determine a martial artist's mystic chi route and attack attribute. Therefore, martial artists can only learn 1 type of martial skill in their lifetime. However, after becoming a great mystic martial master, they can learn many types of mystic skills. Dugu Fengwu said, "Martial skills determine a person's mystic chi cultivation level. On the other hand, profound skills determine the strength of a person's attack. Martial skills are the foundation, while mystic skills are the branches." Following that, Yan Yan picked up a manual and said, "This is the Blaze Devil Sword Art, an 8th grade elementary manual. It has a powerful area of effect. Mystic chi automatically carries a destructive aura. Once the enemy is hit, they will be continuously injured." After finishing, Yan Yan looked at Yang Dingtian to see if he was interested. Yang Dingtian took the manual and closed his eyes to feel it. After a while, he put it back. Yan Yan picked up another manual and introduced, "This is the Violent Prison Rending Saber Art, an 8th grade intermediate saber art. It has a powerful penetrative ability and uses mystic qi as astral qi. It is indestructible. Yang Dingtian said, I want to practice the sword. Therefore, I will only choose the sword art. Why? Yin Yen said, the other weapons are not that bad, right? Because I want to cultivate the sword soul. Yang Dingtian said because he recalled how powerful Shimenwia was when he executed the sect origin sword soul. Furthermore, this was just a sect origin sword soul that was in the growth stage. Ah, Yin Yen exclaimed. The sword soul is the king of martial souls. It is very, very difficult. There are only 3 people in the world who have cultivated the sword soul. You have to think carefully. Which 3 people? Yang Dingtian asked. My father, sect leader Dongfang, the sect leader of the Yin sect, and even Zhu Qingzhu didn't manage to cultivate a sword soul, Yin Yen said. In this world, there are 100 people who want to cultivate a sword soul, but less than half of them succeed. For an ordinary martial spirit, one only needed to capture a powerful demonic beast and refine it. Therefore, any profound martial artist could have a martial spirit to assist them in battle. However, if it's a sword soul, I'm afraid that even a grandmaster wouldn't be able to refine it. They wouldn't even have enough materials to forge a sword soul. Are the materials for soul swords very difficult? Yang Dingtian asked. Sword soul is to give a sword life and soul. Therefore, in order to use the best body, the Yang bloodline required bloody black gold, at least 99 pieces of bloody black gold. Just these 99 pieces of bloody black gold, a martial artist would have to travel tens of thousands of miles under the heavens and spend at least 10 years to find them, Yin Yen said, not to mention the profound vein essence that is used to construct the soul, sword profound vein, and the even rarer and more precious sea spirit crystal. If it's not for luck, a person might not be able to find all these materials in their lifetime. Yang Dingtian immediately sucked in a breath of cold air and asked in his heart, Master, is this true? It's true. Dongfang Minmi said, I found enough bloody black gold and spent 10 years traveling the world. As for the profound vein essence and sea spirit crystal, it's completely up to fate. Therefore, cultivating a sword soul is almost the most difficult thing in the world. It's much more difficult than cultivating to the grandmaster level. Yang Dingtian was stunned and asked again in his heart, Then how powerful is the sword soul? The king of martial spirits, Dongfang Minmi said, Whoever can refine a powerful sword soul will be invincible under the heavens. Your martial uncle Shimen's sword soul is only at the growth level, but it's already so powerful. In another 10 years, no one in the world will be able to contend with him, because he chose the most difficult path. The sword soul he chose is also the most difficult and most powerful sword soul. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's blood boiled. You're pressed for time. Cultivating a sword soul will be even more difficult. Dongfang Minmi said, Therefore, cultivating an ordinary martial spirit will make you very powerful in advance. You have the 9 Yang profound veins, so you can refine a very powerful martial spirit. But if you don't cultivate a sword soul, you'll never be able to reach the peak of this world. You'll never be able to kill Zhu Qingzhu, and you'll never be able to defeat Dongfang Bingling, because she also chose the most difficult path. She also chose to cultivate a sword soul. I know what to do, Master, Yang Dingtian said. Then he looked at Yin Yen and said, I chose to learn the sword, so I only need to choose a sword art. Yin Yen looked at him for a while and said, You and my father are the same. Both of you are crazy. Then she walked to the second shelf and picked up one of the secret manuals. This is the 8th rank secret manual, Devil-Devouring Sword Art. This sword art contains the brightest Xian Qi energy. It's as pure as the 2 suns in the sky. It's fatal to experts of evil ways. Yin Yen introduced. Before Yang Dingtian could take it, Yin Yen put it back. Because no matter if it was now or in the future, the opponents that Yang Dingtian would face would not be of evil ways. Whether it was the experts of Cloud Sky City, Dongfang Bingling, or even the Black Sky sect, they were all famous sects in the world. Yan Yan came to the last shelf and said, "You didn't like the previous ones, so this secret manual is your only choice." 8th rank secret manual, Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword. It's the world's most unyielding and resolute, the most iron-blooded and unyielding sword art. It's invincible and fearless. It conquers hardness and softness. It's domineering and has the aura of a king. Yan Yan almost used all the words to describe this secret manual. You don't like the others, so you can only choose this Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword, Yan Yan said and handed the secret manual to Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian took the secret manual and felt a strong and vast energy. It instantly numbed his entire body. His Xian meridians seemed to be hungry and eager to try. However, Yang Dingtian looked at the door unwillingly. Next door was a 9th rank secret manual, which was also the highest rank secret manual in Cloud Sky City. Which secret manual is Martial Uncle Shimin cultivating? Yang Dingtian asked. Yan Yan said he's cultivating the only 9th rank secret manual in Cloud Sky City, Disaster Overcoming Sword Art. Yang Dingtian asked again, what's the highest rank secret manual in the world? 9th rank, Yan Yan said. The highest Xian skill secret manual in the world is the 9th rank. There are only a few 9th rank secret manuals in the world. Even Yinyang School doesn't have more than 2 or 3 of them. In Cloud Sky City, there's only one. Yang Dingtian said, I want to take a look at this 9th rank secret manual, Disaster Overcoming Sword Art. Yan Yan took a deep breath and said bitterly, it's gone. It was stolen. 5 years ago it was stolen. Yang Dingtian's heart stopped. 5 years ago, Yan Yan was injured and her cultivation was destroyed, and the only 9th rank secret manual in Cloud Sky City was also stolen 5 years ago. Could there be a connection? This seemed to be the most painful part in Yan Yan's heart. She didn't want to talk about it anymore and changed the topic. My father only has intermediate 8th rank Xian meridians, but he chose to learn intermediate 9th rank secret manuals. Crossing ranks to cultivate, he was almost on the path of death. In the first few years, he didn't improve at all. His talent was almost destroyed. You don't have a choice. This Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword Art is already the strongest secret manual in Cloud Sky City, Yan Yan said. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and asked, how strong can I be if I learn this upper 8th rank Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword Art? Martial Saint, Yan Yan said. The first Cloud Sky City Lord, Yang Yunshao, gave up on the 9th rank secret manual and chose this upper 8th rank Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword Art. In the end, he became a martial saint and became the last martial saint in the world. That's strong? Yang Dingtian said in disbelief. Can a martial saint become a martial saint with an upper 8th rank secret manual? Yan Yan said, anyway, City Lord Yang Yunshao did it. When he saw the Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword Art, he loved it so much that he couldn't put it down. It was as if it was made for him. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and felt a surge of emotions. This was a martial skill that Martial Saint Yang Yunshao had learned. If he could use this sword art to become a martial saint, why can't I? Have you thought about it? Once you've decided, you can't change it, Yan Yan said. Yang Dingtian held the scroll in his hand and said, once I choose the secret manual, how do I learn it? Yan Yan said, open it and then insert a stream of celestial qi into the scroll. After your celestial qi enters the secret manual, it will merge with the martial skill. After the celestial qi flows through the secret manual, it will bring all the information of the martial skill back into your body. Then, you can start learning the martial skill. So magical? It wasn't a text, nor was it a picture. Yang Dingtian held his breath and opened the scroll of the Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword Art. It was made of a special material. There were no words or pictures on it, only very complicated patterns. Some were sunken and some were protruding. These patterns were really very complicated. Furthermore, they were divided into several layers. They were countless times more complicated than the watermarks on the banknotes on Earth. Master, where did these secret manuals come from? Were they written by a top expert a few hundred years ago? Yang Dingtian asked in his heart. No, they were dug out from the ground. They were written by a top expert in the ancient times. The great nirvana extinction destroyed the entire world. Most of the things were destroyed. These secret manuals were also buried underground. Dongfang Minmi said, Great nirvana extinction? What is great nirvana extinction? Yang Dingtian asked. Dongfang Minmi said, a few thousand years ago, or more than 10,000 years ago, there was a great nirvana extinction. The entire world was completely destroyed. The entire martial Tao completely collapsed. The primal chaos continent completely fell. The earth became the ocean, and the ocean became the earth. No one knows why there was a great nirvana extinction. However, almost all the strongest secret manuals were left behind from the ancient times. Yang Dingtian was shocked when he heard this. Since the ancient times were so powerful, what kind of energy could destroy that world and cause the great nirvana extinction? However, the primal chaos heaven destroyer sword in his hand came from the ancient times. It was even more extraordinary. Instantly, Yang Dingtian's gaze became even more intense. He placed his palm on the secret manual and was about to insert his celestial qi. Yin Yin held her breath. She looked at Yang Dingtian with worry and anticipation. Time passed by slowly. Yang Dingtian, who had already made up his mind, did not insert his celestial qi. Yin Yin was puzzled. Dongfang Minmi was also puzzled. Child, didn't you already choose this secret manual? Why aren't you inserting your celestial qi? I don't know, Master. Yang Dingtian said. I'm obviously very enthusiastic. Moreover, this is already the highest level secret manual in Cloud Sky City. My heart is filled with the desire to learn it, but I just can't take the last step. I can't find the same feeling as Yang Yin Shao when he saw this secret manual. There's no feeling of sparks flying in all directions. Then Yang Dingtian could not help but ask, Master, what level of secret manual is Dongfang Bingling learning? Dongfang Minmi was silent for a moment. Then he said, It's the most supreme sword technique in the world. It's a 9th grade superior sword technique. In 400 years, she's the only one who learned this sword technique. Instantly, Yang Dingtian sucked in a breath of cold air. The sword technique that Dongfang Bingling learned was 3 levels higher than Yang Dingtian's. It was countless times more difficult. However, in Cloud Sky City, the highest level secret manual was the primal chaos heaven destroyer sword in his hand. How should Yang Dingtian choose? Child, listen to your instincts, Dongfang Minmi said slowly. Seeing that Yang Dingtian did not start, Yin Yin could not help but ask, What are you waiting for? Taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian made a decision. He immediately rolled up the secret manual and put it back in its original place. Yin Yin, are there any other secret manuals? For example, in the 10th room, there's a room without any words on the door. What kind of secret manual is inside? Chapter 38. Tears, that place? Yin Yin said. That place is filled with unranked secret manuals. It's all a pile of trash. Trash? Yang Dingtian was puzzled. Yin Yin said, The secret manuals there are very inferior and unranked, or they can't be cultivated at all. According to the elders, those secret manuals were carelessly written by some weak martial artists in ancient times, but later generations dug them out like treasures. After learning them, they found out that they were completely useless and harmed many people. Every sect has a lot of such trash secret manuals. Take me there, Yang Dingtian said. What are you going to do there? Yin Yin said. Just take me there, Yang Dingtian said. Yin Yin frowned, but still took Yang Dingtian out. They went to the 10th room, the storage room for trash secret manuals. Opening the door, a dusty smell came out. It was unknown how long it had been since someone came here. There was a thick layer of dust everywhere. There were no bookshelves here. Countless scrolls were thrown everywhere, and some of them were already broken. Yang Dingtian bent down and picked up a scroll. He opened it halfway and found that half of it was already rotten, so he threw it aside. He picked up another scroll. This secret manual was called Universe Devouring Technique. The name was really heaven-defying, but when he opened it, he found that the lines on it were completely scribbled with a few strokes, and it was broken in several places. Although Yang Dingtian didn't understand these secret manuals, he knew that they were trash. He picked up several secret manuals in succession and found that they were all trash. Originally, he wanted to pick up treasures in the trash, but it was impossible. Okay, stop looking. It's all trash, Yin Yin suddenly said. Who knows how many people had the same idea as you, but in the end, they all returned disappointed. I can tell you that I have read all the trash secret manuals here. At that time, I also had the same idea as you when I came to find treasures. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was extremely disappointed. He could only go back to learn the chaotic Heaven Destroyer sword. Following Yin Yin, he turned and left the trash secret manual room. Crack! Suddenly, there was a cracking sound, and a crack appeared on the hard stone floor. Then a golden light seeped out. Yang Dingtian was pleasantly surprised that something had happened. He ran over and took a closer look. From the crack in the stone slab, he saw a scroll lying a few feet underground. It was a golden scroll, the only golden scroll that Yang Dingtian had ever seen. Yang Dingtian excitedly dug out the scroll and opened it expectantly. There were 4 words written on it: pig-slaying swordsmanship. Yang Dingtian almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Other secret manuals' names were either domineering or mysterious, but this pig-slaying swordsmanship was actually so weird. Moreover, there were no patterns on this secret manual. It was completely blank. He then looked at Yen Yen Shimin, who had a strange expression on her face. She sneered. You think you've picked up a treasure, that you've had a fortuitous encounter. You're at least the 100th person to open this secret manual. Yen Yen said, This is trash among trash. There's nothing inside. Many people have injected their profound chi into it, but there was no reaction at all. This is a completely blank secret manual. That's right. When Yang Dingtian held the other secret scrolls in his hand, he could feel a surge of energy. However, this pig-slaying sword art had no energy at all. But for some reason, Yang Dingtian had a very, very strange feeling when he grasped the pig-slaying swordsmanship. Suddenly, the Dongfang Minmi in his mind let out a bewildered voice. This secret manual is very, very strange. How so? Yang Dingtian asked. Even if it's a high-level secret manual, when I look at it, I always seem to see an image of martial arts. Dongfang Minmi said, but now, when I look at this secret manual, I actually can't see anything. However, it wasn't completely blank either. It was like the vast blue dome of heaven. Looking up, there were only specks of stars. I wanted to get closer, but it was extremely proud and disdained to let me see it. I'm learning a 9th rank secret manual, but it doesn't have this unattainable feeling. Of course, this is just my feeling, Dongfang Minmi said. Yang Dingtian said with faint excitement, Master, I don't know why, but when I hold the secret manual, I have a very special feeling, as if I'm going to devour it, or it's going to devour me. That's right. When he held the chaotic Heaven Destroyer sword just now, the profound chi in his body was just about to move. But at this time, it was a fatal attraction. It was like the endless thirst of a desert for a storm. Follow your heart. Maybe this is your fate, Dongfang Minmi said slowly. Yang Dingtian closed his eyes to feel for a long time. When he opened his eyes again, his face was full of determination. This is it. I believe in my own feelings, Yang Dingtian said in his heart. Then he opened his palm and injected profound chi. Yang Dingtian, you're crazy, Yin Yin said. There were a few people who had the same idea as you and decided to learn this blank pig slaying swordsmanship. Do you know what happened after they injected profound qi? What? Yang Dingtian asked. A blank slate, Yin Yan said. No matter how high one's talent is, after injecting profound qi to learn the pig-slaying swordsmanship, not only will they learn a blank slate, they will also become a blank slate. One of the 8th rank geniuses learned the pig-slaying swordsmanship, but his cultivation never improved. Until he died, he didn't even become a novice warrior. Every genius who didn't believe in heresy became complete trash after learning the pig-slaying swordsmanship. This pig-slaying swordsmanship is a disaster. Our Cloud Sky City has long wanted to destroy it, but no matter how hard we tried, we couldn't destroy it. Later, we buried it under the floorboards here. Who would have thought that the floorboards would split open today, allowing you to discover it? Yin Yan said, in short, if you learn this secret manual, you'll be completely finished. So, no matter what, I won't let you learn this bullshit pig-slaying swordsmanship. Yin Yan said, but my heart tells me that it's what I want. Yang Dingtian said, many people have the same idea as you. Yin Yan said, come with me immediately and leave this room. I want to bury this harmful thing again. You go and learn the chaotic heaven destroyer sword. Yang Dingtian held the secret manual tightly and didn't move. His eyes were filled with impulsiveness. Yang Dingtian, are you going to listen to me? Yin Yan said angrily, am I still your wife? Are you going to listen to your wife? Aren't you going to put down? Why aren't you leaving? Don't force me to make a move. Don't force me to hit my husband. Yin Yan's beautiful eyes were filled with anger. Yang Dingtian looked at Yin Yan and said, I've decided. I want to learn the pig-slaying swordsmanship. Yin Yan was shocked and said, Yang Dingtian, we don't have time for you to take risks. You also don't have the right to take risks. No, definitely not. I must. Yang Dingtian spoke each word with determination. Yin Yan's face changed. She tried to suppress her anger and said gently, be good and listen to me. Go and learn the chaotic heaven destroyer sword. I'm your wife. I'm still counting on you to protect me. Husband. The last word, husband, was so gentle and coquettish that half of Yang Dingtian's body went numb. Yin Yan's gentle attack almost made Yang Dingtian collapse. However, he gritted his teeth and looked at Yin Yan with determination and said, Yin Yan, I've decided. At this moment, Yang Dingtian seemed to have been possessed by a ghost. Yin Yan stared at Yang Dingtian for a long time. Then, she suddenly retreated more than 10 meters. She pulled out a sharp sword and placed it on her neck. She said coldly, okay, you learn. If you learn this disaster, I'll have no hope. I might as well die like this. As long as you inject your profound qi, I'll die in front of you. I, Yin Yan, have always been very fierce. However, after meeting a bastard like you, I have to swallow my anger. Yin Yan said coldly, do you think I don't dare? As long as you inject your profound qi, I'll slit my throat. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was completely stunned. Yin Yan was so stubborn and determined. He was completely at his wits' end. Of course, he couldn't let Yin Yan slit her throat. Could it be that he had to give up on this pig-killing swordsmanship that he longed for so much? Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, Yin Yan, I feel that this thing is destined to be given to me by the heavens. Of course, maybe a lot of people also feel this way. In the end, they all became trash. That's right. I chose this pig-killing swordsmanship because it was a huge risk. Yang Dingtian said, but I came to this world because it was a huge risk. It's an almost impossible risk. Sorry, you can't convince me. Yin Yan said, I'll give you 2 choices. Put down the secret book and follow me. Or, I'll slit my throat and let my blood spray directly on your face. There's a secret that I didn't tell anyone except my master, including your father. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and slowly said, I came to this world because it was an impossible risk. I'm not a person of this world. What? Yen Yen suddenly cried out in shock. I'm not a person of this world. I came from another world. It's a world that's completely different from the primal chaos continent. It's a world that's completely bizarre in your eyes. Yang Dingtian smiled and said, Of course, in that world, there's absolutely no girl as beautiful as you. Impossible. Yen Yen's expression suddenly became incomparably shocked. Her beautiful eyes opened wide. I came from another world, so I want to learn the pig-killing swordsmanship. Yang Dingtian slowly said, I want to take this risk. I want to protect you. I want to complete your father's mission. While speaking, Yang Dingtian injected his internal force into the secret book. Yen Yen just stared blankly at Yang Dingtian. Of course. She didn't slit her throat. Then, something unimaginable happened. When Yang Dingtian injected his internal force into this pig-killing swordsmanship, lines appeared on the secret book. Then, the secret book turned into ashes inch by inch. Pig-killing swordsmanship. The lines on the secret book were more dazzling and wonderful than any of the secret books that he had seen before. The entire secret book disappeared inch by inch. Finally, the entire secret book was completely annihilated in Yang Dingtian's hands and completely disappeared from this world. Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and slowly floated in the air. Circles of light were born and circled around Yang Dingtian's body. Finally, the mysterious circles of light completely wrapped Yang Dingtian, just like a baby in his mother's belly. Countless rays of light shot into Yang Dingtian's body. Looking at all this, Yen Yen was completely stunned. Chapter 39. Yen Yen had never seen such a scene. There had never been a secret manual that would completely disappear after learning it, and there had never been a secret manual that could only be learned by one person. But the pig-killing swordsmanship in front of her had truly become Yang Dingtian's martial skill, secret manual. Boom! Yang Dingtian only felt a flash of light in his mind, and suddenly he was in a void illusion. A platform carved out of white jade floated in the sea of clouds, like a fairyland. Yang Dingtian was standing in the middle of this jade stone platform. Yang Dingtian was instantly astonished. How could the learning of martial arts be so mysterious? Who? A gust of wind blew, and the white clouds quickly condensed into a figure. The illusory figure, whose appearance could not be seen clearly, moved with the wind, changing and formless. It's been 10,000 years. Finally, someone came in. That figure sighed, sounding incomparably ancient. Yang Dingtian suppressed his excitement, stepped forward, and saluted. Yang Dingtian greets Senior. The figure formed by the clouds glanced at Yang Dingtian and then quickly approached. A cloud of smoke surrounded Yang Dingtian. Boundless world. No phase, no limit. It's actually someone from another plane world who learned my sword art. Interesting, interesting. That figure laughed heartily. Immediately after, a surge of chi energy drilled into Yang Dingtian's body and circulated once. 9 yang profound veins, 1 in a billion. Good, good. The figure laughed. You are Yang Dingtian? My name is Xiwu Piaoyan, the writer of the pig-killing swordsmanship. Before learning the first stage of the pig-killing swordsmanship, I first want to tell you something. Yes, Senior. Yang Dingtian sat down cross-legged. More than 10,000 years ago, the legendary end of the world was about to come, but no one in the world believed it, because at that time the entire chaotic continent was at the strongest moment of martial arts. As for me, I gradually discovered many clues. Some races suddenly disappeared, and in the depths of the distant sea, an incomparably huge continent suddenly appeared, and stars constantly fell from the sky. Thus, I gave up on my dream of becoming the most powerful person in the world. He roamed the world and traveled 100,000 miles. He wanted to find the source of the apocalypse and save the entire primal chaos continent. But as I walked further and further, I felt that the end of the world was getting closer and closer. The aura of the world's destruction was getting stronger and stronger. I could feel the lack of time. I'm afraid that I won't be able to complete this mission. I need someone to carry on my mission. If I fail in the future, that person can continue to follow in my footsteps and find the source of the apocalypse. Thus, as I continued to walk forward, I separated a portion of my profound energy and soul to write this secret manual, the pig-slaying sword technique. When I was searching for the Naga in the depths of the northernmost secret sea, I wrote the first step of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. As for where I will choose to write the second chapter, and whether I have found the Naga, I can only tell you the answer in the second chapter. According to legend, the Naga race was born from the mating of a dragon and a sea snake. In this world, the race closest to the bloodline of the dragon god was the strongest race in the world. Although there had been legends of the Naga race for thousands of years, and everyone knew the existence of the Naga race, no one had ever seen the Naga race. Dongfang Minmi had traveled all over the world, but he had never seen any traces of the Naga race. Because looking for the source of the apocalypse requires the strongest person in the world to follow in my footsteps, when I wrote this secret manual, I set that only the strongest Xian veins can enter the secret manual to practice. But I didn't expect that I would wait for more than 10,000 years before the person who practiced it came. Yang Dingtian, are you willing to follow in my footsteps, find the source of the apocalypse, and find a way to save the entire primal chaos continent? Shu Piaoyan asked slowly. I am willing. Yang Dingtian said, but the apocalypse has already happened. 10,000 years ago, the world was destroyed. It has been destroyed. Shu Piaoyan's shadow trembled and almost scattered. It was destroyed, it really was destroyed. Shu Piaoyan sighed and said, how did it die? Yang Dingtian said, the world changed, the ocean became mountains, and the mountains became the ocean. The earth fell, the rivers disappeared, and the world was turned upside down. Thousands of years after the apocalypse, the surviving human beings began to reproduce again. Relying on the martial arts scroll left from ancient times, they developed the martial arts civilization again. Shu Piaoyan sighed for a long time and said, you haven't found the source of the apocalypse yet, have you? No. Yang Dingtian said, no one is even looking for it. Then you go and find it. Shu Piaoyan said, when you are strong enough, you will follow in my footsteps to find the source of the apocalypse. Only then can I rest in peace. Yes, Senior Shu. Yang Dingtian said, but I have many missions now. I need to wait until all my missions are completed before I can find the source of the apocalypse. Of course, before you become a martial sage, you can't follow in my footsteps to find the source of the apocalypse. You can't even pass through the whirling knot, Shu Piaoyan said. After Yang Dingtian finished listening, he felt that there was an additional mission on his body. Then, let's start learning the first stage of the pig-killing swordsmanship, the Shu 9 Disaster Sword. Hearing the name of this sword technique, Yang Dingtian's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't help but ask, Senior Shu, is this Shu 9 Disaster Sword powerful? Shu Piaoyan was stunned, and then said lightly, the best in the world. Yang Dingtian's body trembled violently, and the blood in his body seemed to surge violently. Now, I will start the first Shu 9 Disaster Sword. Suddenly, the smoke figure twisted a shadow sword in his hand and gently swung it. The first disaster sword of the world. Whoosh! Shu Piaoyan's figure was like a red-crowned crane, moving around in the space. The sword light was blurred, and his steps were as elegant as an immortal's. The second disaster, sword of all lives. The third disaster, sword of ruthlessness. The fourth disaster, sword of ecstasy. The fifth disaster, sword of boundless. The sixth disaster, sword of selflessness. The seventh disaster, sword of great mercy. The eighth disaster, sword of nirvana. The ninth disaster, sword of iniquity. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Endless swords and endless shadows. Within 1,000 meters, Shu Piaoyan's shadows were all over. Every move, every style, left an afterimage in the air. In the entire space, thousands of afterimages condensed in the air. It was magnificent and shocking. Connecting these thousands of shadows together was the complete Shu 9 Disasters sword, the best sword technique in the world. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was completely immersed in this incomparably mysterious and powerful sword technique. This was indeed the best sword technique in the world. Every move was so mysterious, so gorgeous, and so terrifying. It was as if every move exhausted all the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, and every move burned out all the brilliance. It was as if this was not a person performing a sword dance, but an immortal performing a sword dance. The dance represented the vicissitudes of the human world and the disasters of heaven and earth. It was indeed the best sword technique in the world. Whoosh, whoosh! Suddenly, these thousands of afterimages turned into ashes and condensed into Shu Piayan. Do you remember it? Shu Piayan asked. Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and fell into memory. He let the whole Shu 9 Disasters sword replay in his mind, over and over again, and then seemed to be engraved in his mind. Yes, Senior, Yang Dingtian said. Shu Piayan said, Well, I'll do it again. After that, Shu Piayan floated in the air and performed the Shu 9 Disasters sword again. Another amazing and mysterious scene made Yang Dingtian indulge in it again, as if he was admiring the sword dance of an immortal. Putting away his sword, Shu Piayan asked, Do you remember it? Yang Dingtian fell into deep thought again, recalling the moves just now in his mind. Although it was more difficult than before, he still remembered it. How do you feel? Shu Piayan asked. It seems that it's different from the first time. The movements are simplified and changed a little, Yang Dingtian said. Very good. Shu Piayan smiled and said, Then I'll do it a third time. Next, the fourth time, the fifth time, the sixth time. After the eighth time, Shu Piayan asked, Now, do you remember it? Yang Dingtian's face became extremely painful. Finally, he shook his head and said, I can't remember it because it's different every time. There are even some movements that are completely opposite. Then what do you feel? What's the impression? Shu Piayan asked. Yang Dingtian said, It's simpler and uglier each time. Shu Piayan laughed and said, Well, then you can watch it for the 9th time, which is also the last time. Then Shu Piayan swung the shadow sword in his hand and performed the Shu 9 Disasters sword for the 9th time. The sword stabbed straight out. The first move, piercing the throat and letting out blood. Then the sword slashed. The second move, cutting open the stomach. Then the sword slashed down. The third move, cutting off the head. Then the sword turned. The fourth move, digging out the heart and lungs. Then the sword shook violently and moved forward like a snake. The fifth move, cleaning the stomach. Then the light flashed and the sword slashed 4 times from different angles. The sixth move, chopping off the limbs. Then the sword fell from above and slashed vertically. The seventh move, splitting into 2 pieces. Then he swung his sword horizontally and horizontally. The eighth move, scraping the bones and meat. Finally, the long sword pierced downwards once. The 9th move, putting the sword into the chopping board. Soon, Shu Piayan finished demonstrating the Shu 9 Disasters sword for the 9th time. At this time, Yang Dingtian was completely stunned. He stood there with his eyes wide open, motionless. From the 1st to the 9th time, he watched helplessly as the incomparably gorgeous, incomparably complex, and incomparably mysterious Shu 9 Disasters sword became the final pig-killing swordsmanship. The 9 Tao tribulations had become the 9 steps of slaughtering a pig. From so gorgeous to so vulgar, from so complex to so simple, from so high-end to so cheap, from an immortal to a butcher. How do you feel? Shu Piayan laughed. Yang Dingtian still hadn't calmed down. He originally thought that the pig-killing swordsmanship was just a name to fool people. The real name was the Shu-9 Disaster Sword, which sounded very mysterious. But he didn't expect that the pig-killing swordsmanship was really called the pig-killing swordsmanship. Yang Dingtan took a deep breath and said, "After learning the pig-killing swordsmanship, there will be no sword in the world." "Well said." Shu Piayan laughed and said, "After learning the pig-killing swordsmanship, there will be no sword in the world." Then Shu Piayan said, "If it was directly the pig-killing swordsmanship, it would be vulgar and not wonderful at all." But from the complicated and mysterious Shu-9 disasters soared to the pig-killing swordsmanship step by step. Its power is infinite and incomparably powerful. When the martial arts in the world reach the extreme, it is to simplify and return to simplicity. It is as if you can only truly enjoy simplicity after experiencing prosperity. Only when you have experienced magnificence can you have the right to be low-key. After hearing this, Yang Dingtian deeply saluted. This was not only the truth of martial arts, but also the philosophy of the world. Then Shu Piayan said, "Now try to use this set of Shu-9 disasters sword again and again. Follow your feelings and let your Xian Qi spread with your feelings. Let me see what your talent is, what your comprehension is, and what amazing power this set of swordsmanship will have on you." "Yes, Senior," Yang Dingtian said. Then he stretched out his right hand, and suddenly a virtual sword slowly appeared in his hand. Taking a deep breath and closing his eyes, Yang Dingtian entered the world of the Shu-9 Disaster Sword. Whoosh! The sword light flashed and a strong wind blew. Chapter 40. In an instant, Yang Dingtian completely entered the world of the Shu-9 Disaster Sword. His whole heart, his whole spirit, completely entered this deeper sword world. First tribulation, sword of Advent. Yang Dingtian fell from the sky, and the sword was like a meteor, stabbing into the hard ground. Bang! A profound chi force shot out, and a white jade slate suddenly shattered and shot in all directions. The sword light was drawn, and the brilliance was overflowing like the Milky Way. It slashed through the splashing stones. Boom! In an instant, countless flying stones shattered into pieces and turned into powder. Second tribulation, sword of all lives. Whoosh, 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 whoosh! The long sword trembled, and the tip of the sword shot out quickly. Countless rays of light seemed to be densely packed with stars. In an instant, dozens of swords, hundreds of swords, more than 100 cold stars flickered. Whoosh! The sword light drew a circle and condensed the 100 cold stars. Countless cold stars condensed into a thick sword light, striking down like lightning. Boom! The whole ground suddenly exploded. Countless jade stones flew everywhere. Third tribulation, sword of ruthlessness. Whoosh! The cold light circled, and the sword shadow was looming in an instant. It was as if it had not arrived yet, and it was unknown where the sword shadow was. Suddenly, a cold light burst out as bright as a star. Swish! The sword light flashed. Bang, bang, bang! The air was torn apart inch by inch. The head of the stone lion in the distance was silently cut off. The sword of ruthlessness was neither close nor distant. If the shadow reappeared, it was ruthless and cold. Fourth tribulation, sword of ecstasy. The air flowed, and the sword shadow instantly turned graceful, straight and curved, cold and soft. The sound of the sword was like weeping and complaining. The figure holding the sword was like a lone goose, like spiraling smoke. It wandered unpredictably, circling around. It was gentle like water, curling like smoke. Whoosh! Suddenly, this gentle sword rainbow turned into a fierce ecstasy lock in an instant. Kill, kill, kill. Destroy, destroy, destroy. The sword shadow faded and the dust settled. The surroundings had been turned into powder. Fifth tribulation, sword of boundless. The heart was boundless, the sword was boundless. He thought that if he was the enemy, his murderous aura filled the air. There was nothing he couldn't kill and nothing he couldn't destroy. The sixth tribulation, selfless sword. Where did I come from? Where am I going? Without me, where would the sword go? If the heavens were heartless, why would I exist? The seventh tribulation, sword of great mercy. Victory is sorrow, defeat is sorrow. Life is sad, death is sad. The sorrowful sword breaks the intestines. Each sword breaks the human soul. The eighth tribulation, sword of nirvana. Heaven and earth were destroyed. Life is short, but there are things to ask for and things to return to. What was there to be afraid of? At worst, heaven and earth would destroy him. The ninth tribulation, innocuous sword. There was nothing to be sad about. The limit of fear did not matter. At the end of the calamity, there is no sorrow, no joy, no fear, no calamity. He sheathed his sword and stood there. For a long time, Yang Dingtian's body and soul were unable to break free. Whoosh! Suddenly, the smoke that had been surrounding Yang Dingtian suddenly dissipated. It fell to the ground and condensed into Shu Piaoyan's figure. At this time, the whole ground was a mess. Hundreds of meters and thousands of meters of the suspended platform were all destroyed by Yang Dingtian's sword. Wake up! Shu Piaoyan shouted softly. Yang Dingtian's eyes gradually changed from blurred to sober. Looking at the messy mirror image around him, he showed an incredible expression. What happened just now? How come I don't know it all? I don't remember it all. How do you feel? Shu Piaoyan asked. It feels like a lifetime ago, Yang Dingtian said. Such exquisite swordsmanship. I have never seen or heard of it. After the pig-slaying swordsmanship, there is no sword in the world. But what? Shu Piaoyan asked. But the Shu 9 disaster sword I used seems to be different from the one you demonstrated, Yang Dingtian said. It doesn't need to be the same, Shu Piaoyan said. The sword is not fixed. If the person is different, the sword will be different. Otherwise, it will be a dead sword. The Shu 9 disasters sword pursues the spirit, not the form. Then Shu Piaoyan said, Do you want to hear my evaluation of you? Please, Yang Dingtian said. Your talent is unseen and unheard of, Shu Piaoyan said. Just now, when you used the Shu 9 disaster sword for the first time, it made people feel a deep sense of despair. But this is not only because of your talent, but also because of your joy and anger, your gratitude and resentment. You have experienced so many things at such a young age, so your sword is full of endless stories and has become incomparably distant and profound. But what? Yang Dingtian asked. If you put your mind too much into it, it will easily hurt others and yourself. You should know that this Shu 9 disaster sword is the most complicated, the most profound, the most gorgeous, and the most mysterious. However, the ultimate goal is to return to the original, to return to the vulgar and elegant pig-killing swordsmanship. Therefore, don't try too hard. If you try too hard, your fate will end early. What should be emptied will be emptied. Shu Piaoyan said slowly. Yang Dingtian suddenly fell into deep thought. After a long time, he said, Senior, although there are many things that I can't do now, I will understand your words. Now, do I need to practice it a second time? Shu Piaoyan shook his head and said, No need. Such a sword technique can be learned once in the secret book. Learn as much as you can. After leaving the illusory void, you can comprehend it by yourself. How do you feel at this time? Yang Dingtian said, There is a vigorous energy, as if it is about to burst out. Shu Piaoyan said, Any secret book in the world contains the pure vitality energy of the writer. The first time you learn it, you can clean your Xian meridians, absorb the Xian qi between heaven and earth, and expand your Xian meridians and sea of qi. Therefore, when you learn martial arts for the first time, you will have a breakthrough. Ordinary secret books can break through 1 star, and excellent secret books can break through 2 stars. With the mystery of the pig-killing swordsmanship and your talent, you can break through 4 stars. When you return to reality, your sea of qi will have a powerful breakthrough. At that time, you'll be a 4-star novice martial artist, or even higher. Really? Yang Dingtian was ecstatic. Of course it's true, said Shu Piaoyan. However, you only have one chance like this. Only once in your life. Yang Dingtian said hopefully, then in half a month, can I break through to become a 6-star Xian martial artist? Shu Piaoyan was stunned for a moment. Then he shook his head and said, impossible. Martial arts 10,000 years ago were much more prosperous than now, but it was impossible. Even a peerless genius needed 3 months to go from an enlightener to a 6-star Xian martial artist. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian felt a chill in his heart. The person in front of him was not a grandmaster, but an extremely powerful saint from 10,000 years ago. If he said no, then there was really no possibility of change. There is no possibility. It has never happened in tens of thousands of years. Yang Dingtian was full of unwillingness. There is no possibility. This completely violates the greatest theorem of the human body and nature, Shu Piaoyan said. Yang Dingtian let out a breath of air forcefully. By the way, what day is it today? Shu Piaoyan suddenly asked. Double calendar, September 1st, Yang Dingtian said. Is it heaven's will? Shu Piaoyan was stunned and muttered to himself. Yang Dingtian's heart suddenly jumped. Is there hope? Senior Shu Piaoyan said. In 12 days, September 13th, it will be the Yin-Yang festival that occurs once every 300 years. At that time, the 2 moons will cover the 2 suns, and the world will be pitch black. At that moment, Yin and Yang will blend, and the Xian Qi between heaven and earth will suddenly become incomparably pure. Warriors in the world can only absorb Xian Qi every morning because the Xian Qi at this time is relatively pure. But even so, after swallowing 10 buckets of Xian Qi, there will be less than 1% left. This is because Yin and Yang coexist, and the Xian Qi is not pure. If you swallow too much, your life will be in danger. But at the moment of the Yin-Yang festival, the Xian Qi between heaven and earth will be instantly purified. At this stage, the Xian Qi can be absorbed for one's own use almost without refining or eliminating it. Therefore, the effect of swallowing Xian Qi at that moment is 100 times better than usual. Yang Dingtian asked, at that time, can I break through to a 6-star Xian martial artist? Of course not, Shu Piaoyan said. Although the effect of swallowing Xian Qi is 100 times better than usual. After all, the time is too short. It's almost instantaneous. Therefore, we still need to organize a large formation. This formation is called the Yin-Yang 5 Elements Formation. Have you heard of it? Never heard of it. Yang Dingtian, not only Yang Dingtian, but Dongfang Minmi had never heard of it, so it must have been lost during the Great Nirvana. When a person swallows Xian Qi, he can only absorb Xian Qi within 10 feet at most. As for the Yin-Yang 5 Elements Formation, it can swallow Xian Qi within a few miles, or it can swallow Xian Qi within dozens of miles or hundreds of miles, Shu Piaoyan said. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's blood boiled. He needed to break through to a 6-star Xian martial artist on September 15th, and 13 days later, there would be a once in 300 years total solar eclipse in the Yin-Yang realm. Wasn't this fate? Then I can break through to a 6-star Xian martial artist at that time, right? Yang Dingtian asked. Maybe, but it's also very difficult. Shu Piaoyan said. In my era, there was someone who used the Yin-Yang 5 Elements Formation on the Yin-Yang festival and broke through to the 13th level. In the end, he became the strongest person in the world. Your talent is amazing, but reaching the 16th level is too amazing. Yang Dingtian said excitedly, even if there is a little hope, I will do my best. Senior, can you tell me what to do? How should I arrange this Yin-Yang 5 Elements Formation? Shu Piaoyan said, you need to find a circular plot of land. This circle is half yin and half yang. There is yang in yin and yin in yang, but they are clearly separated. Then, arrange a pentagram in the circle and put the demon nuclei of the 5 elements in the 5 corners. Lightning on the top, ice and fire on the left, and metal and wind on the bottom. In this way, you can arrange the yin-yang 5 elements formation. The stronger the formation, the more xian qi it can condense. You are in the eye of the formation, and when the 2 moons cover the 2 suns, endless xian qi energy will pour into your body from the top of your head. At this time, the energy is incomparably pure and can directly enter your sea of qi for your own use. At that time, you only need to run the unique xian swallowing formula of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, and you can refine the xian qi into your sea of qi. I will remember, Senior, Yang Dingtian said excitedly. Remember, the demon nuclei of the 5 elements must be obtained by hunting the demon beasts with your own hands. You can't borrow the hands of others, because the moment before the demon beasts die, they will instill your energy, aura, and impression into the demon nuclei. If you don't hunt the demon nuclei with your own hands, the formation will not be compatible with you, and the consequences will be unimaginable. The endless xian qi will tear you to pieces in an instant. I will remember, Senior, Yang Dingtian said. Well, then you can go out and return to your real world. A long time should have passed. I am going to disappear too, Shiwu Piaoyan said. Suddenly, a cool feeling poured into the top of his head. Yang Dingtian gradually woke up and returned to reality. Chapter 41. Wait. Suddenly, Shiwu Piaoyan said. Yang Dingtian's figure stopped abruptly. There was darkness in front of him, and he could only see the figure of Shiwu Piaoyan formed by a white light. There is a way that may allow you to have a greater breakthrough, but I can't guarantee that it will succeed, Shiwu Piaoyan said. Senior, please tell me, Yang Dingtian said. Empty body and empty meridians. Shiwu Piaoyan said, a martial artist practices martial arts for 12 hours a day and practices qi for 2 hours. Practicing martial arts can increase the capacity of the xian meridians and sea of qi. Practicing qi can fill in the space for these increases. Over time, you can achieve a breakthrough. On the day of the Yin-Yang festival, if the formation is big enough and strong enough, you may have a very strong and vigorous xian qi. How much you can have a breakthrough is determined by the rate of absorption of your xian meridians and sea of qi. In a short period of time, how much xian qi can be swallowed is how much you can have a breakthrough. Then, if you want to have enough space in your sea of qi and xian meridians, you need to forge your body and forge your meridians. Shiwu Piaoyan said, you keep practicing the sword, but you don't practice qi. First, I will lock your meridians, not letting any xian qi enter, suppressing the desire of your sea of qi to break through, so that your sea of qi and xian meridians are fully empty. At that time, you can swallow the most xian qi and get a greater breakthrough. In this way, you may have a greater chance of breaking through to a 6-star xian martial artist. Shiwu Piaoyan said, of course, this is just a prediction of mine. It may not become a reality. Yang Dingtian thought for a while and said, then do it this way. It's good to have a little more hope. Whoosh whoosh. 2 rays of light suddenly drilled into the top of Yang Dingtian's head. He only felt that his xian meridians were stagnant, and then his whole body seemed to be floating. You can unlock the seal of this meridians at any time. If you don't unlock it, then at the moment of the total solar eclipse, endless xian qi will pour into your body and automatically break it open. Shiwu Piaoyan said, yes, Senior. Yang Dingtian, then to what extent should I practice the sword to make my xian meridians and sea of qi reach the peak? The ultimate is, of course, when you can use the highest level of the Shiwu 9 Disasters sword, the pig-slaying swordsmanship. At that time, you will be able to unleash the full power of this sword technique. Shiwu Piaoyan said, but that's too difficult. You need to practice the sword tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of times. You don't have much time, so you can practice the sword 10,000 times at most. You can reach whatever level you want. Because in the following time you will personally hunt for the 5 types of demon nuclei and find a suitable place to set up the formation. Yes, Senior. Practice the sword 10,000 times, whatever level you can reach. That is, Yang Dingtian said. Then goodbye. See you at the second stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, Shu Piaoyan said. Then his figure disappeared bit by bit. I hope I can tell you more by then. Remember, don't tell anyone my secret. Then Shu Piaoyan's figure disappeared completely. Yang Dingtian slowly opened his eyes as if he had just woken up from a dream. He saw that Yan Yan was sleeping on the ground at this time. Her plump and charming body was curled up like an insecure little beast. She had fallen asleep. He didn't know how much time had passed. Yang Dingtian stepped forward and gently pushed Yan Yan's shoulder. Who is it? Yan Yan was shocked. She suddenly opened her beautiful eyes and quickly placed her sword on Yang Dingtian's neck. Why are you sleeping here? Yang Dingtian asked. You stayed in the light circle for a whole day and night, motionless. Where else would I sleep if not here? Yan Yan got up and said. A whole day and night? Yang Dingtian said in surprise. I feel like it's only been a while. Yan Yan's beautiful eyes were full of expectation and worry as she looked at Yang Dingtian. She seemed to want to see if Yang Dingtian was different from before. She said, ordinary secret techniques take at most 3 hours to learn for the first time. You actually took a whole day and night. This set of pig-killing swordsmanship must be extraordinary. Have you learned it? I learned the first stage of pig-killing swordsmanship, Shu 9 Disaster Sword, Yang Dingtian said. Hearing this awe-inspiring name, Yan Yan's beautiful eyes tightened. She said, Why don't you show it to me? Let's see how powerful it is. Okay. Yang Dingtian stretched out his hand. Let me borrow your sword. Yan Yan suddenly remembered that Yang Dingtian didn't have a sword yet. She immediately handed her sword over. After taking the sword, Yang Dingtian slowly closed his eyes and slowly breathed in and out. When he opened his eyes again, he gently pulled out a sword flower and pinched a sword technique. Suddenly, his heart and spirit entered the world of Shu 9 Disaster Sword. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sword light was like a rainbow and the sword whistled like a tide. In this abandoned secret book room, Yang Dingtian used Shu 9 Disaster Sword. The first tribulation, sword of descent. The second tribulation, sword of life. The third tribulation, sword of ruthlessness. The 8th tribulation, sword of nirvana. The 9th tribulation, sword of non-tribulation. Suddenly, the dark secret room seemed to have entered another world. Boundless sword shadows, boundless flowing colors. The sword blade was as cold as water, weaving a mysterious picture scroll in this space. 6 minutes later, Yang Dingtian put away his sword and stood. Although this was not as perfect as he was in the illusory environment, he was already satisfied. He felt that he played very well. Then he looked at Yan Yan with expectation. Yan Yan's beautiful eyes were blurred and full of splendor. She said, This is Shu 9 Disaster Sword? I have never seen such a beautiful and wonderful sword technique. Then Yan Yan seemed to think of something, and her face suddenly turned pale. She said, What about Xian Qi? When you used this set of sword technique, why didn't I feel any Xian Qi? How many levels did you break through to learn this set of secret books? Suddenly, Yang Dingtian did not know how to answer. There will be breakthroughs in the beginning of any secret book in the world. When I learned Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword for the first time, I broke through 3 levels and directly went from an enlightener to a 3-star novice martial artist. Yan Yan said, I remember the set of sword technique you used just now was beautiful, but it was only in appearance and had no power at all. It was like a dance, not a sword technique. Now, I will let you see the real sword technique, Yan Yan said. After speaking, Yan Yan took the sword in Yang Dingtian's hand and quickly stabbed the first sword. Suddenly, it was like a rainbow piercing the sun and like a meteor streaking across the sky. Suddenly, the air was distorted, and the sword in her hand was seeped with a trace of red, as if it was burned red. Whoosh! Then the second sword was like a stormy sea, and the wind and clouds surged. The sword let out a dragon and tiger roar, and the air turned into a mass of red, winding around the treasured sword. Suddenly, it was as if a fire dragon was circling around the sword. Roar! The third sword was like a violent storm and a tsunami. The sword roared, and the fire dragon on the sword roared loudly, igniting and tearing the air inch by inch. The surrounding space of dozens of square meters suddenly darkened, and the whole space was swallowed by the energy array formed by the sword. On the tip of the sword there was a dazzling light, as if it was formed by the surrounding light. Bang! Finally, the fire dragon on the sword spat out the light. Boom! The light hit the ground, and suddenly it tore a 5-foot crack on the hard ground. Yan Yan put away the sword and said, "This is the first time I learned the power of Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword, and it was enough to tear a 5-foot crack on the ground. And you couldn't even tear a scroll." Seeing that Yan Yan was about to flip out, Yang Dingtian hurriedly said, Don't worry. My set of sword art is different from all the secret manuals. I didn't break through now because I locked my meridians and didn't want to break through, so that my Xian meridians and Qi, Si could be released for a greater breakthrough in the future. After listening to Yang Dingtian's explanation, Yan Yan stared at him with her beautiful eyes, then shook her head and said, I've never heard of such a thing. Because this is pig-killing sword art, and it's different from all the other sword arts. Yang Dingtian said, I only saw that you didn't break through when you learned this set of sword art. Yan Yan slightly frowned and said, Then tell me, when can you break through, and how much can you break through? 12 days later, on the 13th of September, Yin Yang Festival, Yang Dingtian said, I don't know how much I can break through. Are you kidding? Yang Dingtian. Yan Yan immediately said unhappily, Why don't you say that you can break through on the 15th of September during the elimination battle? Because that day is very special. It's the Yin Yang Festival, so the breakthrough will be discovered on that day. I have no intention of delaying it. Yang Dingtian said firmly, You're my husband, so of course I'm willing to believe you. But the reality is that I don't see any Xian Qi in your sword art, and there's no breakthrough at all. Yan Yan tried her best to be gentle and said, I'm afraid that you'll get lost and fall into your own illusion. It's obviously a set of sword art that looks like a woman's dance, but you treat it as a peerless sword art and are unable to extricate yourself from it. If that's the case, we'll really be finished. Husband, I'm afraid because I suddenly thought of someone. Yan Yan's beautiful eyes trembled as she recalled a terrifying memory. Then Yan Yan continued, His name is Yang Yunchong, the eldest son of Yang Lai's grandfather. Originally, my father wouldn't have had the chance to become Cloud Sky City's lord. Yang Yunchong's talent is even higher than my father's, and he's number 1 in the entire Northwest continent. Everyone thought that he would become the strongest Cloud Sky City's lord in history. At the age of 23, he was already a martial ancestor realm expert and was famous throughout the world. However, one day he discovered the pig-slaying swordsmanship and was immediately tempted. Then he used the Xian dissociation pill to wash away his chaotic heaven destroyer sword, which had already reached the martial mystic realm, and started learning the pig-slaying swordsmanship from the beginning. No one could persuade him. It was as if he had completely gone mad. Then he turned from a peerless genius to a complete waste. In the end, he went completely crazy. Thus, Cloud Sky City lost its most outstanding successor. From then on, the pig-slaying swordsmanship became a disaster. Yan Yan said with a pained expression. Just now, I was shocked by the secret you told me. When you said that you weren't from this world, I was stunned. Then you inserted your Xian Qi into the pig-slaying swordsmanship. I wanted to stop you, but it was too late. Do you know how worried I was and how regretful I was? Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and suppressed his agitated emotions. He said he couldn't learn it because his Xian veins weren't strong enough. You don't know what I encountered in the world of the secret manual. What did you encounter? Yan Yan asked while holding back her anger. An incomparably mysterious, illusory world. A very white elder taught me this incomparably powerful 9 tribulations void sword. Yang Dingtian said, I can only say this much because I have to keep the other aspects a secret. I can't say more. When he said this, Yan Yan's beautiful face suddenly turned pale. She trembled and said, Yang Dingtian, what you said is exactly the same as what Yang Yanchong said back then. Then he fell into madness. Suddenly, Yan Yan's face revealed a terrified expression. Yang Dingtian's body shook. Then he shook his head and said, That's impossible. I'm the only one who truly entered the pig-slaying swordsmanship. I don't know what happened to Yang Yunqiang. Maybe it was his hallucination. Whether the swordsmanship is real or fake, I'm very clear in my heart. Then, her voluptuous body gently snuggled up. She stroked Yang Dingtian's face and said with a gentleness she had never shown before, Husband, don't walk on Yang Yunqiang's path. Just listen to Yan Yan this time. We'll use the profound dissociation pill to wash away this disastrous pig-slaying swordsmanship. We should learn the primal chaos heaven destroyer sword, okay? As long as you agree, no matter what you say in the future, I'll listen to you. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's body trembled. Yan Yan thought he was moved. She said tenderly, Husband, Yan Yan will rely on you in the future. Let's use the safest method, okay? Use the profound dissociation pill to wash away the pig-slaying swordsmanship. We should learn the primal chaos heaven destroyer sword. Then I'll sleep with you and give you my Xianqi, okay? This is a 100% success rate. Seeing Yang Dingtian's expressionless face, Yan Yan's face gradually turned cold. She said, Yang Dingtian, this is the last time I'm begging you. If you don't agree, I'll leave immediately. I won't say another word. From now on, I won't care about your matters. We'll stop here. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He said, No, I don't agree. Then, Yang Dingtian looked at her deeply and said, Shimin Yan Yan, I'm very grateful for your selflessness, but as husband and wife, I feel that mutual trust is more precious. 12 days later, I'll prove to you that my insistence is right. But if you're wrong, then you'll not only destroy yourself, but all of us. Yan Yan said coldly, then turned around and walked out. Chapter 42. Before leaving, Yan Yan couldn't help but turn back and say, Yang Dingtian, believe me, everything you saw was just an illusion. You're walking down the same path as Yang Yunqiang. As your wife, I beg you to come back and take the safe and successful path, okay? Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and smiled at Yan Yan. I'm sorry. I think I'm right. Yan Yan's face suddenly turned pale. Since you chose to believe in an illusion instead of your wife, why did you choose to believe in it? From now on, we have nothing to do with each other except for the so-called husband and wife. After saying that, Yan Yan staggered and ran out of the door. Yang Dingtian gasped for breath as he tried to calm down his agitated emotions. I firmly believe that everything I've seen isn't an illusion. The path I've chosen is correct. Yang Dingtian emphasized each and every word. Then Yang Dingtian couldn't help but ask in his heart, Master, did you see the scene of me learning swordsmanship on a floating platform? Dongfang Minmi was silent for a moment and said, I didn't see anything. Yang Dingtian's body suddenly trembled and his face turned pale. Then Dongfang Minmi said, But I believe in your choice. I also believe in my choice, Yang Dingtian said. Then he grasped the steel sword in his hand tightly. Shu Piayin wanted him to practice the sword 10,000 times. Time was very tight. There was no time to delay. He had to start now. Just as Yang Dingtian walked out of the hidden art pavilion and was looking for a desolate and spacious place to practice his sword, someone blocked his path. It was a tall and handsome youth who was leading a group of teenagers. "You're that toad who wants to eat swan meat, the one who dreams of becoming the lord of Cloud Sky City," Yang Dingtian, the young man, said coldly. "I'm Yang Dingtian. Please excuse me," said Yang Dingtian. "My name is Tang Jin, Tang Buizhao's son. Tang Xian, whom you insulted yesterday, is my sister." The young man pointed at Yang Dingtian. "What can I do for you?" Yang Dingtian asked. A cruel smile appeared on Tang Jin's face as he said, "Nothing much. I'm just here to warn you. 13 days later, in the great elimination battle, not only will I kick you out of Cloud Sky City, I won't let you leave Cloud Sky City in one piece. I will treat you well and let you see clearly who is the real master of Cloud Heaven City." Yang Dingtian's heart trembled. He looked deeply at Tang Jin and said, "I heard it. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Then Yang Dingtian pushed aside the two youths in front of him and left the hidden merit pavilion. "Yang Dingtian, I am a 1-star mystic martial warrior. 13 days later, I will make you regret coming to Cloud Sky City." Walking to the suspension bridge, Yang Dingtian heard Tang Jin's cold voice from behind him. Yang Dingtian's body froze. A 1-star mystic martial warrior was 5 levels higher than his target, a 6-star mystic martial warrior. Moreover, it was a jump in rank. If he wanted to win, it would be difficult to ascend to the heavens. But what if the pig-slaying swordsmanship was really the best sword technique in the world? "I'm counting on you, buddy." Yang Dingtian raised the sword in his hand and thought to himself, "We're all beasts who can't turn back, even if we hit a wall. Don't disappoint me. Brother Tang, why don't we break his arms and legs now?" At this moment, a handsome youth on the side said, "Do you want to die by attacking him in Cloud Sky City?" Tang Jin said coldly, "But once we leave Cloud Sky City, it's hard to say." "I understand." That handsome young man smiled, in order to prove that his choice was correct. Yang Dingtian didn't sleep or rest in the following days. Every day, besides eating, he practiced the pig-slaying swordsmanship. As expected, Yan Yan didn't appear again. She didn't even look at Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian practiced the pig-slaying swordsmanship all the time in a secluded area behind the mountain. He didn't even go back to eat. He brought some dry rations and hastily ate them with the spring water. Later, he didn't even eat. At first, he went back to sleep. Later, Yan Yan's maid, Luer, locked the door to his room. Yang Dingtian simply didn't go back to sleep. Every day, when he was extremely tired, he would find a random spot to sleep. He practiced the sword 10,000 times. In the beginning, he needed a full 5 minutes to complete one cycle of the 9 Tribulation Sword. 10,000 cycles would take a full 50,000 minutes, which was close to 900 hours. In other words, even if he didn't sleep or rest, he would still need more than a month. This was impossible. Yang Dingtian didn't have that much time. No, there must be some progress to simplify the 9 Tribulation Sword. Yang Dingtian desperately tried to recall how Shu Piayin returned to simplicity step by step on the suspended void platform. Dozens of times, 100 times, 200 times. A whole day passed, and Yang Dingtian didn't make any progress. It was still that incomparably complicated and incomparably gorgeous Shu 9 Tribulation Sword. It still needed 5 minutes. Yang Dingtian stopped, looked up at the night sky, and said, "Master, why is it like this?" "Child, you are carrying too much. You are exerting too much force." Dongfang Minmi said, "Empty yourself first. I will teach you a set of Formless Heart Sutra. It can let you completely enter a state of selflessness." Yang Dingtian took a deep breath, looked at the pool below, and jumped in. A cool feeling suddenly spread throughout his body. Then, under the guidance of Dong Fong Minmi, Yang Dingtian began to learn the Formless Heart Sutra. Suddenly, it was as if a force suddenly grabbed everything from his mind. At first, it grabbed his unwillingness. Then it grabbed his anger. Then it grabbed his memories. Finally, it even grabbed the Shu 9 Tribulations sword that he was madly practicing. Now, you go and practice the sword again. Don't count the time, don't count the number of times, just practice like this. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian jumped out of the water and stabbed the first sword of the Shu 9 Tribulations sword, the Sword of Advent. Master, from now on, I will enter a state of selflessness and practice the sword like a madman. Wake me up when I have practiced it 10,000 times. If it is less than 10,000 times, no matter how much time has passed, don't wake me up. Go forward, regardless of the consequences. I am a beast that is madly moving forward. Yang Dingtian rushed out of the water, the sword in his hand like the wind. A few hours later, he suddenly entered the second level of the Shu 9 Tribulation sword. It only took 2 minutes to practice 9 moves. The next day, Yang Dingtian was still in the second level. It still took 2 minutes to practice 9 moves. On this day, he didn't sleep or rest and practiced the sword 700 times. On the third day, he suddenly entered the third level of the Shu 9 Tribulation sword. It only took him a minute and a half to practice the Shu 9 Tribulation sword. On this day, he not only didn't sleep or rest, but also didn't eat a bite. He practiced the sword 1,000 times. On the fourth day, he didn't make any progress. It still took him a minute and a half to practice the Shu 9 Tribulation sword. He was still in the third level, practicing the sword 1,000 times. At this time, he had practiced the sword 3,000 times. There were still 7,000 times left. And there were less than 8 days before the Yin-Yang festival and the total solar eclipse. He didn't hunt a single demon nucleus, nor did he find the Yin-Yang place to set up the array. On the 5th day, he still didn't make any progress. On this day, he was still in the third level of the Shu 9 Tribulation sword. At this speed, the Yin-Yang festival and the total solar eclipse would be over by the time he practiced the sword 10,000 times. At this time, Yang Dingtian had completely entered a state of selflessness. He completely forgot the time, forgot everything around him, forgot the Yin-Yang festival a few days later, forgot the Yin-Yang 5 elements formation, forgot the elimination battle 9 days later. After 5 days and 5 nights without rest, Yang Dingtian's clothes were already ragged, his hair and beard were long, and his face was haggard like a beggar. About the 3rd day, someone accidentally found Yang Dingtian practicing the sword crazily. Seeing him practicing the pig-slaying swordsmanship over and over again, that person quickly ran to Cloud Sky City and wantonly spread the news. At this time, it was the 3rd level of the 9 Tribulation sword, and it was already very ugly. Yang Dingtian's 3rd level of the 9 Tribulations sword gave people a strange feeling. That idiot who wants to be the city lord is crazy. He actually treats the pig-slaying swordsmanship like a treasure, practicing it over and over again. I've seen it no less than 1,000 times, and the more he practiced, the uglier it became. Then more and more people went to the back of the mountain to watch Yang Dingtian practice the pig-slaying swordsmanship, seeing the sword technique that looked more and more like a pig slaughtering action. Everyone suddenly laughed until their stomachs hurt. City Lord Yang Dingtian, your pig-slaying swordsmanship is so powerful. I feel relaxed and happy watching it. Can I worship you as my master? Yang Dingtian had already entered a state of madness and turned a deaf ear to the ridicule of others. Suddenly, everyone's ridicule became even more intense. Later, many children ran over to watch and threw dirt at Yang Dingtian. But to the higher-ups of Cloud Sky City, Yang Dingtian's crazy behavior made them think of one person, Yang Yuncheng, the genius who had amazing talent, but after learning the pig-slaying swordsmanship, he went completely crazy. Someone saw Yang Dingtian enter the rankless secret manual room, and the swordsmanship he practiced was as strange as those crazy people. So, everyone thought that Yang Dingtian chose the pig-slaying swordsmanship. Yang Dingtian went crazy. Under unparalleled pressure, he chose the pig-slaying swordsmanship, and then he went crazy. Everyone in Cloud Sky City was jeering. What a pitiful person. He would be an outstanding disciple anywhere else. Why did he come to Cloud Sky City? Great Elder Yang Yen sneered. Everyone in Cloud Sky City, including those within 100 miles, quickly knew one thing. Yang Dingtian went crazy. Just like Yang Yinchong, he went crazy. At this time, night had already fallen. Yang Dingtian was still practicing his swordsmanship crazily. In just a few days, his beard had grown to half a finger's length, and his hair was like weeds. His original appearance was completely unrecognizable. The clothes on his body had long been torn into strips and were covered with dirt. He really looked like a beggar. At this time, the people who were watching and throwing rocks at him had already gone back to sleep. Under the moonlight, Yang Dingtian practiced his swordsmanship crazily. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's figure changed. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. His swordsmanship became incomparably sharp and fast. Without warning, he entered the 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. It only took 30 seconds to finish practicing 1 round of the 9 tribulation sword. In an hour, he could practice 120 times. At this speed, the remaining 6,000 times would take 50 hours. 2 days would be enough. 2 days later, there were less than 5 days before the total solar eclipse. He needed to hunt for 5 types of demon nuclei and find the place to set up the array within these 5 days. However, only 2 hours later, without warning, Yang Dingtian instantly entered the 5th stage of the Shu 9 tribulation sword. Suddenly, the swordsmanship completely changed. All the elegance, all the magnificence, all the mystery, all disappeared. All the moves instantly became vulgar and direct. At this time, the Shu 9 tribulations sword underwent a qualitative change. It directly crossed the dividing line from the Shu 9 tribulations sword to the pig-slaying swordsmanship. Of course, the highest level of the pig-slaying swordsmanship was the 9th stage, but from the 5th stage onwards, it could be called the pig-slaying swordsmanship. The 5th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, because the moves were direct and short, only took 12 seconds to practice. In an hour, Yang Dingtian could practice the sword 300 times. He thought it would be over, but what he didn't expect was that more than 3 hours later, Yang Dingtian's swordsmanship changed again. The swordsmanship became more vulgar, more direct and faster. The 9 moves of the pig-slaying swordsmanship only took 9 seconds. 1 hour could practice the sword 400 times. A few hours later, the sun shone. Yang Dingtian's body was in a mess, completely like a savage. The steel sword in his hand was completely damaged and full of gaps. Yang Dingtian's swordsmanship had entered the extreme ugly and vulgar. Child, it's 10,000 times. Suddenly, Dongfang Minmi said. Yang Dingtian was shocked and woke up in an instant. Suddenly his wrists were hot, his limbs were hot, the back of his head was hot, and his whole body was hot. Boom! The depths of the sea of qi seemed to swell violently. Boom! In an instant, the whole body's Xian meridians suddenly exploded, and the whole body seemed to fly into the air. In the body, there seemed to be countless flames burning. All the Xian meridians and the fiery sea of qi desperately and incomparably hungry to devour the Xian qi all over the sky. Yang Dingtian had completely woken up. 10,001 times. After waking up, Yang Dingtian used all his strength and all his emotions and waved the steel sword in his hand. The last time he practiced the pig-slaying swordsmanship. The first move, piercing the throat and letting out blood. The second move, cutting open the stomach. The third move, cutting off the head. The fourth move, digging out the heart and lungs. The fifth move, cleaning the stomach. The sixth move, chopping off the limbs. The seventh move, splitting into 2 pieces. The eighth move, scraping the bones and flesh. The ninth move, sword into the chopping board. Bang! The giant sword made a sound, and sparks splashed everywhere. The last sword, Yang Dingtian slashed on a boulder. Dang! In an instant, the steel sword in his hand broke inch by inch. The last move. Who? Yang Dingtian's swordsmanship suddenly entered the 7th level of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. At the last moment, he entered the 7th level. Xu Piayan said that he needed to practice the sword more than 100,000 times, hundreds of thousands of times, to enter the high level of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. However, after only 10,001 times, Yang Dingtian entered the 7th level. Ah! Yang Dingtian suddenly roared and roared. I did it, I did it. I am right, you are wrong, you are crazy. Then he saw Yan Yan, the beautiful and unparalleled Yan Yan. Her eyes gentle and full of concern, slowly walked towards him. Chapter 43. Sin. Yan Yan's eyes turned bitter as she muttered. Then she slowly walked to Yang Dingtian's side and gently grabbed his half-broken iron sword. She grabbed his muddy right hand and gently said, "Come, follow me home." Yang Dingtian stopped, and his fiery red eyes gradually became sober. He looked at Yan Yan and said, "Go home?" "Okay." During this period of time, countless sarcastic remarks entered Yan Yan's ears. City Lord Shimin was a hero, but he actually made a mistake and chose an idiot madman as his son-in-law. It's really a pity for Shimin Yan Yan to marry such a trash. Such a beautiful woman was pushed into the fire pit. Tisk! How could young Lady Shimin like this trash? You still don't know, right? Young Lady Shimin is still pure and flawless. They aren't even a real couple. She just can't go against City, Lord Shimin's will. Young Lady Shimin only needs to wait for 1.5 years. After that, trash is killed by Shimin Yan. She can openly remarry. All these voices entered Shimin Yan Yan's ears. Some of them were heard by her, while some were told to her by her maidservant, Luer. Although many people didn't dare to say it, their gazes towards her became very strange. One day, Shimin Ju met her on the road and asked, "Is this the hope you've found?" Shimin couldn't stay in Black Blood Castle any longer, so he specially came to Cloud Heaven City to find Shimin Yan Yan and asked, "Are you going to let him continue like this?" At that time, Shimin Yan Yan was silent and didn't answer. Grand Elder Yang Yan once talked to her and said, "It's not too late for you to regret now. The Northwest Qin clan can temporarily ignore the scandal of you marrying a madman. As long as you are willing, our Cloud Heaven City can announce to the public that you, Shimin Yan Yan, have never married anyone, let alone a madman." Shimin Yan Yan was still silent as she responded, "These people are too despicable. I wish I could tear their mouths off." Luer said furiously, "Their words are getting more and more unpleasant. They really don't have a conscience. If it weren't for the city lord, how could they have their current glory and wealth? Now, not only are they laughing at that madman, they even dare to laugh at young Mississippi. Their mouths are on their bodies. No one can stop them from saying anything," Yan Yan said calmly. Luer hesitated for quite a while before saying in a low voice, "Young Miss, he looks rather pitiful. Why don't you bring him over? Even 4 or 5-year-old children are bullying him now." Yan Yan turned her face and said, "I've already said that I won't care about him anymore. I begged him so humbly, but he didn't listen. He asked for it." Of course, Yan Yan said it out of anger. She didn't know why, but Yang Dingtian's stubbornness and disobedience made her extremely angry. However, it was also because of this stubbornness that his figure was unknowingly imprinted in her heart. As a result, she finally couldn't bear it and went back on her words to find Yang Dingtian. She wasn't dongfang bingling. Her heart wasn't that hard. She was only fierce with her words, but her heart was very soft. When she saw Yang Dingtian, who looked like a savage beggar, her maiden heart suddenly felt a sharp pain. Just like this, the ragged and disheveled Yang Dingtian was led back to her house by Yan Yan. After returning to Yan Yan's boudoir, she personally filled her bathtub with hot water. Then, she let Yang Dingtian enter the broth. She personally bathed Yang Dingtian. When Yang Dingtian said that he would bathe himself, she immediately pushed him into the water, not allowing him to speak. She used her slender hands to wash Yang Dingtian clean. Then, she personally shaved his face. Then, she used a white fox for a toothbrush, dipped in the most expensive rose essence and fine salt, to clean each of Yang Dingtian's teeth. Then, she used her own lotus essence to wash Yang Dingtian's hair. Then, she used an ivory comb to comb Yang Dingtian's hair neatly. Finally, she personally made a new robe for Yang Dingtian. A slender and handsome Yang Dingtian appeared in front of her again, but compared to before, he was a lot thinner. Next, there was a table full of sumptuous dishes. Yan Yan accompanied Yang Dingtian to eat. She carefully and gently picked up food for him. Yang Dingtian was still like a whirlwind sweeping away the clouds. He ate the table full of delicacies clean. After brushing his teeth and rinsing his mouth, the two people quietly sat facing each other, silent. Yan Yan suddenly stretched out her hand to touch Yang Dingtian's cheek. She softly said, "It's my fault. I shouldn't have been angry at that time. I shouldn't have said such ruthless and heartless words. I shouldn't have left you at the back of the mountain and ignored you. I shouldn't have let them laugh at you." Hearing Yan Yan's words, Yang Dingtian was suddenly stunned. Then he slightly smiled bitterly. Yan Yan also felt that she was crazy. Yan Yan came to Yang Dingtian's side and sat next to him. She softly said, "You're not crazy. You're just under too much pressure. It's all my fault. Are you willing to forgive me?" Yang Dingtian's gaze became gentle. He said, "You didn't do anything wrong. You've always been the best wife. Instead, it was my persistence and stubbornness that hurt you time and time again. So in front of me, you never need to say forgive. Not to mention that you didn't do anything wrong. Even if you do something wrong in the future, I will never blame you." Then Yang Dingtian seriously said, "And Yan Yan, during this period of time, I didn't go crazy. Instead, I entered a state of selflessness. And there's good news, Yan Yan. I've already broken through to the 7th layer of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. I'll soon enter the next step." Before Yang Dingtian finished speaking, Yan Yan's beautiful eyes suddenly trembled. She revealed a worried expression. Her small hand directly covered Yang Dingtian's mouth. "All right, we'll talk about it tomorrow," Yan Yan said. Then, she led Yang Dingtian to the bed and said, "Have a good sleep first. You haven't slept for a long time. Have a good sleep first. We'll talk about it after you wake up." Yang Dingtian smiled bitterly. "Yan Yan, what I said is true." Before he could finish, Yan Yan covered his mouth again and said, "Today we won't talk about business. Today we'll only talk about love." Then Yan Yan's beautiful eyes became gentle, rippling like water. "Yang Dingtian, I've been married to you for so long, but I've never fulfilled my duties as a wife. Today I'll start learning to be a good wife, okay?" Yang Dingtian's body suddenly trembled, and he opened his mouth to speak. "You want to say a bunch of words like, 'First obtain my heart'?" Yan Yan rebuked. "Then don't say it out loud." Then Yan Yan took off his outer clothes and let him lie on her gums. Then Yan Yan's face turned slightly red. She gritted her jade teeth and lay down beside Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian's heart beat wildly, and his nose was filled with a mesmerizing fragrance. "We're husband and wife. Of course, we have to sleep on the same bed." Yan Yan pretended to be natural, but her trembling voice betrayed her heart. "Yan Yan, you don't have to do this." Yang Dingtian's breathing was a little rough. Yan Yan turned her body and stared at Yang Dingtian with her beautiful eyes. "We've been husband and wife for a few months. but we've always kept a distance. Don't you want to be close to me? Why wouldn't I? Yang Dingtian, you have the most beautiful face in the world and the most moving body. You're much cuter than Dongfang Bingling. But the huge responsibility is suffocating you, isn't it? Yan Yan said. You like me, but you married me completely because of my father's last words. Because you think I don't love you, because of pride and pity, before I fall in love with you, you won't touch me. And I married you completely because of my father's last words. I was unwilling, but I didn't disobey my father's orders. So, I pretended to be selfless and devoted to you, but in my heart I completely rejected you. Yin Yan said. So, we've been husband and wife for a few months, but we've never been close to each other. We're like familiar strangers, as if there's a thick wall of ice between us. But we've all forgotten that feelings can be cultivated. When a man and a woman are together day and night, there will always be feelings, Yin Yan said. Although I pretended to be generous in the past and said that I could fulfill my obligations at any time, I still found all kinds of reasons to prevent this kind of intimacy from happening. From now on, we won't find any excuses. We're husband and wife, and we should be together. Yin Yan leaned over and said softly, Husband, we're husband and wife. I'm a woman who loves herself, and I'll never remarry. So the fact that we're husband and wife is already destined. So let's throw away the heavy responsibility that's weighing us down. Throw away our pitiful self-esteem and learn to love each other in the purest way, okay? We're surrounded by enemies, so the two of us, husband and wife, have to love each other and rely on each other. Only by giving each other warmth, we won't feel cold and have someone to rely on. Let's make up, okay? Yang Dingtian gasped for breath and shook his shoulders, as if he really wanted to remove the weight on his body. Then he said with a trembling voice, Okay. That's right, Yan Yan also said with a trembling voice. Now you can kiss me. Chapter 44. After Yang Dingtian left, Yan Yan looked at the sky outside the window and said, Father, I've already tried my best. Then, her gaze fell on the black, dispersing pill in her hand. She had exchanged it for the world-famous sword, Phoenix Flames. She gritted her teeth and clenched her small hand. Suddenly, the incomparably precious Xian dispersing pill was directly crushed into pieces. Countless rays of light shot out from the broken pieces of the pill, and then the entire pill turned into ashes little by little. Finally, Yan Yan's little hand was completely empty. There were less than 6 days until the Yin Yang festival. Yang Dingtian had to personally hunt for the 5 types of demon cores and find a place where Yin and Yang intersected to set up the array. The 5 types of demon cores were fire, wind, metal, ice, and lightning. There were many fire and metal-type demon beasts near Cloud Sky City. The wind type was relatively rare. However, the ice type was troublesome because the entire northwest continent floated above magma. It was definitely a fire-type continent, so there was absolutely no space for ice-type demon beasts to live. As for the lightning type, it was completely rare because almost all of the lightning-type demon beasts were half-energy creatures. Therefore, hunting for lightning-type demon cores was the most difficult task. Easy at first, then hard. First, hunt for fire and metal-type demon beasts. These 2 types of demon beasts could be found everywhere in the training wilderness 100 miles away from Cloud Sky City. It was completely within Cloud Sky City's territory, so it was very safe. However, here came the problem. The demon beast training wilderness 100 miles away had to be ridden on flying beasts because there were deep magma ravines all the way there. War horses couldn't pass through them. Moreover, a large amount of medicine and pills had to be prepared. Yang Dingtian didn't have any of these, and he couldn't look for Yin Yan anymore. That's right. Although the 2 of them didn't say anything unpleasant, and Yang Dingtian's heart was filled with tenderness and pity for Yin Yan, he couldn't look for Yin Yan before he successfully broke through because Yin Yan was completely disappointed in him. According to normal channels, he should look for Tang Xian because she was a beginner warrior instructor. She was the one who led the low-level training in the wilderness. Otherwise, he could go and find Shiminju because he was in charge of all internal affairs in Cloud Heaven City. However, if Yang Dingtian went to look for these two people, he would only be humiliating himself. In Cloud Sky City, Yang Dingtian could be said to have no one to rely on. He was alone and weak, so he couldn't even go to the beginner's wilderness trials. Then there was only one person left that Yang Dingtian could find, Shimin Ningning. That's right, she was the gentle and virtuous sister that Yan Yan had mentioned. Yan Yan wanted to marry her to Yang Dingtian's Shimin Ningning, Shimin Wuya's only adopted daughter. Shimin Ningning's position in Cloud Sky City was very special. It was almost irreplaceable because she was a beast speaker and a genius at that. Beast speakers were able to understand the language of demonic beasts. They were able to control and summon demonic beasts and communicate with demonic beasts. Beast whispers were extremely rare in the entire Primal Chaos continent, less than 1 in 100,000. Therefore, beast whispers had an extremely high status in the Primal Chaos continent. They were treated like treasures by every sect. As for Shimin Ningning, she was a genius among beast speakers. Therefore, she had a high status in Cloud Sky City. No matter which side was in power, they would try to win her over. If it wasn't for her weak temperament and poor communication skills, she would have been one of the 9 elders of Cloud Sky City. Even so, she was still an honorary elder of Cloud Sky City. However, she never cared about anything in Cloud Sky City. She basically stayed in her valley and didn't take a step out. She was only in charge of Cloud Sky City's combat demonic beasts and mounts. Originally, Yang Dingtian was the most suitable person to look for her. Not only could she lend Yang Dingtian a mount to go to the beginner's wilderness trials, but she was also very familiar with the demonic beasts within 1,000 miles. If he wanted to hunt for demonic cores, she was the most suitable person to look for. However, Yan Yan Shimin had once said that she wanted Shimin Ningning to become Yang Dingtian's second wife. Therefore, Yang Dingtian was a little embarrassed to look for her. Moreover, he heard that this girl was very antisocial and almost never communicated with others. Yang Dingtian also felt that he would be met with a big setback if he went. However, Yang Dingtian had no other choice. If he didn't look for Shimin Ningning to borrow a mount, he couldn't even go to the beginner's wilderness trials. I'm a man. I'm very thick-skinned. What's there to be embarrassed about? Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth and decided to look for Shimin Ningning. Shimin Ningning lived in the quietest and most remote place in Cloud Sky City. It was a small valley. A few hundred meters away from the valley, he felt a tranquil aura and couldn't see anyone. Only a few people could enter this valley. Just as he stepped into the valley, Yang Dingtian suddenly felt a dangerous aura. Swoosh, swoosh! Immediately after, 2 white shadows rushed in front of Yang Dingtian like lightning. They were 2 lions about 1 meter long. One was snow white while the other was fiery red. They both had a pair of sharp wings and looked very beautiful and mighty. There were 6 horizontal lines on their foreheads, which meant that they were 6th grade monsters. 6th grade monsters were super strong among monsters, who knew how many years they had cultivated and how many lives they had taken. At least, most people in Cloud Sky City weren't a match for these 2 lions. However, such powerful monsters were kept as gatekeepers by Shimin Ningning. It showed how powerful Shimin Ningning was. Yang Dingtian could clearly feel that these 2 lions possessed great strength. At least, if they were to face him now, they would be able to kill him in an instant. After they rushed in front of Yang Dingtian, they didn't pounce forward to bite him. Instead, they stared coldly at Yang Dingtian. They raised their heads and looked at him with disdain. That's right. Although they were monsters, they were proud of their strength and looked down on weaklings like Yang Dingtian. They used their eyes to tell Yang Dingtian to retreat and leave immediately. Otherwise, they wouldn't be polite. I want to see your master. Yang Dingtian didn't retreat. He didn't care if the 2 monsters could understand him and said, Roar. One of the white lions roared and spat out a blue light from its mouth. It hit a huge rock beside Yang Dingtian. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian felt a bone-piercing cold. The ground dozens of meters around him was covered in frost. The huge rock that weighed more than 10,000 kilograms was instantly frozen and wrapped in a layer of blue ice. Roar! The fiery red lion roared and spat out a ball of flame from its mouth. It hit the frozen rock. Boom! With a loud noise, the huge rock was instantly smashed into pieces. The grass and trees on the ground, dozens of meters around, were all turned into charcoal. Yang Dingtian suddenly gasped. The 6 stage monsters were actually so powerful. That huge rock that weighed more than 10,000 kilograms was easily destroyed by them. If Yang Dingtian was the one being sprayed, then I'm not in a good mood and don't want to see anyone. Please leave. A cold and gentle voice came from the valley. It was like flowing water, but the rejection was very firm. I'm Yang Dingtian. I'm here to see Miss Yang Dingtian, Yang Dingtian said. Ah. Yang Dingtian vaguely heard a low cry. He could even feel the panic of the owner of the voice. After a while, a voice came from inside. Then come in. The 2 lions glanced at Yang Dingtian and actually shot him a warning look. Then they quickly disappeared into the trees and made way. Yang Dingtian stepped into the valley. This was another peach blossom spring in Cloud Sky City. There were small beasts everywhere. There were powerful beasts as well as ordinary animals. Yang Dingtian couldn't take it all in. In the grass on the left, a beautiful white fox was tilting its head and acting cute to him. On the tree on the right, a squirrel was fighting with a fiery red mink for a big nut. They were fighting so hard that they were grimacing. Taking a closer look, the fiery red mink was actually a 5th stage monster, and the squirrel was just an ordinary squirrel. The fiery red mink could tear the squirrel to pieces with just a breath, but it was still fighting with its claws. Here, Yang Dingtian felt a very comfortable aura. Here, the weak animals could actually live in harmony with the powerful monsters. One had to know that monsters were very cruel and easy to kill. While he was praising, Yang Dingtian suddenly heard a miserable cry. Then a monkey rushed out from the road. Its entire body was wrapped around by a blood-red snake. The snake's head also had 5 veins and was about 4 to 5 meters long. It opened its bloody mouth and was about to bite and eat the pitiful monkey. The snake was a 5th stage monster, and the monkey was just an ordinary monkey. Yang Dingtian was shocked and instinctively wanted to pull out his sword to save the monkey. Unexpectedly, just as the snake was about to bite, the monkey stretched out its 2 hands and grabbed the upper and lower jaws of the snake. Then it suddenly flipped over and rode on the snake. Then the monkey and the snake made faces at Yang Dingtian at the same time. Then they slithered into the grass and rolled into a ball. So they were just playing around. Yang Dingtian was speechless. Why did you come to see me? Suddenly, a gentle and cold voice came from the front. There was a natural sense of isolation in the voice. It was as if talking to an outsider was very unnatural. Yang Dingtian raised his head and saw a beautiful woman standing under a tree not far away. Her figure was not inferior to Dongfang Bingling. It was as soft as flowing water and as graceful as a willow. Yang Dingtian was sure that everyone would look at her figure at first glance. They might even forget to look at her face. He raised his head and saw her face. Her eyes were like water. Her eyebrows were like distant mountains. Her hair was like black satin, and her skin was as white as snow. However, this face was not beautiful. It was just delicate. It was not charming, not delicate, not enchanting, but very gentle. It was like the wind of nature, like the water of nature. There was a completely different kind of beauty, a different kind of lovely and moving. Yang Dingtian only took a few glances at her. An expression on her face was very unnatural. Her face was completely red. In fact, Yang Dingtian was also a little unnatural. This was because Yan Yan had mentioned many times that she wanted Shimin, Ningning, to marry him and use the yin-yang mystic absorption technique to give her Xianqi to him. I came to ask Miss for help. I want to go to the wilderness to hunt for demon cores. Chapter 45. After Shimin Ningning finished speaking, she walked towards the house in front to avoid facing Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian followed behind her, but he couldn't help but see her back. Her walking was really like a willow swaying in the spring breeze, which was really beautiful and unparalleled. Although Yang Dingtian had already avoided his eyes, Shimin Ningning in front of him became more and more unnatural. Even if her back was to Yang Dingtian, her face was getting redder and redder. Her small face was drooping more and more, and she only dared to look at her toes. She was really introverted. A short distance of tens of meters must be very long in Shimin Ningning's eyes. Her residence was a small attic, without any painting or decoration. It was very simple and elegant, but not lacking in delicacy. After walking into the attic, it was simple but very comfortable. There was almost no metal in it, only wood products, ceramics, cotton, and linen products. Yang Dingtian noticed that the clothes she was wearing were not silk brocade, but a very soft cotton cloth. There was no dye, just a natural white and blue color. But when she wore it, it made her figure more charming. She asked Yang Dingtian to sit down and made tea for her. Shimin Ningning sat aside. Yang Dingtian didn't speak, and neither did she. The two just sat there quietly. It seemed that talking to a stranger was a great challenge for Shimin Ningning. Yang Dingtian was not in a hurry to speak, but carefully observed the room. Shimin Yanyan once said that the underwear she wore was embroidered by Shimin Ningning. Shimin Ningning was very clever and skillful. Sure enough, most of the things in this room should be made by her. The wooden cup in her hand was not gorgeous and had no carvings, but the curve was very beautiful. It was very comfortable to hold in the hand, just like her figure. Every inch of the curve was perfect, which was the best interpretation of aesthetics. Not only the teacup, but also other things in the room, had a natural beauty. Next to her was an unfinished piece of clothing. It was a brocade robe that seemed to belong to a man. Seeing Yang Dingtian looking at the robe, Shimin Ningning blushed and quickly hid the robe. Yang Dingtian was slightly stunned. If a woman like Shimin Ningning sewed a robe for a man, she must have a very, very close relationship with him. Could it be that this water-like woman already had a lover? This is your dress. Yan Yan asked me to make it, Shimin Ningning explained in a low voice. Yang Dingtian was stunned, then said, "In the future, she probably won't ask you to make clothes for me anymore." "Why?" Shimin Ningning asked in surprise. "I didn't listen to her, so she ignored me," Yang Dingtian said. Shimin Ningning frowned and said worriedly, "There is nothing that can't be said between husband and wife. How can you say things like cutting off all ties? Is it because you refused to take the black dissociation pill and couldn't learn the chaotic heaven destroyer sword?" Yang Dingtian was surprised and said, "You know this too?" "Yan Yan told me everything," Shimin Ningning said, and then her face blushed slightly again. Her delicate face seemed to be unable to hide any secrets. Yang Dingtian was almost sure that Shimin Yanyan had asked him to take Shimin Ningning as his second wife. "What did she say about me in front of you? Is that okay?" Yang Dingtian asked this question as if he was possessed. Shimin Ningning didn't answer. She looked embarrassed. She didn't want to lie, but she also didn't want to tell the truth. Yang Dingtian knew the answer and felt a little uncomfortable. Yan Yan and Shimin Ningning had nothing to hide, and what they said was the truth. She has indeed been wronged. It's all fate. Yang Dingtian smiled bitterly. Shimin Ningning suddenly fell silent and didn't know what to say. Actually, after hesitating for a while, Shimin Ningning said, "Actually, between you and Yan Yan, I'm more partial to you. People should stick to their own choices. Once you make a choice, you should go on. Either you succeed or—" Yang Dingtian was slightly stunned, then nodded and said, "Thank you for your approval. I can give in to her in other things, but in this matter, I can only stick to myself." Shimin Ningning lowered her head and said, I know. If it were me, I would make the same choice. Immediately, Yang Dingtian felt as though he was a confidant. The two of them fell silent again, not saying a word. If Yang Dingtian didn't speak, Shimin Ningning definitely wouldn't take the initiative to speak. Yang Dingtian took the initiative to say, I'm going to the wilderness 100 miles away to hunt for demon nuclei. Please ask a flying beast to take me there. Because of the magma abyss in the middle, I can't cross it even if I ride a horse. It would be better if there are some healing medicines. You're going to the wilderness? Alone? Shimin Ningning said. Yang Dingtian nodded. Of course, I can give you the things, Shimin Ningning said. But the wilderness is very dangerous. If you go alone, your life will definitely be in danger. I have demon nuclei. It's only effective if you hunt them yourself, Yang Dingtian said. Shimin Ningning opened her mouth to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. She nodded and said, Then wait for me for a while. Then, she walked into the inner room. A few minutes later, she came out with a box in her hand. Opening the box, a fragrance immediately assailed his nose. This red pill is a restoration pill. If you're injured, you should be fine after taking it. This purple pill is a vitality pill. It's used to restore energy, Shimin Ningning said. Yang Dingtian was shocked. Isn't this too wasteful? I only need a level 1 pill. Using a level 5 Wonder Spirit pill on me right now is really... That's right, it was a 5th grade restoration pill. It was extremely precious and could even be used in exchange for one's life. On the market, it could be sold for at least tens of thousands of gold coins. Now, Yang Dingtian was just going to kill low-level demon beasts. Did he need a 5th grade pill? And she gave him 3 pills at once. As for the vitality pill, it was even more exaggerated. It was a 5th grade pill. When a martial Xian or martial venerable released a Xian skill and consumed all their Xian qi, they could fill their sea of qi in a short period of time and continue fighting. Therefore, the value of a single vitality pill far exceeded that of a 5th grade restoration pill. It could be said that the vitality pill was a high-level strategic resource in Cloud Sky City. Now, Yang Dingtian almost had no Xian qi, but Shimin Ningning actually asked him to use it to restore his strength. It's better, Shimin Ningning said. Besides, these are all made by me. You're a pharmacist? Yang Dingtian said. I remember that there's another pharmacist in Cloud Sky City. I made them myself for fun, Shimin Ningning said. Yang Dingtian was astonished, once again, to be able to refine a 5th grade upper-class elixir just for fun. This talent was truly insane. That won't do. It's too wasteful and too precious, Yang Dingtian said. You'd better give me a 1st grade pill. Shimin Ningning's little face was suddenly filled with eagerness. She said softly, But I don't want to exchange it, so please hold on to it, okay? Yang Dingtian was shocked again. It was his first time seeing someone give away a precious treasure in a pleading tone. Okay, Yang Dingtian said. Then, the two fell into silence again. Shimin Ningning gathered her courage and said, You really can't go. Demon beasts are very powerful. Even the lowest level demon beast requires 2 or 3 novice martial artists to work together to kill it. You're just an enlightener. Really can't kill it. Your life will be in danger. That's right. Even the lowest level 1st grade demon beast required 3 5-star novice martial artists to work together to kill it. Therefore, every time Cloud Sky City's disciples went to the wilderness to train, they would be led by a teacher with strong martial arts skills. There would be at least a few dozen people going together. Even so, there would still be casualties. Yang Dingtian said, I know it's very dangerous, but I have to hunt all 5 types of demon cores within 6 days. I have no choice. Shimin Ningning was stunned and said, That's impossible. Fire-type and wind-type demon beasts are fine. Metal-type demon beasts live in groups and live in underground caves. Even black martial artists don't dare to hunt them alone. And ice-type demon beasts are at least 10,000 miles away from here. Of course, these aren't the most difficult ones. The most difficult ones are the electric-type demon cores. It's almost impossible to get them. Even masters can't hunt them. Yang Dingtian was puzzled. Is it that difficult to get an electric-type demon core? It's much, much harder than I thought. Shimin Ningning said, I'm a beast speaker and have seen countless demon beasts. However, I've never seen an electric-type demon beast in my entire life. Electric-type demon beasts are very rare in the entire world. Ah, Yan Dingtian was stunned. He asked, then where do electric-type demon beasts appear? The abyss at the bottom of the sea tens of thousands of miles away, or the dark crevice at the edge of the continent. However, even masters can't get close to these two places. Shimin Ningning said, therefore, any electric-type demon beast is a rare treasure. Countless people will fight over it. That's right. Even the weakest electric-type demon beast would be nurtured for decades or centuries after it was caught. When it was strong enough, it would be refined into a martial soul. Then, this martial artist would have an electric-type mystic skill. Among all mystic skills, electric-type mystic skills were almost like a bug because they could ignore almost all defenses. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath. It seemed that hunting for the 5 types of demon cores was much more difficult than he had imagined. Moreover, he had less than 6 days. Then I have no choice. Yang Dingtian said, I can fail, but I can't give up halfway and retreat when I see the difficulty. Easy first, then hard. I'll hunt the fire-type and wind-type demon cores first. Shimin Ningning said, but with your strength, it's really difficult to kill them. You can't even pierce through their outer skin protection, and they are born with mystic skills. Just a light breath can cause great damage. Then I can pierce their eyes and mouths. Yang Dingtian said, I have confidence in my swordsmanship, and I only hunt lone demon beasts. Shimin Ningning bit her lips and said, do you really want to go? Or I'll go with you? Yan Dingtian shook his head and said, no, I can only hunt alone. Otherwise, after the demon beast dies, there will be other people's information in the demon core, and this demon core will be completely useless. But if you lose your life, Yan Yan will blame me. Moreover, you have all my foster father's hopes. Shimin Ningning said, I'll be very careful. Yang Dingtian said firmly, and if I can't even kill the lowest level demon beast, then I can really leave Cloud Sky City directly. Shimin Ningning struggled for a while, then bit her lips and said, okay, then wait for me for a while. Then she turned and walked into the house. After a few minutes, Shimin Ningning walked out again, and there was a piece of clothing that was as thin as a feather in her hand. Moreover, the skirt she was wearing was a little wrinkled, and her clothes were a little untidy. It could be seen that this thin piece of clothing was just taken off from her body, and she had been wearing it close to her skin. This is the deep-sea Xian clothes, the last layer of skin that Naga people shed after turning into human form. It's very soft and strong. Ordinary demon beasts can't hurt your upper body when you wear it. Shimin Ningning said, put it on and then go hunt demon beasts. Ah. Yang Dingtian was completely shocked. Deep-sea Xian clothes? The skin shed by the Naga people. This was a treasure of heaven and earth. The Naga people, the most mysterious and powerful race in this world. Everyone in this world knew the legend of the Naga people, but for thousands of years, no one had really seen the Naga people. But Shimin Ningning actually had the Naga people's deep-sea Xian clothes? Who exactly was she? The most important thing was, why did she lend such a treasure to Yang Dingtian? It was only the first time they had met.